धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्। समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु। समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु। समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु।
Hi Ram. It is my honor today to welcome Sri Swaminathan Bhagawathar and his group that comprises of Ravi and Venki and Sri Ram on the Ghatam and Dolak and Krishnaji on the harmonium. Sri Sadguru Seva Samajam, under the leadership of Sri Swaminathan Bhagavathar and his group, has been conducting Nama Sankirtana every month for over 8 years in various states across USA and Canada, following the Prachina Sampradaya Paddhati, which is the classical tradition that has been in vogue for more than 2 centuries in South India. As a natural evolution of the monthly Nama Sankirtana, Sri Radha Kalyana Mahotsava is being celebrated in New Jersey during the Memorial Weekend every year. Sri Sadguru Seva Samajam, a non-profit organization, was created to promote the tradition of Sampradaya Nama Sankirtanam and, more importantly, passing the centuries-old tradition to the next generation. In addition to this, Sri Sadguru Seva Samajam is providing financial assistance to Bhagavatars and their children back in India. In addition to the Prachina Sampradaya Nama Sankirtanam, Sri Swaminathan Bhagavathar and the group has been performing Guru Nama Sankirtanam exclusively on Mahaperiyava, which attracted the attention of Ghatam Maestro Sri Vikku Vinayakaram. Along with Sri Vikku Vinayakaram, his group conducted a special program, Layam and Guru Nama Sankirtanam in New Jersey. This program was so well received that they traveled from the East Coast to the West Coast to perform in Portland and the Bay Area. As a recognition of his Nama Pracharam service in the Americas, Sri Swaminathan Bhagavathar was invited to perform Sampradaya Nama Sankirtanam in various places in India, including Vani Mahal in Chennai, Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam in their Nada Neerajanam program, Alangudi Radha Kalyanam, Kanchipuram, and Coimbatore. Please join me in welcoming Sri Swaminathan Bhagavathar and his group.
Ram 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 Janaki Kanta Smaranam Ram Ram Namah Parvati Vatagi Govika Jeevan Smaranam Govinda Govinda Sadguru Swaminaha Jai Sadguru Jnanananda Murti ki Jai Chandrasekharendra Saraswati Sadguru Maharaj ki Jai Anjaniya Swami ki Jai Rama Jaya Shri Rama Jaya 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 जानकीकान्तस्मरणम् प्रभो गणपते परिपूर्ण வாழ்வருள்வாயே प्रभो गणपते परिपूर्ण வாழ்வருள்வாயே प्रभो गणपते परिपूर्ण வாழ்வருள்வாயே प्रभो गणपते परिपूर्ण வாழ்வருள்வாயே प्रभो गणपते गणपते ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ಮಾಡುವಾಗೆ ಪ್ರಭು ಗಣಪತಿ 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 सिद्धिविनायक मूर्ति की जय। अम्बा भवानी शरदे जगदम्बा भवानी शरदे अम्बा भवानी शरदे जगदम्बा भवानी शरदे अम्बा भवानी जगदम्बा भवानी शरदे अम्बा भवानी शरदे जगदम्बा भवानी शरदे अम्बा भवानी शरदे जगदम्बा भवानी शरदे जगदूतित शरदे जगदूतित शरदे जगदूतित शरदे जगदूतित देवी की जय। Gurudyayi, 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 गुरुनाथ महाराज की जय। விழி கிடைக்குமா அபயகரம் கிடைக்குமா விழி கிடைக்குமா அபயகரம் கிடைக்குமா விழி கிடைக்குமா அபயகரம் கிடைக்குமா விழி கிடைக்குமா அபயகரம் கிடைக்குமா குருநாதன் பதத்தில் இது கிடைக்குமா सद्गुरुनाथ महाराज की जय। देव पूजा माझी देव पूजा, 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 आज तुझे गुरुराया गुरुराया गुरुराया, आज तुझे गुरुराया सद्गुरु चरणारविंद की जय। வருவாய் வருவாய் குருநாதா, வந்தரு குருவாய் குருநாதா. 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 அனுதினம் வருவாய் குருநாதா, அனுதினம் வருவாய் குருநாதா. அனுகிரகம் செய்வாய் குருநாதா, அனுகிரகம் செய்வாய் குருநாதா. அனுதினம் வருவாய் குருநாதா, அனுகிரகம் செய்வாய் குருநாதா. அனுதினம் வருவாய் குருநாதா, அனுகிரகம் செய்வாய் குருநாதா. மாதா பிதா குரு நீதானே, மனக்கரதை நீதானே. 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 மனக்கவலை தீர்ப்பதும் நீதானே, மனக்கவலை தீர்ப்பதும் நீதானே. மனக்கவலை தீர்ப்பதும் நீதானே, மனக்கவலை தீர்ப்பதும் நீதானே. மங்களபூதியும் நீதானே, மங்களபூதியும் நீதானே. மனக்கவலை தீர்ப்பதும் நீதானே, மங்களபூதியும் நீதானே. முருகனுக்கு வேலை வணங்குவதே வேலை 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 வணங்குவதே வேலை 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 வணங்குவதே வேலை 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 வணங்குவதே வேலை 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 வணங்குவதே வேலை முருகனுக்கு பன்சீதரா கண்ணையா கணசாம சுந்தரா பன்சீதரா கண்ணையா கணசாம சுந்தரா பன்சீதரா கண்ணையா கணசாம சுந்தரா பன்சீதரா கண்ணையா கணசாம சுந்தரா आंजनेय स्वामी की भीमगा मारुति बल भीमगा मारुति भीमगा मारुति बल भीमगा मारुति बल जल तुम दिल तुम हरि सगल बल भीमगा मारुति बल जल तुम दिल तुम हरि सगल बल भीमगा मारुति भीमगा मारुति बल भीमगा मारुति Choraya Nandani Gopa Gorachine Gopika Vallabhaya Munindramuga Napadeyayate Narayana Ekadurave Jayamangalo Nitya Shubhamangalo Jayamangalo Nitya Shubhamangalo Jayamangalo Nitya Shubhamangalo Janaki Ganta Smaranam Jai Jai Rama Rama Namo Parvati Patage Har Mahadeva Gopika Jeevan Smaranam Govinda Govinda Sadguru Swami Ki Jai Jnanananda Murti Ki Jai Chandrasekhara Indra Saraswati Sadguru Maharaj Ki Jai Sadgurunath Maharaj Ki Jai Tola Bhundali Kavarade Anjaneya Swami Ki Brahmaiva Satyam Rama 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 Rama.
That was the quickest 1 hour. The beauty of bhajans is its simplicity and loosely structured format that attracts all audiences. All the songs we heard today are filled with profound and deep meaning and devotion. My personal favorite was the bhajan on Guru. On behalf of all of us, I express our heartfelt gratitude to Sri Swaminatha Bhagavathar and his group for transporting us to the world of bhakti. Sai Ram.
My most humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Bhagawan. Sairam everyone. My name is Nalini Satyanarayan and I'm the MC for this session. It is my great honor and pleasure to introduce the guest speaker for this session. Sister Radha came into Swami's fold as a teenager when she joined Anandpur College for Women. Coming from a non-Sai devotee family whose primary religion was loving kindness more than any religious doctrine, Sister Radha was attracted to Sai teachings of love all, serve all, but not serious enough to turn into a devotee. It was not until after marriage and migration to America did she realize that she has turned into a devotee of Bhagawan without her knowledge. Since she has served Bhagawan at various levels and in various positions, she has since then served Bhagawan at various levels. At center level, she has served as a president and vice president, and at regional level as vice president and YA female advisor. She worked for 5 years as one of the editors for Sai Love in Action website. In 2019, she worked with a group of Sai alumni in transcribing Samarpan talks, which was published as Sai Bhagavatam and offered at the feet of Bhagawan in 2019 on Avatar Declaration Day. In Nashville, her hometown, she is active with community service and currently is active in serving URI, which is United Religions Initiative that fosters interfaith understanding and is a frequent speaker and interfaith panelist. She also serves as a board member on everyonehuman.org that fights human exploitation. Sister Radha was awarded Advocate of the Year 2019 by Free for Life International at organization fighting trafficking worldwide. She is invited frequently to speak at various Sai events and considers herself fortunate to have been a speaker at Shivam, Hyderabad. Now, without any further delay, I would like to turn the spotlight over to you, Sister Radha. It's all yours.
Sairam, with my most humble and loving pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagawan, and Sairam to all of you. It is my greatest joy to be here as part of this 95-hour sadhana on this auspicious occasion of Bhagawan's 95th birthday. Looking back, my journey with Bhagawan, starting from age 15 as a student at Anantapur College, I realized that in the beginning, just to join the college, the first memory I have of Bhagawan is his first visit after I joined the college. And the excitement and the enthusiasm that was going on in the hostel when we heard that Swami would be visiting us was something that I had never experienced. I had seen people crying, hysterically crying when they lost someone very close to them, but I had never seen anyone express joy that was so uncontainable like that, to the extent as a non-devotee. I felt like people were a bit crazy because the enthusiasm was so infectious and so pervading the entire hostel. I almost felt bad to be an outsider, that I wasn't a devotee, to feel what they were feeling. But it is not something you can fake and bring yourself to feel it if it isn't in your heart. If somebody felt a bit superior to me for labeling themselves as devotee, I started thinking, identifying myself coming from Anantapur district, that even though I wasn't a Sai devotee, but I came from Anantapur district, there was something in common with Sai, that the people that are coming from all over the world flocking to Puttupatti to receive Bhagavan's darshan and love are coming to see my Sai. Maybe that is the first time I said yes to Bhagavan, not for devotional reasons, but for personal reasons, because I identified with him with the regionalism. I also come from Anantapur, and the first time I felt I wasn't going to do anything to tarnish the image or the reputation of the institution or Bhagavan Sai himself, because that was my basic duty as the citizen of that region. And looking back, I realized that I owned Bhagavan before I gave myself to him. And that was the beginning of my journey with Sai. But it's not until I got married right after graduation and migrated to America did my journey with Bhagavan started. Probably the first experience I have that looking back, I realized was not just a coincidence, is a lady driving from California to Florida cross country with all her belongings in her station wagon and stopping over in Nashville. This was in early 90s, and there was no Sai center in Nashville at that time. There were not many Sai devotees that I knew of at that time. I hadn't even labeled myself as a Sai devotee. This lady, and of course there were no iPhones and there was no Google search to connect with Sai devotees wherever we go. She picked up a local phone directory and looked for a name to call and see if there are any Sai devotees in Nashville. And she called me and she asked me if I knew of any Baba's devotees. And then I said, oh my God, how did you know? I am his student. And she said, I didn't know. This is Bhagavan's doing. I just opened a phone book randomly and I came across your name. And my husband's last name is Babu. And she said, Babu sounded very closer to Baba. So I thought, let me give it a shot. Maybe I didn't place too much importance on it at that time, but looking back, I realized consciously or unconsciously, these things started penetrating through me without even my knowledge. But at that moment, I felt a responsibility to be receptive to her and give her what she was trying to seek from me, from a devotee. And she asked me if I would go out and meet with her somewhere. And I asked her to meet with me at the parking lot of the Hindu temple in Nashville. And when I went there, and after carrying on a conversation for a few minutes, and I represented Bhagawan with as much love as I possibly could at that moment. And as she drove away, as she pulled her car out of the parking lot, this is a station wagon filled with her stuff, and there were decals, stickers all over the car. And I said, my God, how is she going to find love in this jungle called, there is so much going on in this vehicle. And then there was a sticker on the back of the car that drew my attention, and it said, world peace begins within. Immediately I felt like a slap on my face, a remorse for judging her by the appearance, but also somehow intuitively feeling that there was something more to that incident in my life than I could grasp at that moment, but I didn't dwell too much into it. I just kind of, it just made an impression and I left it at that. Even before that, what I forgot to share is when Swami came to college, not being a devotee like I talked about, just being an outsider and kind of feeling all the enthusiasm and excitement and even kind of making fun of them. There was a culture in the hostels. There are like devotees and there are non-devotees. How do you know who is a devotee? Somebody who covers their pallu, who puts a vibhuti on, and who greets you with Sairam every time they see you. And how do you know when you are a non-devotee? They don't do any of these things. But I always had love in my heart and respect and regard to truth, beauty, love, compassion in the world, whether it came in the package called Sai or not. And I always felt very positive about myself. So when I was feeling like an outsider and we were making fun of the girls and their excitement and how crazy they were going upon the news, receiving the news that Bhagawan is going to visit us, that we were kind of cleaning the whole hostel, literally sterilizing it and decorating it and planning an exotic menu and bhajans and everything. And that afternoon, Swami visited us in the bhajan hall. And when he walked through that bhajan hall among 400 young women with such confidence and beauty and went and sat in his chair, and I said, Swami is not bad. He is very cool. Look at his confidence. In his 50s at that time, he was looking so handsome. And then I said, look at his confidence with so many women around and being the only man, he is least bit inhibited by it. He carries on a conversation as if everybody is his daughter, his child. Then little did I know that from his standpoint of view, there is no other. Everyone in that hall was a part of him, and that there is no reason to be shy or feel anything different, uncomfortable. So that night in my hostel room with my friends and roommates who were not also devotees, my roommates happened to be non-devotees at that time, I imitated his walk, holding Swami's, how the way Swami holds his robe with one hand and another hand kind of raising his hand and twisting it in the air, like gestures like this. And I tried imitating it, and we all just broke into a big laughter, saying that no matter what I did, they said my walk wasn't just like his walk. Isn't that the truth? when we try to imitate. Can I be an authentic impersonator? Only looking back, I realized that. Not at that point. I thought I was just being funny, trying to imitate his walk. But once I came to America, and then this lady's incident happened, and the way I warned him, saying that we both come from Anantapur, and I'm not going to stand in the way of tarnishing his image in any way. All these things kind of started shaping me inside without even my knowledge. And probably the first one-on-one, very direct and profound contact came to me through a dream, even though I didn't even believe in dreams to be very real at that point. Now I realize dreams are real if they can bring transformation in you. And as a tour guide at the Hindu temple who represents Hinduism to people, locals here in Nashville, the Bible Belt of America, after giving tours, there would be nobody in the temple except me, not even pujaris, because we do tours at the closing hours. And I would walk around the temple, stand in front of each shrine, offer a prayer. But I could not kneel in front of, because I was trying to get out of the temple in a few minutes. But when it came to Lord Venkateshwara, I could not help without even my notice or my attempt to kneel down. I would just get on my knees and offer prayers. And the way I did is by touching my crown at the feet of Lord Venkateshwara. And then there was this feeling in my heart that I wasn't doing the same thing in front of each shrine, and I wasn't very comfortable about it at that moment. Here I was trying to communicate my faith to other faiths and say, God is one. God is one, truth is one, but the paths are many. But myself at the conflict that I'm not treating all the images of divine with the same attitude, that only Venkateshwara I was falling at my feet, because that's my family deity, that's what I grew up with, and that's where I felt the love, but carrying a guilt within me because I wasn't treating them with the sameness. And I had a dream once when I was seated for Pada Namaskar in Sai Kulwant Hall, and Swami walked before me. He gave Pada Namaskar to the person to the right of me. And then when I reached out, Swami walked away. And I looked at him and I said, what did I do? What did I do? Because I'm not a devotee, you didn't give me the Pada Namaskar. He turned around with this beautiful smile on his face. He came back. And when I reached out for his feet, instead of giving his feet to me for a Pada Namaskar, he placed his right foot on my crown. That made me realize the way I was offering my crown to Lord Venkateshwara was received by Lord Sathya Sai. And that Sai and Venkateshwara is not different. And probably that was the beginning of the journey of Sai in heart. Until then, it happened in the mind for personal reasons, to feel good, to feel important, like the devotees did in the hostel. I had to find something to identify as his. And if they said they are devotees, I said, I am an Anantapur citizen. And once that heart started opening, Bhagawan gave me so many experiences through life situations, through life's opportunities, through dreams, through people, that changed me at the core of my very being. That changed me to realize and seek nothing less than that absolute truth. Bhagawan, I even found Bhagawan's teachings to be very simple. It was something like what my parents and grandparents preached me growing up, that be good, bring a good name, be happy. Swami was teaching the same thing. So I said, what is so divine? Why do I even have to turn into a devotee? What he's teaching me is what my parents taught me. It's not a religion. It's just a way of living. I didn't have to turn into a devotee to adapt them. You know, probably I started admiring Bhagawan at a human level even before I could glimpse the divinity of him. Because My parents were very loving and compassionate. And Bhagawan came across as loving and compassionate. I love and I regard my parents, and I would stand up for them. And so was for Bhagawan. I respected him and I would stand up for him. But little did I know, 35 plus years later and a whole lot of living later, that loving someone and being love are different things. So being love in every situation, you respond as love. You don't react to love, to the world. You only respond. And this journey has been learning that love, because in order to understand Bhagawan, first we must understand the quality of his love. You know, Gandhi once said, all these days, I thought God is love. I'm just beginning to understand that love is God. And when we understand the quality of his love, can we even begin to comprehend what Swami is all about. Until then, it remains as an intellectual speculation or an emotional sentiment and nothing more. And some of the experiences that I like to share today is probably the very first time I was asked to speak at a regional level. I had spoken at a center level in Nashville, but never at a regional level. I didn't even know whether I was qualified to speak or not, but I said yes. I said yes, and I prepared for 2 full months. I read every book I could lay my hands on, written by with Swami's teachings, because I was Sai student, all right, but there was not a whole lot of Sai wisdom or information within me to be a regional level speaker. You know, they invited me because I wore the badge called Sathya student. And then I had like 20 pages of written material. There was no iPhone at that time to take notes on and keep it handy. Everything was handwritten. And a friend of mine, Meena Didi, who is an absolute inspiration to me here, which is Bhagawan's grace to have inspiring people in our lives, is nothing short of a miracle, who drove me on the way to St. Louis. I prepared in the car 5-hour journey. And that morning I didn't attend Suprabhatam or Nagar Sankirtan because I was still preparing for the lecture. And I stood there in front of the people and I tried to look at the notes and speak, and I could not. I was paralyzed with fear. And then I got so angry at Swami. I said, Swami, you know I am not qualified to speak at these regional levels. And you also know that I had given my best to prepare. If I cannot do justice to this lecture, it isn't going to be my fault, simply because you gave me a job that I wasn't suitable for. And I just closed the papers and I said, now you speak through me. This whole thing took first 7-8 minutes. And then I don't know what I spoke. To this day, I don't have a recollection of it. All that I knew is when I looked at the time, I had 5 minutes left to thank the officers for inviting me and for giving me this opportunity. And of course, thank Bhagawan for the opportunity to speak. And when I shared the dorm or the cabin at the camp where the retreat took place and came across as very devotional and very sincere and organized, left a note for me in the cafeteria while I was eating my lunch after the speak. I was scared to open it. I thought she was going to say, "You're disappointed. You didn't do well for being a Swami student. You didn't do justice." I didn't read the note until that night. The day is over. When I opened the note, she said, "First 10 minutes of your speech, there was something happening. We didn't connect with you." And she said, after that, "I have no idea what happened. We didn't see you, we saw only Bhagawan." And that was the beginning of my self-confidence, because I knew I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to be anybody. All that I had to do is just be just be open for his grace to flow through me. I have no idea why I'm getting emotional today. I'm sorry, because I have spoken many times. But probably the very effort of 95 hours of sadhana, so many people coming in union and celebrating Swami, the very intention, the very love behind it is probably far more greater to me than what we accomplish in content speaking. The very intention behind it is so pure. And that's what makes me emotional. So when that moment happened, and I knew no matter when and no matter where, if I have to stand up and represent Bhagawan, all that I had to do is take me out of the way and let him flow through. And whatever comes through, I am perfectly okay with it, because that's his will. All that I can do is have the purest of the intention and give my best and have love in my heart. And confidence, I learned experientially, comes not from the way I speak or not the recognition or the rewards I got, but from the purity of the intention I have in my heart, that I have nothing that I'm seeking out of it other than the fact that I remain open for Bhagavan. And my satisfaction and my joy comes just by staying open for him to flow through. And there is nothing far greater than that in bringing joy to us. Once I was invited to speak for a clergyman here in Nashville who had a Southern Convention of Church Ministers. And there were about 100 clergymen in their black robes, and I was supposed to go speak to them about God, especially through Hinduism. For a moment, I was shaken, because here are the men who made occasion talking about God and understanding God and communicating God to others. And here I am trying to represent my God for them. And for a moment there was a fear. Then immediately I said, what I am speaking to them is of the truth. And truth is neither diminished nor aggrandized by the way I speak. It remains constant, it remains complete. What do I have to do? All that I have to do is just share it. Just share it the way I am capable of. When I was done, one of the senior ministers of that group came to me and said, girl, you can sell ice to the Eskimos. And I said, sir, I'm speaking about God to God-loving people. What is there to be afraid of? On one level, I had experiences like talking to intellectual people like that. At another level, I was asked to speak to Tennessee Retarded Citizens Association. When I accepted the invitation and drove there at 6:45 in the morning to be there at 7 a.m., to my astonishment, they asked me to address the citizens themselves, not the staff. I thought I was under the impression that I was going to speak to the staff and I wanted to do a good job that teach them to see God in everyone and everything so they can be kind to these retarded people. That was maybe, that was going on, ambitiousness in my head. But when I went there and was asked to speak to these people, and I said, how do I speak to these people who were being given instructions by their staff saying that you cannot get up in the middle of the speech while Mrs. Babu is speaking and ask to go to bathroom, you can't giggle, you cannot wave your hands unless you were asked to. And I said, oh God, how do I make sense to these people who are not mentally capable of grasping anything of this sort of God? Because God, even the intellectuals cannot comprehend. How can these people? For a moment I said, what do I do now for 1 hour? And immediately Swami came to my mind. I said, who am I to judge them? All that I had to do is allow Bhagavan's love to manifest. I don't even know what that quality of that love is and how it was going to manifest. All that I knew is I had to open my heart. And when I did that, what happened is I immediately said to these people that I come from India and I don't speak good English and I don't have an accent that is similar to theirs. So they are going to have a hard time understanding me because the limitation lies with me and not with them. And then I was going to write each word on the blackboard with the chalk, and I'm not good with spelling. If they could help me with the spelling, it would be a great help for me to communicate what I had come to teach them. And immediately I had their attention. Everybody was so enthusiastic to help me with the spelling, using big words like God, love, truth, that God is one. And when I was done speaking, I realized I had only a few minutes left to thank them at the question and answer period. And because they had asked me to give them 15 minutes for Q&A. And what kind of questions do you think you will receive this from these people labeled as mentally challenged? One man stood up in his 50s probably and said, all this talk, I don't know if I can understand, but tell me, have you prayed today? I said to him, sir, I woke up this morning and I was so excited to come here and speak to you guys. I took bath, put my best clothes on, and came here to speak to you about God. And that's my prayer today. He clapped his hands and he said, I love your prayer. I like the way you pray. And he sat down. Another woman stood up, just giggled, and she said, you look so good. And that's all she had to say. Immediately I said, that's Bhagawan's love I'm receiving. Good, be good. She was being good to me. I understood what being good was at that moment. And the third person stood up and said, why is your God blue? And I said, I didn't say my God is blue. Where did you get that from? She shrugged her shoulders. She said, I don't know. I finished my lecture and I sat in the car and I was shaking, like as if I had just taken some drugs. The shaking with excitement and the joy not in the mind that said, hey, you did a good job, but the joy I received in connecting, in being one with those people, in being at that level that I could speak the language. And then I understood what Swami meant. There is only one language, the language of love. There is another experience. I like to share everything through a story and experiences because I feel that's the way Bhagawan would want me to share. Because the truth becomes experiential, truth becomes personal, not just believed. 1 year when I was asked to speak asked to present a drama on unity, purity, and divinity. I'm sorry, not on unity. That was the one I spoke when I was asked to present a drama on is that Sanghaniti, Papabhiti, and Daivakriti, which is the fear of sin, practicing the morality in the society and the love for design. But the way the retreat theme was captioned was love for divine, practicing morality in the society, and Daiva Priti Sanganiti Papabhiti, lost the fear of sin. And that was a 45-minute play. And I wrote the content over the period of 6 weeks of time, and the rehearsals has begun from our Sai Center, because each center used to present a play at the retreat every year those days. No matter what I did, somehow I didn't like the order of the theme. I said, Swami, Daivapriti can't be the first. Papabhiti has to be the first. Means the fear of sin comes first. Then we practice morality in the society. Only then would the grace of God descend upon us, opening our hearts for His love. And that has also been an experience of my own personal life. So how can I present the drama in the reversal order? And I went back and forth a million times, deciding whether I should do fear of sin first or love for divine first. And then I gave in to the inner voice and I said, I'm going to do fear of sin first, practicing the morality in society second, and then the love for divine in the end. And then I go to the retreat. I happened to be the MC that year. And then Ajit Popat, Brother Ajit Popat from England was the keynote speaker that year. And I introduced him as Mr. Popat, and he immediately said, sister, that's puppet, not Popat. And I said, sorry, sir. And I introduced him as Mr. Puppet. And then sitting there in the audience when he started speaking, the nervousness came about me, and I said, I hope the officers, the organizers of the retreat are not going to be upset with me because I have reversed the theme. It may not be a big deal. They may not even realize it, but the fear was so real in me. I started kind of feeling queasy in my stomach. And after offering salutations to Bhagawan, the first thing Mr. Popat said, I had gone to Parthi, and Swami was very happy that I'm coming to St. Louis to speak to you guys. And he asked me to speak well. And then as I was leaving, he called me back and said, Ajit, tell those people in St. Louis that love for divine doesn't come, that first you have to practice fear of sin and then practice morality in society before you can have love for divine. And then, how can I take that as just a coincidence? And I realized when you start listening to your inner self, not for any consequential reasons outside that you will be rewarded or condemned for it or anything, but it is because it is the voice within that is so loud that you cannot ignore. It comes as a gut feeling, and it is so solid, it is so unshaken. Whatever you believe in your mind has to take the back seat. It is the power of that Sai within. And when you take that leap of faith and courage and confidence and grasp it and own it, and Bhagawan, he's ever eager to allow you to transcend to that level, that he goes out of his way to recognize it, to restore that. And if we don't take these incidences in our lives and not just talk about them as a pleasant experience, but to allow them to penetrate through and to build our confidence to transcend us to the level that who we truly are, that the spark of divine, then there is no meaning. Then there is no meaning to these experiences. That incident told me that the Sai voice within is ever present, ever ready for you to access. But it requires purity of your intention and courage in your vision, because there is nothing you want out of it. You do it for this very joy of just doing it and nothing more. Nothing more. 2009 pilgrimage, I was asked, actually, let me start with the 2000 interview with Bhagawan. If I didn't learn a great deal as a student when I was in the campus, even the experiences I had at that time, they still continue to unfold and to deepen my understanding and my relationship with the Bhagavan as I mature to understand them, because the love that we have for Bhagavan and the relationship we have for Bhagavan, it continues to unfold and even change our past, because we change the way we see our past, we change the way we interpret our past, and it changes the way our relationship far better. We don't have to look back and say, I didn't grasp that moment or that opportunity. it is never too late, because the unfolding happens within, not outside. And this unfolding is of timelessness. It is not when we capture it. It is not when we own it. It's not when we experience it. But whether we do it or not in this lifetime. And 2000, when Swami had given us an interview, I kind of knew that we were going to have an interview. That was in July 26th. We arrived in Puttaparthi, and I had bought a new sari for that interview. And we were housed in the Shanti Bhavan. There were a few other Americans along with us who were friends. We had gone there as a group. And we were immediately called for darshan on the same afternoon. And I had that audacity to think, so, oh, Swami, not today. I had brought this new sari. And tomorrow is Thursday. I wanted to wash my hair and wear this new sari. And I wanted interview on a Thursday, not on a Wednesday. You know, the mind. And when Swami gave an interview and he materialized a ring to my husband, though I was very happy for my husband, there was this twinge of jealousy within me. I said, oh, he's a physician, so you give him a ring. I am just your poor student, so you don't even recognize me. Just a thought, fleeting thought. Not that I dwelled on it and felt bad, but just a fleeting thought. Even though I got to sit at the very foot of his chair, and Swami introduced me, everyone in that room, not just our group, but the people, other people who were also part of that group interview that day. And he would lean over and he would whisper in my ear and say, this guy is from South Africa and he is so and so, and he's so big. He has 12 children. He serves in the cabinet of this country, but he attends bhajan on every Thursday. I felt like Swami was like this big father trying to impress his daughter, trying to tell you, see who your father is, see how many people adore him. Do you get it? Do you get it? Kind of, and I was just nodding, mesmerized, and just thrilled that I was the object of his attention in that moment in the room full of all these big shots. And then the presence that Swami practiced for an hour or so, that he was seated with these audiences in this private room, and thousands of devotees waiting outside for his darshan. And I kept feeling, Swami, you're taking too much time with us. There are so many people waiting for you outside. I hope they're all not getting mad at us. But what I learned later on is the absolute presence Bhagavan practices when he is with you. Every soul matters to Bhagavan. When he is with you, he acts like there's nothing else that exists in this universe. So he's able to tune in, be there, see what's in your heart, and respond to it in the way your heart seeks him. The fact that I appreciate and I learned so much from Bhagavan is that presence. Be in the moment, tune in, give your attention, have no agenda. Be there with the love of Sai, with the heart of Sai. And then the next day I said, okay, I brought my sari. It is Thursday. We are going for darshan. Let me wash my hair and wear this sari again. And I do so. And we sit for darshan, and Swami calls for an interview again. And I was ecstatic because my wish is being fulfilled. And then in that interview, Swami materializes a necklace with Lakshmi. And he says, do you know why I'm giving you Lakshmi? And I said, I don't know, Bhagavan. And he said, because you look like Lakshmi. And then I said, is there a compliment in this universe that is more rewarding than this? But I also knew the burden or the weight that it came with. The grace of Lakshmi, the harmony, the love, the beauty with which Lakshmi operates, the auspiciousness with which operates, has to be my moral compass in this world. Otherwise, I will not be worthy of that compliment of Bhagavan. What I loved and I learned from that experience from Bhagavan is, he could have given me that that necklace, and he could have married us. He married us 18 years into our marriage for the second time that day by chanting mantras and asking my husband to put this necklace in my neck, and said, I'm doing this because I wasn't there at your first wedding. He could have done that on Wednesday, but he waited for Thursday because for this little heart desired to wear a new sari, and she wanted it on Thursday. For someone who involves in our worldly drama, not because he sees this drama to be real, but because, like a mother who listens to the stories of a child who is afraid of ghost that is in his room and says, I can't sleep because there is a ghost. Mother pretends to believe the ghost story and looks under the bed and into the closets and shows this ghost away so the kid can sleep without fear. And Bhagawan is like that. He listens to your headache, my heartache, and pretends to participate enthusiastically, because that's the only way love knows how to respond. It doesn't even discriminate whether my desire was worthy of something in my spiritual journey or not. It is a petty desire, but Bhagavan honored it with grace and love and compassion. And when I look into this world and when I meet my demands of daily life, what I remember most is not that what is expected of me is worthy of my time and effort or not, but whether I seek the intimacy. Someone said, love is nothing but intimacy with a million things, people, and situations. All that I say is, am I being loving in this moment? That's all matters. It's all matters. And 2009, when we went on a pilgrimage from our region to Puttaparthi, I was asked to head the service project in Patti. I tried to come up with a service project that we could do in Prashanti when we were there for 9 days. And every avenue that I explored just ended up being empty. Other than just serving in the cafeteria and the library and the gift store and stuff like that, there was nothing more. Our organizer at that time said, find something that we can go, take, finish as a task and come back. It could be building something, it could be cleaning something, it could be delivering something. Nothing materialized. And then I sent him a note saying that I'm writing an email to Dr. Jack Feely, who was the regional president at that time. And I said, sir, it looks like Bhagawan has a different plan. Nothing I explore is coming to fruition. I don't know what else to do. As I try to finish that statement, the thought appears in my head and said, how about mosquito nets, sir? After July, when we were planning to go, August comes, a monsoon season, there are rains and there are mosquitoes everywhere and the villagers suffer from malaria. And maybe giving mosquitoes for these poor people would be a good seva. And then I said, we could ask people to skip a lunch and donate that money. Remember, we can't ask for money in the organization. So that way we are not asking for money. It becomes a spiritual sadhana. In 5 minutes, Jack Feely returns saying, no, Radha, we can't ask for money. And I just said to Swami, I don't know what else you want me to do. You gave me this position, but nothing seems to be possible. You know I'm trying. And I talked to Swami like this. And then immediately I get a response from Jack Feely saying that, I think let's do it. I think we can do that. And then it became a huge project. We ended up with 2,000 mosquito nets and baby blankets that we could take, and we didn't even ship them. Every person dedicated a private suitcase to carry these things to India, especially baby blankets, because they were donated by a local company here. And then the mosquitoes were in India. Mosquito nets were made in India. But to make the long story short, to make better use of time, the day I was asked to distribute all these things to Ishwarama Trust and General Hospital and Super Specialty Hospital and Gokulam and the orphanage home, because between the blankets and the nets and the clothes saris someone had donated for all these widows, I missed the seating assignment they were doing for the play that was to be offered the following day. I traveled from place to place delivering all these things, and my last stop was a widow home where we were distributing saris. And after we done, we got into the jeep that was helping me take all this stuff to place to place to place. And as we were driving away from the widow home, a lady was walking to this shelter, and someone came running to me and said, "Ma'am, you forgot to give a sari to that member. She's a new addition to our orphanage home here, and she had gone out and you didn't give her a sari." And I was the last one seated in the jeep, so I had to get down with the sari, and I walked to her in the street and I gave the sari. Instead of receiving the sari, she hugged me. And she cried so uncontrollably because she had lost her husband 2 months prior to that, who worked as a janitor at Prashanti for 25 years. And she was so afraid to be a new member in this widow home. And she was having a hard time getting used to it. And all her pain came out when I approached her with this sari. Maybe this is what she wanted to express to Swami himself. And the closest she could get to was me with this sari holding in my hand and trying to give her. And the pain that she was feeling was not separate from the pain I would feel in my heart. The first time, without even consciously trying, I was in her shoes. I understood later on, not at that moment, what Bhagawan meant, that compassion unites, pity divides. What I had in my heart for her was not pity, but pure compassion. The reason why I say it with such confidence is later on, at that moment, I immediately wanted to say, let me take you away from here. My mother needs a servant. It would be a win-win situation, but immediately I said, who am I to remove this flower from this garden, who wakes up to Prashanti, Suprabhatam, Nagar Sankirtan, and the birds chirping, chanting literally the Bijakshara called Sai mantra every day. It's her fortune that she is here. Who am I to remove this? She may cry for 2 days, 3 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, but she will get used to this, but she gets to enjoy this grace for the rest of her life. Isn't that the goal and purpose of every flower, to someday end up at the feet of the Lord? And I said, I will not commit the crime of removing her. And I walked away. And when I sat in the darshan, when I heard that there was no seating assignment for me, my heart is not even, my mind was not on that. I sobbed the entire evening sitting in the bhajan hall. People sitting around me knew that there was something that was moved, stirred inside, and they didn't want to disturb me. And my sari was completely wet. For the first time, I experienced the quality of love I thought that Bhagawan carries in his heart. And I felt 2000 interview where I received so much love from Bhagawan was the highlight of my life. But 2009, 9 years later, exactly on July 27th again, which I came to notice only recently, not at that day, I was actually looking for a front row darshan, a pada namaskar, or even a glance from Swami. I didn't get to any of that, not even sitting at it. I got to be outside, taking all this stuff, giving it to everyone, almost like walking the walk of, not for Sai, but walking as Sai himself, and giving love, not receiving, not even expecting anything in return. But for the first time, experiencing the joy within my heart that comes from being love, and from to the walk that I walked as a student at age 15, to imitate, to make fun of Bhagawan, little did I know, would end as a walk. I walk in Prashanti that day, as him, as his child, carrying the same spark within, sharing the love that he has shared and allowed me to taste. Felt like the day I received Bhagawan in my heart, that I even glimpsed who he truly is. Bhagavan is not just Prashanti, he is not just Parthi. Bhagavan is not even in your heart. Bhagavan is the space, this vacuum within which you and I exist. He pervades. All that we have to do is log in. We are like a fish looking for water. Where can you find it? You are in the water itself, pervaded by it, sustained by it. He is like a Wi-Fi. We need just the right word, password to log in. Can it be truth? Can it be love? It can be sincerity. It can be integrity. As long as there is purity in our intention and clarity in our vision and love in our heart, affection in our heart, nothing else is needed. As an individual, as a devotee, we will never be perfect, but our effort can be perfect. We don't have to be brand ambassadors. We have to be the brand itself. We can never imitate his walk. We can only walk as him. And that is my sincere prayer for us all today. And I thank those tireless, selfless, loving hearts for coming up with this wonderful idea of 95 hours of sadhana, because I know Bhagawan has recognized it. The reason why I say it is just before the lecture started, a deep spiritual friend of mine who connects maybe once or twice a year connected to me this morning unsolicited and said, "Good morning." And I said, "Thank you. I'm getting ready to speak on Swami." He said, "I know. Tell people that Sai is a Bijakshara. It comes from a Greek language. Even though it's spelled as PSI, it is pronounced as a Sai. And it is the ultimate word in Greek language that means so, that God, Swami, is eternal. He is not just a persona. It is pure presence. And we exist and manifest and operate from that place. Let us log into Sai. And the word password is love. Sai Ram. And thank you, Swami. And thank you all for this beautiful, beautiful opportunity.
Thank you is just a small word. It's a very, very small word to express our really how thankful we are for you to having spoken today. We are totally, I mean, thank you so much, Sister Radha. I don't have any words right now to, express all that you have said. It was an amazing talk, and offering to Swami's feet as well. We're all really blessed to experience such a heartfelt interaction between you and Swami today. Your experiences got us emotional, not just you. We were, definitely, I was like, having a little glimpse of here and there tears. It was really, we got transported to Puttaparthi, and it was as though Swami is present right here in front of us, and our hearts pounding. It was such a wonderful sharing of your experiences. Your journey from being a non-devotee to an ardent devotee, or the beginning of Sai, has really taught us how to grow closer to Swami, how to surrender with love and faith, at his feet. One thing that has always been constant in your life is your constant love and affection towards loving God, which is something that we hope to develop over the course of our spiritual journey. Thank you so much again for a blissful talk. Thank you so much, Sister Radha.
Sairam everyone, I am Srinivasan from New Jersey. A heartfelt welcome to this afternoon's grand musical offering as part of 95 hours celebrations marking our dear Swami's 95th birthday. It's my great honor and pleasure to introduce to you Swami's students who will be making a musical offering at his lotus feet. I'll start with Dr. S. Kumar. S. Kumar was born in a Sai family who were devotees since the early 1960s. Kumar was into Carnatic classical training, music training during his Balvikas days at Neyveli in Tamil Nadu. His music guru was Sri Chembai Anandamani. Kumar got the opportunity to join the Sundaram Bhajan group at Chennai during the early 80s, where he had the unique fortune to sing in the Divine Presence for the first time. He joined Swami's College to pursue his master's degree in 1984, went on to complete his PhD and was a faculty member in the Department of Math and Computer Science. Kumar's job brought him to the US in the year 2000. Since then, Kumar has been actively involved in many Sai activities. To name a few, mention a few: retreats, giving talks, bhajan workshops, and music programs. Kumar received the divine opportunity to compose the Telugu portion of the famous student song, Humko Tumse Pyar Kitna. He is currently a member of the Bethesda Sai Center in Washington. He works for Parsons Corporation for a federal IT contract in Washington. Moving on to Dr. Durjati Mudigonda. Durjati learned to play Veena under the tutelage of his father, Professor Veerabhadraya Mudigonda. Later, while studying at Prashanthi Nilayam, he was blessed with the opportunity to play Bhajans on the Veena in the divine presence of our Swami. He was also part of the orchestra that accompanied various professional musicians visiting Prashanthi Nilayam. He graduated with a master's degree in chemistry from the Sathya Institute of Higher Learning. He received his doctoral degree in organic chemistry from Osmania University in India. He currently manages a R&D group at a paper manufacturing company in Ohio. He had served in various roles at Columbus Sai Center and as regional devotional coordinator for Region 5. He currently lives in Columbus, Ohio. Moving on to Srikanth Vaidyanathan. Srikanth Vaidyanathan was introduced to Swami through his family, who came into the fold in the early 60s. Growing up in Chennai, he had the opportunity to participate in a number of Balvikas, SSC related activities. Subsequently, he joined the primary school in Prashanthi Nilayam in 1986 for his 6th grade and went on to complete his high school there. Swami provided him with a number of opportunities to speak in the divine presence, be part of the bhajan group, and participate in a number of convocation dramas. He completed his undergrad studies in Vrindavan and later on finished his master's degree in physics in the year 1998 from the Sathya Institute of Higher Learning, Prashanthi Nilayam. From there on, he came to US for higher studies, completed his master's degree in electrical engineering from University of California at Davis. He is a very active participant in the Sai Center activities in Boston and all alumni related activities around the United States. He is a regular speaker at many regional and SSIO events. He currently serves as the National Devotion Coordinator for SSIO USA. I've spent enough time on introducing these three stalwarts. Now over to them for a grand musical offering. Saira.
We'll start with a bhajan and then we'll have some conversations also. So I'll start with, I'll play one bhajan, then I'll hand it off to Srikanth after that. I'll request Brother Srikanth to start this afternoon's program.
Sairam, everyone. Want to offer our most prayerful salutations at Swami's lotus feet, collectively on behalf of Durjati, Dr. S. Kumar here, and myself. We are first of all very, very grateful for this opportunity to be part of this 95 hours of celebration of Swami's birthday program. It's been very blissful and beautiful listening to programs starting from Wednesday onwards. And I know we go till tomorrow afternoon. So it's beautiful 95 hours, mix of bhajans, experiences, different types of shlokas, stotras. It's been beautiful offering all around the world. So very, very grateful once again for allowing us to be part of this presentation as well. To start with, actually, I would like to share hopefully everybody is able to view this slide here. And this is a letter. This is actually part of a letter written by Swami to his brother in the year 1947. So when he was hardly 21 years old. And in the letter, Swami says I have a task to foster all mankind and ensure for all of them lives full of bliss. I have a vow to lead all who stray away from the straight path again into goodness and save them. I am attached to a work that I love to remove the sufferings of the poor and grant them what they lack. I have a reason to be proud, for I rescue all who worship and adore me. I have my definition of the devotion. I expect those devoted to me have to treat joy and grief, gain and loss with equal fortitude. This means that I will never give up those who attach themselves to me. This is such a beautiful letter, and the meaning in the letter is something I look forward to enhancing my own understanding year after year when I keep reading this letter. We have had this beautiful time with Swami spent in the physical form for many, many years. Many of us have had the opportunity to see him, speak to him, touch him, get his namaskar, all the different, the darshan, sparshan, sambhashan, which we talk about. But at the same time, he came for this much, much greater purpose. And today, once he decided to make his body part of the absolute again, he continues to inspire us in so many forms, including this event which we are part of today. And we continue to rededicate ourselves to Swami, who came with his own mission statement here. And it's very clear what his task was, what his vow was, what his work was, and what truly devotion is. I also want to share one more letter, again, very dear to me, and I often kind of bring this up. So let me bring it up here again. Swami says in this letter, which he penned himself in the year 1973, "My dear, have you got any spiritual hunger? Spiritual hunger is the ultimate meaning of every activity in life. The dissatisfaction and the restlessness that remain, even after obtaining all the necessities of life, show that everyone consciously or unconsciously does suffer from spiritual hunger. And it is not appeased until the spirit within is realized. Without this divine discontent, there is no real progress. World peace is possible when all the people of the world wake up to the facts governing universal life, and when there is a heart-to-heart feeling of goodness, love, and oneness among the inhabitants of the world. With blessings, Sathya Sai Baba." Again, beautiful letters which, Swami had written over the years. And as we go through this pandemic this year, we've had plenty of opportunities to sort of ruminate online, particularly the barriers of centers, the barriers of locale has completely gone. I think we participate in events from around the world, including this event, where we have people from around the world participating. And it allows us to continue to be motivated, inspired, but at the same time, rededicate ourselves to Swami and his mission, and continue deliberately. And this is again a thought which I've been thinking quite often, particularly working with devotion coordinators around the country. I think devotion is such an important aspect, and it has got its own different facets. And now that Swami took away his physical form, and secondly, in this particular year, we have also not had the opportunity to sort of physically congregate to have bhajans and other satsangs together. We're sort of contained in our own homes, and for many reasons contained in our own heart, to really think about our relationship with Swami. Events, spiritual, musical, I think plenty of opportunities, not just on weekends these days. I think every day we have these opportunities. But at the same time, I think it is important for us to be deliberate and, like I use the word, rededicate ourselves, only because these events, particularly Swami's birthday, is such a beautiful opportunity for us to think through his life, think through his words, think through his messages, but at the same time, be deliberate in our relationship with him. As Brother Chinu mentioned early on, I think in each of our biographies, you see how different ways in which Swami entered our lives, either through our families, either through music. And then we had this opportunity to sort of be present in his divine presence, to be students in his institute. A touch here, an experience there, a song here, a dance performance elsewhere. In every way, I think it was the physical connection with Swami, but at a deeper level, it is enhancing our own spiritual growth, which was very pertinent in each of these experiences. When I think of the word devotion, I think of different associated words. If you think of the word interest, I think when you have interest in something, you try to learn more about that object of interest. In this case, the object is Swami himself. You continue to learn, and again, the fundamental value is love. I think over a period of time, this love develops in a deeper form through different facets. So then you have interest, then you have trust, then you slowly build faith, and then in turn, he grants you experiences, and you build more faith. Then you build a trust in, he will make the right judgment for you. And then it leads to something deeper, which is surrender. And at that point, you really trust and value this relationship so much that you don't question different things which go on in your own life, because you truly believe it's got his hand. And if he has put you in that particular situation, he will also make sure you get through it successfully. So speaking of these different facets of devotion, if you will, faith, trust, surrender. In my own life, I think the way our family came into Swami's fold, it was pretty evident, early on. By the time I was born, I think Swami was sort of the center of our puja room. He was the center photograph in our puja room too. There were, plenty of other pictures, but I think Swami had made his way into the center of the whole thing. So, being loving him, praying to him was something very normal and natural. And as I continued through Bal Vikas and other programs, I think just this different ways in which Swami connected back. I think many of you may have heard me speak before, where through different stories, through plays and dramas and talks and, all the different forms, I think Swami figures out a way that he talks to you, then he builds this relationship with you. Before we know, he's sitting inside our heart, right? And he becomes truly the point of connection. Subsequently, I went and joined the Parthi school, and through different forms, I think, Swami allowed us to, be part of dances, dramas, and all the different things. But at the same time, I was always wanting to know a little bit more about Swami, in the sense that, I know him as a physical person. I know he can shower the love of a mother. He can shower the love of a father. But, they say he is God, but I have truly not experienced anything like he is God. So, this is what happens to, I think we are very fortunate that Swami came into our lives very early. But at the same time, I think you're looking for that bang, you're looking for this huge experience, huge miracle, where he reveals to you he is this divine personage. And I remember, I'll share a couple of stories actually. One was, again, sort of a day in Prashanti Nilayam, where, at the end of our school day, I was sitting in the darshan, sort of a very normal day. And Swami had finished his usual rounds in the old Prashanti Mandir. It is Sai Kulwant Hall now. And gone into the interview room, and he had called a couple of devotees from Europe and a couple of groups of devotees. And then he had them called in for an interview. And he, just as he was about to close the door, he called me inside as well. I was sitting in the veranda. And I went into the interview room and was sitting with Swami with these two groups of devotees. And this was something in my mind, very often I used to think Swami speaks Telugu in his discourses. He speaks a little bit of Tamil or Hindi, which most of us growing up in India, I think we can all manage. And I used to always wonder, there is this groups of people who don't even speak English as their native language. are going inside Swami's interview room. People come smiling, people come crying, tears are flowing down their cheeks, and obviously there is some kind of a divine connection which needs to happen for such things to happen. So I was thinking about this, and again, I had never written a letter or anything to Swami about this. So it's purely in my own mind. And as we went into the interview room, Swami sat on the chair and he started conversing in very chaste Italian, chaste as it sounds to me, I guess. And it was in Italian, and Swami spoke and spoke for a long time. And it was a very continuous conversation, like I would speak Tamil or, Telugu or something else for people who are very comfortable with that. And the way the human mind works is, there is a deeper meaning to the story. I want to tell that because it's one thing that Swami speaks Italian and Swami speaks German and, Spanish. But at a deeper level, think about this. I think Swami is making the connection with the devotee at their own level, first of all. Secondly, he makes this, he never gave a discourse outside in any other language besides Telugu. And often, this is a lesson in itself for us that, all that we know, we don't have to show all our knowledge and all our, grandeur before everybody. I think it was truly an example of my life is my message. So Swami spoke in Italian for a while. And then for those of us who were sitting around him, he picked up a few sentences and then translated it into English for us, and then said, this is what I was telling them. They have built a temple in Italy. I mean, they have built a building for Swami in Italy. They want Swami to come and inaugurate it, and all that Swami was saying. And it was very casual, and that conversation ended. And Swami spoke to the other group in Spanish for a little bit, and then again translated that. And all in all, I was just a witness to the whole thing. And this is again purely due to a question in my own mind. And once I witnessed the whole thing, Swami again picked up a few words and then translated into multiple other languages and said, this is what it's called in this language, the word love. Swami was, translating it in Italian, in Spanish and other things. And then Swami basically explained to the other groups, what he was talking to each of the groups. And after he finished all that, he just looked at me and made a comment saying, I am the mother of all languages. So, all along, this was like I was saying, I was looking for an experience where it was out of the world. It was something which was very different, not normal and mundane. But again, Swami proved this without a question or, even a letter or even a conversation from my side to him. And at the same time, when I came out, I was more than convinced that, there are these moments where sometimes when we spend a lot of time with him, we tend to take it for granted that he is this walking form of love as a mother, as a father, as a guru, but above everything, he's God. I think that is something we should never forget. And Swami used to make these things, it used to appear once in a while that he will, make these revelations or make these experiences happen. And then it behooves us to basically take that experience to continue to build a relationship with him. Often we get stuck in the experience itself and, and may not take the message. I think we appreciate his grandeur, but at the same time, I think it is important to keep re-emphasizing that. I remember one time in Trai Brindavan, I think there was a student who was having this conversation, Swami, and, he was feeling very sad that, he would leave Swami's presence once he finishes his degree and, go away. And Swami immediately said, when you were here, you had the opportunity to be in Swami's presence in plenty. And the way the human mind works is, it is almost like a camera. All these stories, all these visuals, we can sort of picturize in our own mind over and over again. And it is for us to carry, and that is a message not just for students, it is for all of us as devotees of Swami. Swami figures out a way to touch us through an experience or through a miracle or through an interview or through a dream. And not one is better than the other, right? It is, in every way, each of it is a connection of Swami. And that need not have been confined to his physical form. There are plenty of people who experience Swami's love, Swami's guidance, even today, wherever they are. So many devotees continue to come to Swami and his a place where he lived, to Prashanti Nilayam, who may not have even seen Swami in his physical form. That is because this connection is always something which is unique. And I always think about this. I think the greatest thing about the Sai avatar is, I think, gives us opportunity for satsang, bhajans, stories, and all the divine things which we get to do. Study circles and all the other good things. But above everything, I think the greatest thing about the Sai avatar is transformation. And I think this transformation is very, very interesting, right? Because Swami used to say, or it is said, in Treta Yuga, Ravana existed in Lanka and all the Rakshasas lived there. And Rama was, Dasharatha, and the entire family was in Ayodhya. So good and bad was not only separated as individuals, it was also separated in territory. Ayodhya refers to Ayudhya, right? A place where there is no war. It was a place which was always peaceful, a place which was always, people were filled with love. So even when the Mantara and Kaikeyi episode happened, it was an aberration. It was not something which is normal to a place like Ayodhya. And then, both good and evil were completely separated. And then the good had to, get to the place of evil, get rid of the evil, establish Dharma. That is the way Ramayana is. Where you look at Mahabharata, I think people lived within the same palace, if you will. Once Pandu passed away, the Pandavas moved into the same palace area as the Kauravas. And so the same, they were part of the same family. So the good and bad existed even in the same physical space, even though separated in people, if you will. Whereas in the Kali Yuga, it is said that, the good and bad exist in the same individual. So at that point, there is no separation of space either. And once this happens, then the only way that a person can get rid of or devoid themselves of the evil is by converting all the bad which exists into good. One of our student brothers used to always say that they had this experience where one time they were washing dishes inside Swami's chambers. And once the dinner was all completed, they were washing the dishes. And as he was washing the dishes, it was, I think, sambar or something which was heavy duty in terms of content. And I think Swami suddenly came behind the individual, and Swami was asking him what he was doing, and he was saying, "Swami, I'm washing the dishes." And Swami never loses a moment to give a lesson. As the tap was completely open, the water is pouring hard, right? So it goes into the vessel. All the hard crumbs of the sambar which existed, is all coming out. So I think Swami's message was, and at the end, Swami was explaining to the brother that as you put more good in here, the good signifying the water and the bad signifying all the remains of the sambar, if you will, in the vessel, as you put good in, first thing which comes out is all the bad will come out, right? All the sambar pieces, all the vegetables which exist inside, that everything starts coming out. And Swami said very often, when we start doing good actions, all the bad first gets stirred up, and that's the first thing which starts coming out. And we get very scared, and we are very afraid that such a thing is happening, and maybe we stop the sadhana at that point. But Swami's message was, if you continue to do the sadhana through such a time, eventually all the bad which is inside the vessel comes out. The good water goes in and the good water comes out. That's what remains. So in the end, we make ourselves truly a flute, right? Which is what Swami's always, alluded to, the most favorite thing of Krishna, because it got the closest to him, close to his lips, and it's hollow, so that he can completely blow his music through that flute. And that should be the goal of every devotee, in the sense that if the Lord can hold us so close to him and we truly become hollow, there shouldn't be anything in us, right? All the ego, all the attachment, all this, they talk about this 6 Arishad Vargas, right? Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya. All of them, if we make good effort to sort of get rid of them, we make ourselves truly hollow. At that time, the master can, easily pick us up, because otherwise we may be too heavy as well for him to pick us up. And we make ourselves truly hollow, he picks us up, and then divine music automatically flows through us. So with that, I will pass it on to Brother Durjati, but I wanted to sort of complete with this thought that, as we celebrate this 95th birthday of our Swami, with all good activities, right, with all the different good things which we do, let us not forget to focus on the internal, I think, which is where we want to really focus our mind on what he came to give us. Did we make the right effort to pursue all that he has taught us? At the same time, make our lives really like the flute, so that he can pick us up and make use of us in whatever form that he thinks is appropriate. Sairam.
Sairam. Pranams at Bhagawan's lotus feet, and again, thank you all for this wonderful opportunity. It's been a wonderful bhajan and satsang so far, listening to people from across the world. I wanted to talk a little bit about connection with music, especially Veena and Swami, for our family, and then I'll play a few bhajans after that. So my one word that captures, another word that is related to what Srikanth mentioned for devotion could be immersion. How do you immerse yourself in the satsanga, in the company of Swami? So for this, I think music actually is an amazing vehicle. Doesn't have to be an active, artist per se, but even if you enjoy music, and music really takes you, it is this quantum leap into forgetting yourself and then immersing yourself in Swami. So as you may have heard in my introduction, I learned Veena from my father. And my father was a lecturer in Telugu in a government college in a place called Siddipet at the time when we became the devotees of Swami. So as with the traditional families, he had a full routine of pujas and meditation, and he also used to do Swami's Omkar and Suprabhat in the morning, and then he would play Veena for Swami in our puja room. This was in a place called Siddipet, and he would play for some time, then he'll continue with the rest of his pujas. So one day it so happened that this thought occurred in his head. Why am I playing Veena? I'm not a professional artist. Nor does Sathya Sai Baba Garu, need my, music for him to, wake up. So it's really not that relevant. So he puts the Veena on the side, and then he just goes on with the rest of his activities. And this is one of the first, actually this is the first miracle I remember in my life, where we went to a bhajan that evening in another devotee's home. And just after these three Omkars, from the top of the photograph, of Swami's photograph, a small little, packet fell down actually, from the photograph, from the top to the bottom of the photograph. So somebody goes and picks it up, and then they see it was written Veera, and then there was a Veena, just a little drawing of a Veena on the Vibhuti packet. And my father's name is Veerabhadraya, so they, made the connection. They said, well, this is for Mr. Veerabhadraya. So they come and give the packet of Vibhuti to my father, and he opens that packet. In the packet, there is Vibhuti, but there is also Swami's letter, small, 2 by 2 inch paper. So Swami writes in that, Veerabhadraya ni Veena Vintunna SSS. So that basically translates to, Veerabhadraya, I am listening to your Veena. SSS is Sri Sathya Sai. So Swami, confirms that music, or any sadhana for that matter, but certainly music, and because we're going to be partial to music today. So, and music is certainly, a vehicle that, it reaches Bhagawan very, very, very easily. And that's why the word in many languages, in Indian languages and Sanskrit, tan mayaptvam. So The forgetting yourself basically wipes out the boundary between you and God. So you just become witness to the music when you truly immerse yourself. So the other word really, that I was thinking of when Srikanth talked about devotion was immersion. But I also remember one other incident. I think this was narrated by Brother Mayur Pandya in our center a few years ago, and where Swami asked, I guess Swami asked Mayur, he asked him, "Hey Mayur, do you love Swami?" Then Mayur said, I believe, I'm quoting Mayur. I hope I'm correct on this one, and Mayur said, "Yes, Swami, a lot." Then Swami said, that's not true, because he said if you truly love, you won't even notice it. That again is back to the story of immersion. This whole bhajans, the satsangas, the purpose really is to immerse ourselves fully into the sweetness of uh, I want to say repeating, but it's really not repeating. It is actually experiencing Swami in your heart. So this is something that I've always carried, in my life. When I went to Puttaparthi in '82, I was a 14-year-old boy, and wonderfully, in my life, my parents being devotees at early stage, I didn't have to question, Swami's divinity or Swami's omnipresence. And so my father asked me, he said, "Hey, there used to be a Mrs. Vijaya who used to play Veena, and nowadays she's not playing. Why don't you ask Swami so you can actually play, in Swami's physical presence?" And Bhagawan is amazing as a amazing incarnation, because you couldn't comprehend him, but whatever you treated him as, he responded to you in that way. And for most of us, he was a friend. For me, it's a friend, mentor, God, everything, but certainly a friend who you're not afraid to reach out to and take, Swami's help as needed. So in my case, Veena became my primary, practice uh, to pursue Swami, to do the sadhana that Swami, asked us to, continue. So in this case, I also want to narrate, one or two small incidents to show how Swami is a perfection as a holistic measure. So the first time I played Veena in Swami's physical presence, Swami came, sat on the footstool that was in the mandir, and in those days there was nobody else allowed in the bhajan hall until 15 minutes before the bhajan. So Swami sat there, and I was sitting in front of Swami, and I was playing, and for me, I was filled with Swami physical presence. And Swami, when he looks at you, you are the only thing that exists for him. That's how Swami looks. His eyes, it's such a wonderful look that he gives you, and he's looking at me with enormous love. And once I played, Swami said, "So where did you learn Veena?" So I said, "Swami, from my father." He said, "That's why you're not playing well, because when you learn from your parents, they don't enforce the discipline that is needed as a guru and sishya would do." See, Swami is teaching the importance of the discipline, importance of learning properly, importance of practice. And in my playing, there are so many pointers Swami gave me, both in terms of physical playing, some of which I still haven't corrected fully, and in also in terms of just playing the bhajan. So I will actually play a few bhajans that Swami asked me to play, and also some bhajans that I had the privilege of playing in his divine presence. Then we'll have Brother S. Kumar talk about some of his experiences after that. early, I think these are some old bhajans, many of you are familiar, but we still sing some of them. So one of the first bhajans I played was the Ananda Sagara Murali. This is actually the first day I played this. Then Swami asked me to play Kashayam. This is a bhajan that Swami asked me many times actually. So this is the Nirupama Gunasadhana. But Swami used to refer this as a Kashayambara. Still giving you a little hint of how to connect to Swami with the bhajans too. So I'll play that also a little bit. This is another bhajan that I had the opportunity to play. And one more bhajan from again this is 70s and 80s. I still enjoy a lot. It's Yenanda So one thing that I wanted to close with is with Bhagawan. When my father stayed about 500 kilometers, that little photograph that we see, in our puja rooms, was truly Swami physically actually being present there. In our homes, Swami actually did Aksharabhyasam to my brothers. Swami did, Swami wrote letters. Swami was part of, rituals. When my father did, the Bhagavatam during Dasaras, we had footprints in our home. This Bhagavan is everywhere, and that is evident when you're far off, but when you're near, Swami reaffirms in the exact same way. But it was just so beautiful, that opportunity that Bhagavan gave to some of the all of us actually who ended up being around Swami, or even every devotee who has heard of Swami, just to know the stories of Swami. It's an amazing blessing that we can't even comprehend actually. So in our cases, I was extraordinarily blessed to have had the affirmation of Swami outside Puttaparthi, but also inside Puttaparthi, when his physical presence can sometimes throw you off, like Srikanth was talking about. Sometimes you attribute things to Swami based off our understanding, and Swami very lovingly, gently, he breaks those so that we can actually hold on to him for our own, our own progress actually. So this is enormous joy and blessing to talk about Swami, to listen to Swami, to sing, Swami's bhajans, to play Swami's bhajans. So I'm really grateful. I'll hand over the next segment to Brother S. Kumar, and then we'll continue talking after Kumar speaks for some time. Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram, offering my humble salutations at the Divine Lotus feet. I must thank Swami for bringing us together on this 95 hours of offering to Swami, which is ideally termed as one with Sai, which is one with Sai is nothing but unity in diversity, all over the world, in so many different ways. We are coming together, pouring whatever little we know to the lotus feet, so that it just reaches Bhagwan and ultimately to everybody. So I'm really thankful to the organizers to have thought about this opportunity of musical speaking and performing opportunity. So like Srikanth mentioned in the letter to Janaki Ramaya and the subsequent letter, Swami mentions about oneness. So the oneness has captured in today's topic. And let me move on to uh, bringing the moments of Bhagwan 95 years back when he was born. What exactly happened was described in this song, in a Tamil song sung by Malaysia Vasudevan at the lotus feet of Bhagwan. Swami used to enjoy this song so much, and I thought it's a great opportunity to begin with singing that little song. It's like a Namasmaran. You can close your eyes and listen if you want to follow, up to you. It's very beautifully composed in Tamil. It describes about the birth in an alap. I can request even Durjati to accompany me, because it's an alap, so it's a beautiful decoration of the gamaka, which can come from the veena. Tambur tane meeta, tambur tane meeta, which means the Tanpura started playing on its own. Tanbur tane meeta, mridangam tane muranga, வயிற்றுள் இருந்த போதே ஜாலங்கள் மாயங்கள் செய்தார். 1926 ஆண்டு நவம்பர் திங்கள் 23 நாள் ஈஸ்வரம் வாழ் எனும் புண்ணிய தாய் வயிற்றினின்று இறைவனாய் வந்து இவ்வுலகில் அவதரித்தார். இறைவனாய் வந்து இவ்வுலகில் அவதரித்தார். அவதரித்தார். நாராயணா சத்ய நாராயணா நாராயண சத்ய நாராயணா ஸ்ரீமன் நாராயணா நாராயணா சத்ய நாராயணா நாராயணா ஹரி ஓம் நாராயணா நாராயணா சத்ய நாராயணா பார்க்கும் இடத்திலெல்லாம் உன் உருவும் கேட்கும் ஒலியிலெல்லாம் உன் குரலே நாராயணா சத்ய நாராயணா நாராயணா சாய் நாராயணா நாராயணா சத்ய நாராயணா சத்தியத்தில் நீயோம் சிவந்தனிலே நீ ஸ்ரீ சத்தியத்தில் நீயோ சிவந்தனிலே நீ ஸ்ரீ உத்தரத்தில் நீ சத்யா பிருந்தாவனத்தில் நீ சாய் பிரசாந்தியில் நீரா இதயம் முழுவதும் இனிக்கின்ற நாமம் ஓம் சத்ய சாய்ராம் ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாய்ராம் ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாய்ராம் ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாய்ராம் ஹரி ஓம் ஸ்ரீ Sathya Saira. Hari Om Shri 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 Sathya Saira. Sathya Sairam, Sathya Sairam, Sathya Sairam, Sathya Sairam. Narayana, Satya Narayana. Sairam, however, we all have been musically brought up from our childhood. All of us are born in a musical family. Music has been the starting point. But Bhagwan always said, you take one step, I will take 10 steps towards you. What Bhagwan said, you start with what you know, I will give you what I have come to give you for. So, our life, we always think whenever we sing music, we will offer to Bhagwan. In our childhood ignorance, because we are growing up in a Sai family from our childhood, like what Srikanth mentioned, we do have our own little doubts when we grow up. So as a result, we do not we focus on singing, or whenever we sing, we pray to Swami, we are praying to that photo god, and that is how we end up doing all other things in our own way, where part-time devotion becomes the essence of our life as we grow up. But when we go to near Bhagwan, Bhagwan tells life is an education. You need to learn that as part of your education. As part of your education, the best thing which Bhagawan said is education is not just for living but for life. So which means Bhagawan expects us to do a lot more than just singing, chanting, or whatever little we know. We begin with them, but Bhagawan comes here. So I want to take you to a side of Swami where Bhagawan enforces discipline in all the angles possible. If you learn music, that's good for you, but you have to learn all other things in life. So, when I was performing badly in my education, when I joined Swami's college, I was the only student to get a B grade in the whole batch of masters. Everyone else got an A grade or an O grade, which is the topmost grade. And Bhagwan came to give Padanamaskar when he announces the results. And he tells, Kumar, you stay away. You are the only one who has got a B grade. Rest all stand here and take Padanamaskar. That's the time you realize, oh, it is just not enough. We keep on singing in bhajans for Swami. Swami wants us to be something more. So you work hard on your grades. You have come here for education. You better work hard for what you have come for, because you are answerable to your parents. So study well. So I was able to get a O grade when Swami came and announced the O grade and gave me a Padanamaskar much later, an year later. However, he was very strict about my learning skills as to how good I should study. Not only that, so when we went to Kodaikanal, Swami gave me the opportunity to serve food for the students because I was one of the senior most boys. And Swami was, Swami finished his dining session and then went back to the hall where he would start talking to the students. And then those who serve, just like in our home, our mom will serve food and then we finish eating and then mom sits and eat. Like that, we serve the food, and when Swami and other students go away, we sit down in the dining hall and start eating. And one of those moments where, the main attraction of serving food is versus sitting with Swami and eating is when students are sitting with Swami, all food will be served and all students have to eat whatever is being served. But when Swami physically goes away, it is our opportunity to eat more of what we like. So all of us being very young, we all loved fried foods, and that morning's breakfast was vada. So the vada was so interesting for everybody. So I will not take too much of pongal. I'll take one idli and I'll have all other vadas. That was my plan. So all other students who sat down with me also had a similar objective. I didn't realize until I took it and started eating. And then in the process of eating, we were enjoying and then we were not talking much. But suddenly near the door that separates the dining and the hall, we see the orange robe. I was totally afraid. Swami is coming in the middle of his talk. Why would he come into dining hall though he has started his talk? Swami will do what he wants. So Swami opens the door and comes in, and everybody stands to give respect to Swami and folded palms. And then everyone is looking at Swami. But what Swami is looking at everyone's plate. I had taken initially 3 vadas, and then when Swami looks at my plate, I have 8 vadas in my plate. How did this happen? Oh my God, did Swami materialize all these vadas? I'm just kidding. I was wondering, how could this happen? Swami looks at me, Dunna Pota, how many vadas will you eat? 8 vadas? You Dunna Pota, you eating too much? So Swami kept scolding me. And I saw the neighbor plates sitting there. Each one had only 1 vada in their plate. Quickly, everyone transferred their vadas into my plate and made me face the music in front of Swami. So, what did Swami teach out of this lesson? It is not just enough if we are just devoted to Swami. Please be alert to all the other things which are happening around you, and also try to control what we eat. So that is exactly the lesson. So I just wanted to let you know that Swami comes down very heavily in all non-musical aspects also. Music is one path. There's so many other things. So it was one of those incidents which I wanted to narrate, that Swami is just not about bhajan, bhajan, bhajan. Not bhojan, bhojan, bhojan. There are very few musical students who have been in Swami's music group. There are very few students who were able to work in the mandir, in Swami's mandir. Do you know why? I used to think, Swami, why can't you choose me? Like any other student. You need to be extremely alert to what is happening around. And that is the first qualification for Swami to pick you up to work inside his mandir. If you're lost in music, then you're not learning life, you're just learning music. So that is the lesson which Swami taught through that Vada experience. However, during his 60th birthday, there were so many songs which he had taught me, which I've sung in so many other talks. I'm just focusing on the birthday related programs. So where Swami selected me to sing a song for his birthday Jula. He said, you sing a Jula song. Swami said so basically one of the Telugu boys by name Prasad Rao, he wrote the lyrics for this Jula song, and then we will compose only one paragraph and then tune it, and Swami used to review. Imagine, his birthday is coming in November. Swami will start the whole process in the month of August. Imagine the kind of preparation Swami does for our performance. So then he kept listening to everything. So when it was composed and tuned, I requested Sonam brother to tune, and then he tuned this song. I've sung this in many other occasions. However, why this song is very important is because the పవళించు పర్తీష పట్టు పానుపు పైన ముదమార ముని జనుల మురిపించి సొలసేవు కలి జనులకు బాధ కడతేర్చి అలసేవు పవళించు పర్తీష. What does it mean? Oh Lord, you have been searching in this Kali Yuga for a great devotee. I think searching and searching and searching for a true devotee, maybe your eyes have become so tired. So please lie down on the beautiful bed of yours and have a great sleep. Joe, Joe, Joe. That is the song. So let me sing that song for you because this is a musical presentation too. I would request Durjati to play along. And this is a song which was composed in the rag Bhageshri because it is supposed to be in the evening. And one little experience here. Sonam, our brother, asked me what is the meaning, so I kept giving him the meaning. Prasad Rao wrote this beautiful song, and he said, "I think check whether it sounds good. Let us choose because Pavalinchu Partisha Pattu Panupu Mida Mudamara Muni Janula Muri Pinchi." It sounds very good because for Jula also you want the song to be a little slower because it just goes on. So here you go. It's so beautiful that even Durjati played for the 60th birthday music program, and the organizers have made us come together and enjoy that Jula right in front of me. Bhagawan sitting there in his golden silver robe on the 60th birthday and enjoying this beautiful song. Let me want to play again the Bhageshwari Alav. I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to give you the context. పవళించు పర్తీష పట్టు పానుపు పైన ముదమార ముని జనుల మురిపించి సొలసేయు పవళించు పర్తీష పట్టు పానుపు పైన ముదమార ముని జనుల మురిపించి సొలసేవు కలి జనులకు బాధ కడతేర్చి అలసేవు పవళించు పర్తీష. పవళిల్ల పతితులకు ఆనందమునొసగి మనుజాతి హృదయాల తిమిరాలు సవరించి మోడైన మదిలోన విరిజల్లు కురిపించి అలసిపోయేవేమో నిదురించు వేళ పవళించు పర్తీశా జో 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 సానిద మదని సనిద మగరి గసనిదని గని గరి స నిని సదని మద గమ రిగ సరి ని సదని సమగ మదని ద మగ నిద సనిద మగరి సని సానిద ప సా జో 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 Can I request Durjati to play some jhala at the end of this on this raga, if possible?
Shruti is not set.
Okay. In any case, I just wanted to wind up with this point. In this composition, when we composed only one paragraph and went back to Swami, it's like a reporting on that day's progress. We went back and gave the lyrics to Swami. Swami asked what raga. We said Bhageshri Swami. Then what talam? Jampak talam. Then immediately Swami started singing exactly Pavalinchu Partisha. And me and Sonam were looking at each. We were both alone when we composed in the school auditorium altar. And then I get goosebumps when Swami starts singing in the interview room. Exactly the same thing. And I was like, this was the moment that Swami is the real composer behind everything that happens, which allows me to conclude by saying, what is that I have learned from Bhagawan in various contexts? It could be making me speak by giving me a timetable saying on Tuesday evening you are going to speak. Why? I just sing, Swami. I don't know how to speak. So Swami said, no, you're speaking. So Bhagawan is training you. You go with one thing. He gives you the 10 things he has come to give you. And then what is that I learned? Swami said, if you are simple in your approach, if you're simplicity in anything you do, you will automatically rise to what I expect you to do. And what is that you need to do? You be simple, be a kind of the instrument in his hands, and then go with an attitude. Swami, you mold me. The attitude with a positive thinking. Swami, you mold me with a simplicity, with an attitude of with a faith that I know, Swami, whatever you are doing with me is for my good and my own improvement to come towards you. The I, the implicit faith. The S, simplicity, leading with an attitude of positivity and openness. And then with implicit faith, if we offer anything, automatically it becomes one with Sai. And that is what I wanted to share. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And right now, I would request Srikanth to take over from here.
Thank you, Kumar sir. So the next segment, we will maybe take the opportunity to quiz ourselves a little bit more so that we can learn from each other. So the format we'll take is I will ask a few questions, and then Durjati and Kumar sir will also ask questions back to each other. So that way it'll give us an opportunity to recollect some of the times we spent in Swami's presence, and at the same time take away the learnings, which I always truly believe is for everybody. I think the experiencer may be different, but the experience is for everybody. So maybe I'll start with the brother Durjati. Um, Obviously, I've had the opportunity to know you, see you play, music for Swami, and of course, continue to engage here in this country as well through different programs. Um, can you speak to, the connection to music, I think, came pretty early for you by virtue of your family being into music. I know your father and your siblings, everybody is into music. Um, can you talk to when music became from pure performance to, because you've done plenty of performances as well as part of different music groups and things like that. Can you make out the difference between, I think you talked about immersion as well, when performance and prayer is where I think you immerse yourself entirely in Swami's, the performer is no longer present. Did you see a drastic transformation, how your music took that form? Can you speak to that?
Sure, Srikanth. This is still work in progress, so I'll.
Durjati, if you can keep the mic flipped.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Is this any better, Srikanth?
Yeah, much better. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So one thing, as I was talking about how Swami gave me a chance to play Veena. Initially, it was wonderful because when the focus was only on Swami, there were no microphones, there were no people around, so it was just focused on only Swami. And as years progressed, then we started playing with musicians that came, and people out of generosity made good encouraging comments. And very soon I realized that music actually was behind the scene. For me, it was more of a recognition. That's what I was getting recognized, uh, and kept me like very important among people that are there. So it was really boosting my ego more than connection with Swami for quite some time actually. Uh, Little did I realize that at the time, I say that, but I also must correct this. Many of these experiences, which apparently looks like, well, I was not thinking straight, were actually very important in making sure that you know what is the path and what is not the path also. So some of these missteps are important. So in that context, it was important that I went through this experience too. So I remember this incident. I narrated this in the past also once or twice, but I'll narrate this. This is a very, important, lesson for me. One time when I was with the, visiting artists who were, singing, and I was playing Veena as part of their orchestra, we started getting, this is after all in the end, it is skill. So it can be acquired by practice. So we're acquiring the skill, so we're able to quickly follow the music pieces that they give you, and then play on stage with very little practice. And so one time, Sushila Garu, who was there, she told Swami, "Your Veena boy is good. She's very good." Because she was obviously with a lot of affection and love that she made the comment. Then Swami came, looked at me, and he said, "Hey, listen to what they're asking you to play." And then he didn't really, pat on my back. He didn't encourage me at all. And I thought it was a little ironic because I thought, Swami, they are praising and you are not recognizing, there's good words here, Then the next day, when I was in the mandir, I was sitting behind the bhajan, group, and Swami came. Swami stood there, and Swami is not talking to me or any particular person either. He just stood there. He put his hands on the back, then he was slowly swinging, and he said, "You see, son, when you have sun in its all brilliance, and if somebody comes and stands in front of that, it appears for people who are seeing him from other side that this brilliance is this person's. But the moment sun goes away, there is nothing there." And this is one of the most impactful, interactions that I have had in Puttaparthi, because it was really meant for me to recognize that you cannot lose the purpose of music. This recognition with people, it'll come and go, it makes no difference. Music is really meant for only for really, accessing Bhagavan. And after that, really, I started playing veena alone in the room. And sometimes, when boys go for bhajan, I stayed back just so that I could get the joy and the bliss of playing veena for Swami's photograph without anybody else listening. So I used to light up a little candle in front of Swami and just play to my heart's content. I used to get up out of those sessions just one on one with Swami's photograph and myself. I used to get up with uh, with enormous tears flowing out of my eyes, out of joy, really. So this is something that Bhagavan, you know, uh, guided meticulously for uh, to me and through me, for all of us to recognize that you cannot lose the connection, you cannot lose the purpose of music, and the only purpose of music is devotion, really, in this case. And devotion is really forgetting yourself and letting the bliss of Bhagavan, immerse you fully. That's what was my experience, Srikanth.
Oh, thank you for sharing that so beautifully. Particularly, once if it is experienced, I think it is very easy to sort of relive that for yourself over and over and over again. So it's beautiful.
Right.
On Kumar, sir, you want to share something?
Yeah, I have a question too for Durjati. Um, Durjati, is there any special guidance Swami gave you for Veena playing, which goes a long way in your own life, which you recall every time you play Veena? Is there any lesson which you think you can share with every one of us?
See, one thing, Swami, I mean, there see the benefit of not learning instrument properly and being at Swami's presence was I had too many issues with my veena playing, and so every time Swami came, he tried to correct few things. In my case. Because I used to play without microphones. Now this is an excuse, but it's not all right. Because I used to play without microphones, I used to hit the strings really loud, and it used to be harsh actually, and it still is harsh. And now I do a lot of sound manipulation here so that I could actually reduce this. And this is something that I worked all my life, try to strike that balance where it your emotion is not constrained, because you are having to limit how you play, but at the same time it also has to sound good. See, this part of veena playing is something that Swami talked few times to me. One is around how, I mean, a lot of small little uh, what say issues with my playing. Whether the way I played the talam strings, they overpowered what I was playing sometimes, and sometimes the harsh playing was not right. Sometimes the shruti, the gamakas were not right. So in each of them, Swami actually sang and made me repeat what he played. In fact, one time Swami actually, you know, Swami gave me a sitar one time. He called me inside the interview room. He said, "Come in," and then it was just Swami and myself in the interview room. And Swami got a sitar brought in. And Swami sang Raravenu Gopabala, that.
Hmm.
And then he made me play on the sitar. The fact is, Bhagavan wanted us, all of us, in each of the things that we pursued, to achieve as much perfection as we could, not in reference to somebody else, but within your own abilities. Try to incrementally improve so that you are always constantly improving. And he never neglected the fact that when you played veena, somebody else is also listening. So it ought to sound good for them. It's just not your own, and Baba's connection, which you can do in the privacy of your room, your homes. But when you're singing in public or when you're playing in public, Kumar Gar, I know, in fact, Swami commented on my singing actually. I used to follow, not lead bhajans. But even when I was following, because of the facial expressions that I had, I guess they're unique. Swami came and imitated them, and then Swami said, when this guy sings, he's shaking his head, his mouth goes one way, his nose goes another way, and there is in fact, you can learn from Swami's physical presence itself. When he came out, he looked perfect. He looked just precise with everything about him, whether his robe, whether his hair, everything was just perfect. I think that was a model that he was teaching all of us in everything that we did, in every little thing that we did. Achieve perfection and don't stop pursuing it. The moment you feel contented because somebody complimented you, your pursuit stops. And so Swami never, wanted you to go down that, and all the while remembering the objective that it is for Bhagawan that we're all pursuing this music. Sorry, it was a long answer, but I had way too many memories flashed by.
I think, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So immediately after this, I would like to. I have some questions for Srikanth. So
Go ahead. No, I actually wanted to recalibrate what Durjati said nicely. So he said, never stop trying to pursue perfection. Even if it's not a goal. Not a goal that can be achieved. At least we can continue to strive to achieve that perfection. So maybe Kumar sir, you want to go first, or I thought I can go first.
I'll go with the questions first. Srikanth, we know you're not just a singer or a dramatist. You have done in college days so many things. You're good in games, sports, and so in so many other things, in quiz and everything. So, is there any incident that Swami played a role in your life which is non-musical?
Hmm. No, it's a very maybe I'll start with this. I think for me particularly, going to Puttaparthi, as I think you are all aware, it is all about integral education. Integral education is from the spiritual context as well. It's not just the worldly education; it's also the spiritual education for the head. But at the same time, I think something which always motivated me was anything you do in Puttaparthi, it's easy because Swami is the object you're trying to please. So whether it's trying to do well in academics or trying to do well in sports or learn Veda or any of the other things you mentioned, or being part of the music group, which again is such a blessed opportunity. And in every case, I think we wanted Swami to nod and Swami to pat and Swami to bless, and that's all was the motivation. And maybe I'll say one non-musical experience, but at the same time, it is connected with music in some form. So,
Sure.
so I was very addicted to sports. I think you were there when I was in high school, and I was a lot into different types of athletic events as well as basketball, and I love to play sport. And during the sports meet time, particularly, what happens is all these different events go on, and what had happened was I had started singing bhajans in the mandir as well at that time. And as you know, we all have designated spots, sitting in front of Swami. So for many days, I had not actually come for bhajan sessions at all. And actually for like 10, 12 days or so, I was completely missing in action for bhajans. And obviously Swami, even at a very physical level, notices where people sit, and it's very, very clear. If somebody is not present, he knows right away. And this particular time, it was Shankranti Day, and I had, was lucky to win the university championship, individual championship. So wow. I was very proud of that achievement, because in the end, Swami would, give the cup to you as well. So Shankranti Day evening was, the prize distribution function, and I was looking forward to getting that cup from Swami. And but in the morning, luckily, we had the music program, and because it was Shankranti Day, and I luckily got a chance to sing a song that day. And in the morning, I sang the song. And after I finished after we all finished the music program, Swami gave Pad Namaskar to the entire group. And once we took Pad Namaskar, when I took Pad Namaskar, Swami looked at me and said, the song was good, but where have you been last 10 days, he said. So what this taught me was basically, I mean, I think Swami didn't say it in those words, but what was very clear to me was even being provided an opportunity to lead bhajans in Prashant Nilayam is just not an opportunity for yourself. I think it's a responsibility which Swami has given you. And it is important that we sort of fulfill that in whatever best form we can do. Like Durjati said, it's not just comparative. It's that making sure what is given to you, do it to your best ability. So I realized quickly then, that's a lesson I continue to carry in life today, where everything has a place and time. And, it is important to balance different things we do. It's very critical. I mean, obviously in spirituality, they say you pick a path and, go all the way, which is great. But at the same time, in worldly parlance, when you have to execute on different actions, you go to work, we take care of the children. Maybe there are days we have to make food at home, supporting your spouse, plenty of different things we need to do at home. And like you said, Kumar said, I think you can get stuck in one path and, forget everything else, when particularly, the ecosystem at home depends on everybody working together. So it's sort of so important that we balance whatever we do. So that was a very important lesson I learned.
Extremely nice. Thank you.
So Kumar Garu, let me ask another
Yeah.
question to Srikanth. Uh, so Srikanth, you've been quite active in the, Swami's organization also after you have come here into this country. Is there any interaction that you can relate the interest and also the way you chose this as a path of your sadhana, that you can relate, I mean, interaction with Swami, I mean, while you were at Puttaparthi? And also the second part is, how does it actually help you being part of the organizational, you know, being part of the organization? How does it help you in your individual sadhana also? So, any comments?
Let me try and see how much of that I can put together in a. So growing up, I was always part of the Sai Center. I mean, the Sai Center ran out at our own home. I was part of the Balvikas classes, which ran at our own home. So there was no escape that way as well. So right from the start, I was always part of this kind of an organized structure. And of course, later on, even from Swami's words, I mean, Swami's mouth, we have heard where he is, coming to Swami itself is such a great blessing. I think we've heard this over and over again. It'll be cliche if I say it, but just for the heck of it, there are so many people who live around the world, and the very few have gotten to know about Swami when he was physically present in his form. And we had the opportunity we were lucky to even in that, to have the opportunity to go to Puttaparthi, be in his physical presence on a daily basis, which is again another big blessing. But above everything, I think Swami has also said, working as part of his mission is, a very, very blessed opportunity for ourselves. So at the highest level, I feel it is a huge opportunity for me to be part of this organization where we actually get more than actually we really give. They like you said, in terms of personal sadhana and things of that sort, bhajans are something we enjoy, study circles are something we enjoy, service activities are something we enjoy. And in every case, actually, where we think we are giving, actually, we are more getting. And that is something I've observed. And, the other big piece is being in Swami's presence. I think we've also learned that, this is a quote which Swami used to say, and I cherish it a lot, because Swami, somebody asked Swami the question, right? Like, when we come here to Swami, to Puttaparthi, we are in your presence, we enjoy this experience so much, then we don't want to go away from here. When we go back, we feel we are part of the world again, and, we are stuck with all the daily problems and daily mundane activities. So Swami alluded to this in the form saying that, even whatever you get here, take it back with you, but make sure you are in the company of the good. You are in the company of people who cherish and value the same thing. It is exactly it's a scientific principle where Swami gives the example of a pot of water where, if you just put it under the sun, it's just going to evaporate. So if you think about it, if you go to Puttaparthi, fill your pot of water, come back here, put it in the sun, it's just going to evaporate over a period of time. But Swami suggested, why don't you put it in a bigger pot of water? It's a collection of so many people's experiences, so many people's um, thoughts and wisdom, which is what our Sai centers are. And the moment you place yourself in that, the smaller pot into the bigger pot, the rate of evaporation because of water surrounding this smaller pot, it goes down. So in terms of keeping yourself in the thought of Swami, keeping yourself in the company of the good, will keep you closer to him. So those are the things I think stand uppermost in my mind. And also maybe one small thing, I haven't shared this before. I think when we had our alumni meet, a few years ago, I think I want to say it was 2008, 2009 timeframe when we were in Swami's presence in Purnachandra Hall. I think some of brothers pushed me and told Swami, oh, he's operating in an officer role and things like that. And the smile which I saw on Swami's face actually motivated me even more, because Swami was truly happy in the sense that, I think his joy was more from the perspective of what you learned, at least you can share it with others. I think that's the thought. So
That's very nice. Very nice, Srikanth.
Srikanth, it was very nice. I'm sorry to interrupt you, and you hardly sang anything, so I would request you to sing Tvameva Matacha, which is the ending of Cheppinatlu Chestara drama. You, as a 13-year-old, you sang that. You sing that first, and then tell us what happened at the end of it.
sure, sir. Let me try here. Maybe I'll sing a few lines. My app is taking a little bit of time. I just was thinking I should give myself Shruti here. Maybe as we are thinking about it, I think it's the Tvameva Matacha Pita Tvameva, which most of us know. I think the context of the play was essentially, I think Kumar sir, you played the role of my mother in that play. And at the end, basically the boy, a play which Swami has written himself, it says, my father, mother, and my teacher who are closest to me themselves do not practice what they say. God, you are my only refuge. And in that context is when this Tvameva Matacha is sung. So let me try here. Tvameva Matacha Pita Tvameva Tvameva Bandhuscha Sakha Tvameva Tvameva Vidya Dravinam Tvameva Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva Tvameva Sarvam Mama Deva Deva Shri Sai Deva. Yeah, sorry, that's a very quick one there.
So what happened?
Go ahead, sir.
At the end of which, what happened?
No, it was the culmination of the play. I think Swami was super happy. I think he had been part of all the practices. I think I was sharing another day with a group of devotees. I was mentioning these plays and all the music programs, I think, which was mentioned too earlier on. These are all opportunities to be close to Swami. In the end, actually, the performance itself does not matter. It's the journey which matters. Because on a daily basis, like Durjati mentioned, we are getting to be in his presence, or as Kumar sir mentioned, we sit with him, go through the practice, go through the songs, so Swami was, even on the last day, he had watched the play like 40, 50 times. And at the end of it, when he watched it, he watches it like as if he's watching like the first time. And I think that is the most beautiful thing about Swami. I think he lives in the moment. The past does not matter. The future does not matter. If we have to really embody, my life is my message, that is something which he exemplified to the moment. Of course, at the end, Swami was super happy. He came and materialized a chain and everything. But the point was, I think, I felt happy that as a group, we were able to make Swami happy together.
Srikanth, you may not remember because you were just very young, 13 years old, but if you remember, you can confirm it. Swami kept telling you during the practice, uh, Tvameva sarvam mama deva deva. Then the last one is Shri Sai Deva. So you actually, Swami told you, you should continue to be in the drama only. Don't do anything else. So Swami kept telling it, show your hands only to that altar which is sitting in the stage. But somehow we all told Swami, you have to show finally the hands to Swami who is sitting in the front. And Swami was, that is our brownie point, We don't want to miss that. And then Swami was extremely thrilled. And sure, see, he was showing to all the devotees because I was just passive at that role. So I was watching as to how Swami was excited that you showed the hands finally looking at Swami. And it was such a beautiful, magnetic, electrifying moment. I think thankful for singing that alap.
Thank you, sir. So maybe now it's your turn for questions. All right. My first one to you is, obviously you came from a very traditional Carnatic background, and very inspirational, obviously, from also your bhajan singing over the years. Many of us have learned, observed you, and plenty. So I wanted to ask you how you transitioned your journey from being such a technical Carnatic, a traditional Carnatic music singer, to bhajan singing. What are the things you really keep in mind? And how did you learn that journey? Or
thank you for asking this question. In my 11th grade, I was performing for the first time an arangetram or stage performance where you do a kacheri. And in Neyveli, we are used to the beautiful part of the Neyveli is we had the classical training as well as going for bhajans from my childhood. So it was like part of the whole thing. It is not two different things. But when you start performing and where people start recognizing, saying, oh, you have a nice voice, you can perform in kacheris from now on. But we know as a 11th grader, whatever we performed is just a pre-arranged, kind of a performance. But if you have to really perform on a long term for musical career, we know at that point in time that we have to work really hard. So my brother asked me, do you want to take music as your career? Or, so then I realized that if you have to work for music as a career, it's a lot of things. And my father was retiring. So I said, why take music as career? And then let's kind of learn whatever we can and perform. And then when I came to Chennai for my higher studies, Bhagawan gave me the opportunity to be part of Sundaram, where the most beautiful Bhagawan is standing in front of you and you sing. You just, at that prime time when I was about to go off either into classical training from learning from Maharajpuram Santanam or to Sundaram. Sundaram needs a lot of time. Sundaram, if you want to be part of Sundaram, it's a full-time responsibility. So between the two things, you have seen Swami from the moment you saw the beauty, the magnificence, the joy and everything, you get stuck with this. This is what I want to be. And the greater thing is when you do something and if you're happy and everyone around you happy, your family is happy, and you can still study, in Swami's college at some point in time. I think, that kicked off all the energy in me. I used all my knowledge of swaras and alaps and everything into an opportunity to really do my best. And Bhagawan took over from there and he gave me lots of opportunities. I think, he mentioned about P. Sushila, right? Even Sushilama did not get opportunity to sing for Bhagawan every day. We all got the opportunity to sing for him and him correcting every way. Like, when I sang Kalyana Krishna Kamani, when I was singing, there was a point in time when Swami replaced all the words with, Radha Krishna and all. He changed. So he said, you cannot use any Radha Krishna or Parvati Shiva or whatever, So instead, Govardhana Giridhari Murari Gopi Man. I was about to sing, and then you know what? My mind is drawing a blank. Swami, your find and replace is not working in my mind. What is that I'm going to sing? Govardhana Giridhari Murari. And I don't want to sing Gopi Manasanchari. Swami said Brindavana Sanchari from his seat. The God comes down to give us the words which we have to sing on that last minute when I'm flopping in terms of thinking as to. So I think Bhagawan has gotten into our system so much that there's nothing greater joy in this world I can ever look for, and I'm thankful for him for that.
Thank you.
Kumar, it's my turn to ask you a question.
Yeah, sure.
So just building up on this, the question that Srikanth asked, I know Swami has personally given you a lot of instructions in the plays that myself have seen, and also in music. But he also used to sing classical too. Swami is in Swami's presence, he sang some classical songs also in the past. So, any instructions that Swami gave, whether it is on the technical front or on the sadhana front, in terms of music, that you can recollect and narrate?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking this question. Yeah, so though Srikanth, coming back to your question, to Durjati's question, it's all caught in the same web. I would call. Though I started singing, bhajans a lot, and I came to Swami's lotus feet and singing bhajans. So what ends up happening is this classical ego is like a snake. It starts sitting inside you and saying, hey, you've learned classical. All other students have not learned classical. You've learned classical. Other students. So I can do much better. That like, you mentioned about the ego, right, Durjati? That it's like a snake which keeps sitting inside you and starts taking its head out so many times. So, whenever Swami came to hostel, after that I sang Naghumo Ganaleni Naja Ali Telisi Naghumo. We are so much lost in the Sangati. So we are lost in the beautification of the classical, where Bhagawan comes very strongly. And he said, and also I sang Ramananu Brovara, Ramananu Brovara, Ramananu Brovara. Swami said, why are you making Rama's name so horrible? And your face is intolerable to watch. And then Swami taught me one day, sat down in a hall and said, I want to teach you how to sing Ramananu Brovara. Ramananu Brovara, Ramananu. Do not spoil the word Rama. Ramananu. Ramananu. So instead of that, that is where we have listened to M.S. Subbalakshmi singing any of the kirtans. She's awesome in keeping the integrity of the word and the name, and yet give the classical the beauty to the whole thing. So that is why they're all great singers. Ramananu bro. Swami, how did he sing? Ramananu bro. It is not about singing slow. It is about the moment you sing Rama, automatically your heart should melt. That is what Bhagawan is expecting. And when your heart melts, everybody's heart will melt. Ramananu Brovara Premato up. Everybody should be able to hear the words. The words should be on top. The music should be underlying, not music taking over the words. So these are the things which is invaluable lessons for my life. So that gave me that the proper way to understand any song is to grasp the words and give its due power, and underlying only is music. So I don't want to sing the whole song, but pray. So Swami, I can hear when I'm singing, I can hear Swami singing this particular kirtan where ప్రేమతో లోకాభిరామానన్ను బ్రోవరా ప్రేమ చీమలో బ్రహ్మలో. You have to question. So it should sound like the meaning is communicated. People even who do not understand the meaning, oh, some questioning is going. Chimalo, Brahmalo, Shiva Keshava Dulalo. So you're hidden in everything, and that has to communicate the meaning. Classical is made divine to communicate the meaning which those saints have composed, and not, and the raga is a variety. Please capture the variety. So those are all the things which Bhagawan taught me, and to really narrate the point. So that is why whenever I sang, that snake inside me kept coming out, and then I sing, I sang Shiva 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 Yana Radha. I used to think, Swami, I've learned classical, so please tell me that I'm really singing great. I used to expect Swami to tell, you sang so great because you learned classical. Why should Swami tell all that? And at the end of it, he'll always say that, I could not even look at your face. So when you expectation is a disease. He will give you a treatment which is totally unconnected to what you expect. And that works with Bhagawan. So that is a kind of learning which led me to sing Kanna என்றழைத்தேன் ராமா என்றழைத்தேன் எந்த பெயர் சொல்லி அழைத்தாலும் என் கண் முன்னே சாய் முகம் மட்டும் தெரியுதே. When I sang this song, Swami called Sushilama, Janakimma, and everybody and said, Ma, na student enta ba paadadu chudu. He sang so well. I did not even expect, because this song is the simplest of all songs I can sing. That is what I thought. But Swami liked the meaning and the communication, the words, and the simplicity and attitude where, Swami, I'm just offering to you with a faith that Swami takes care of everything. Actually gives you all the rewards which you never planned in your life.
Very nice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for sharing that. So what I'll do now, sir, is I'll play the recorded version of Humko Tumse, which we recorded earlier, and then we'll close the session.
हमको तुमसे प्यार कितना,
हमको तुमसे प्यार कितना,
साई तुम ही जानते,
साई तुम ही जानते,
दिलों की धड़कन तुम हो साई,
दिलों की धड़कन तुम हो साई,
तुम हमारे प्राण हो,
तुम हमारे प्राण हो,
हमको तुमसे प्यार है,
हमको तुमसे प्यार है,
We love you, dearest Lord, we love you, we love you, dearest Lord, we love you.
నీవు లేని మా జీవనం నీరు లేని చేపవేదనం నీ సన్నిధే మాకు పెన్నిధి నీదు చూపే ప్రాణ సమానం నీకు మాకు ఒకే బంధము అదే ప్రేమ బంధము
ప్రేమ స్వరూపులారా, నా పిల్లల యొక్క పరిస్థితి నాకు తెలుసు, కానీ మరొకరు తెలియదు. నేనెప్పుడు మీ వెంటనే జంటనే ఇంటనే ఉంటుంటాను. మీరందరూ కూడా ఐకమత్యంతో పనిచేయండి. నా సీట్ ఇక్కడ కాదు. నా సీట్ మీ యొక్క హృదయమే. కనుకనే మీరు ఎక్కడ ఉంటే అక్కడ కూడా స్వామి ఉంటున్నాడు. ఏ కొరతలు మీకు జరగవు. ఏ విధమైనటువంటి అపజయాలు మీకు జరగవు. కానీ పరిపూర్ణమైన విశ్వాసంతో మీరు పనిలో ప్రారంభించండి. ఏ పని చేసినా కూడా ఇది భగవత్ కార్యంగా భావించండి. వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ మే డూ గుడ్ వర్క్, టేక్ ఇట్ as God's work.
दिलों की धड़कन तुम हो साई दिलों की धड़कन तुम हो साई तुम हमारे प्राण हो तुम हमारे प्राण हो हमको तुमसे प्यार है हमको तुमसे प्यार है We love you dearest Lord We love you We love you dearest Lord We love you We love you dearest Lord We love you. We love you, dearest Lord. Dearest Son, we love you. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, what a blissful 2 hours it has been, filled with spiritual messages coming directly from people who had studied in Swami school, interspersed with mellifluous music. First of all, I sincerely thank our dear Swami for giving me this opportunity to be the MC for this wonderful event. Talking about Srikanth, I'm very happy that S. Kumar told him to sing, because how can I leave Srikanth without singing a bhajan? His speech was pure pearls of wisdom, the notable being the good and bad existing separately during Treta Yuga, and the good and bad existing together in the Kali Yuga. And then he brought out a beautiful example of washing vessels. The flowing pure water washes and then clears the muck, and then the vessel takes the new water. And likewise, looking at our situation with COVID, see, our desires have become needs. Now we do shopping only to take care of our basic needs, and then we have become close with so many satsang going on, even albeit in remote locations, and then we are all together. And then slowly Swami is drawing us inwards. It was beautifully spoken by Srikanth in his introductory messages during this program. And then talking of Durjati, we really enjoyed the way Swami sent his visiting card to your father by means of a small wording in the paper containing the Vibhuti package. And then you talked about perfection, and then you played Ananda Sagara, Nirupama Guna Sadhana so beautifully. It was sheer perfection. Thank you, Mr. Durjati. Coming to our own S. Kumar, You start off beautifully with the Narayana, Satya Narayana. Great song to reflect on Swami's advent. You have a unique and sonorous voice, and then our association dates back to 1980s when we formed into small groups to practice bhajans, and then I was very happy to be trained by S. Kumar, and then the one bhajan which reflects on my mind even now is Bhajo Radhe Govinda Bhajo Shyama Gopal. It was wonderful, and then how can we ever forget your bhajan Kalyana Krishna which you sang, na? Dehi Sharanam Giridhara Govinda Gopala Bhavanasha. Those are all wonderful songs for us to take training from. Thank you, yes, Kumar. Um, I would be remiss if I failed to acknowledge the efforts put in by our dear Krishna Prabhu in coining this whole program, bringing people from across the globe together. Swami planted the idea and the thought, and he accepted it with firm faith and courage. He was undaunted by this COVID situation. He continued to pursue the huge project with a group of sincere volunteers who are putting hours and hours of hard work, hardly ever sleeping during these 4 days. I'm sure this program will be a template for future big Sai events to come. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Sairam. Our next program is a humble offering by Sejal and Sneha Rajagopalan, accompanied by Murali uncle on the tabla and Nikhil on the mridangam. Sejal is a sophomore at the Rutgers Business School Honors Program. Sneha is also a sophomore at Edison High School's STEM Academy, and Nikhil is a sophomore at the University of Waterloo. Murali uncle has been blessed with the opportunity of playing in the divine presence of Swami on a couple of occasions. Now, on the occasion of the 95th birthday of our beloved Swami, they seek the blessings of our Lord by offering this small bouquet at his lotus feet. Sairam.
Gajanana, 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 Prathama Pujana Ganaraya, Prathama Pujana Ganaraya, Prathama Pratana, Shri Ganaraya, Prathama Pratana, Shri Ganaraya, Lambodara Ganaraya, Lambodara Ganaraya, Gajanana, Gajanana, Prathama Pujana Ganaraya, Prathama Pratana, Shri Ganaraya, Shri Ganaraya, Jaya Ganaraya, Prathama Pratana, Shri Ganaraya, Lambodara Ganaraya, Lambodara Ganaraya, Gajanana, Gajanana. Saram, our first song is a tribute to Mother Ishwarama, the chosen one, who has experienced the bliss of mothering the master of all creation, our beloved Swami, who has repeatedly emphasized how grand and glorious is the stature of a mother. The Lord's ultimate grace is showered upon the one who serves his parents, and such a person is equated to Brahma. Bhakti Bhakt Bhagavant Guru Chatushanam Papui Inki Pad Vandana Ki Netak Digna दिया है प्यार हो गए हम तो रीली साई इतना दिया है प्यार ईश्वर अम्मा तेरा साए युग युग का अवतार युग युग का अवतार जन्म दिया तूने साई को हम पे किया उपकार Our next offering is a Sai Panchratna Kriti. As the name indicates, there are 5 compositions, each one set to a different ragam and focusing on a different theme. We will now be offering the first Kriti titled Pranamami Saisha in the ragam Gambira Nate set to Aditalam. This song expresses adoration to the Lord for graciously taking birth in human form to shower love and compassion and guide us on the path of righteousness. Recalling the blessing of divine motherhood conferred upon Mother Ishwarama of the Ratnakara family, the song celebrates the early days of Swami, who mixed pranks, music, and leelas with profound teachings, making the daily experience of early devotees like the dance of waves on the divine ocean of love. Oh, how fortunate and blessed those devotees were. Pranamami Saisha Pranamami Saisha Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Gana Charita Pranamami Saisha Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Gana Charita Pranamami Saisha Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Gana Charita Srishti Sthiti Karak Sugunakara Ratnakara Vamshabdi Sudakara Pranamami Saisha Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Gana Charita Srishti Sthiti Karak Sugunakara Ratnakara Vamshabdi Sudakara Pranamami Saisha Pranatati Hara Pranatati Hara Shiva Shakti Rupa Pranatati Hara Shiva Shakti Rupa Pranatati Hara Shiva Shakti Rupa Bharadvaja Gotrotvava Pranatati Hara Shiva Shakti Rupa Bharadvaja Gotrotvava Ni padamu soki bhuvidanyamaini karuna kilanu yavaru saati Ni padamu soki bhuvidanyamaini karuna kilanu yavaru saati Ni padamu soki bhuvidanyamaini karuna kilanu yavaru saati Pranamami Saisha Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Gana Charita Srishti Sthiti Karaka Sugunakara Ratnakara Vamshabdi Sudakara Pranamami Saisha
sa ga sa ga ma pa ni sa ni sa ga sa ni pa ni sa ni sa ma pa sa ni pa ma ni pa ma ga sa ga ma pranamami sa isha ne devyavataramu kalilo prema itihasamu tava charanam mama sharanam bhakti mukti pradayakam pranamami sa isha saga samaga sapamaga sa ni pa ma ga ma ni pa ma pa ni sa ga sa ni sa ga ma pa ni sa ga ga sa ni pa ga sa ni pa ni ma pa ma ga ma pranamami sa isha साधु मौनि जन प्रार्थन फलितम ईश्वरा वसुतनी जनन धर्मोधरणकु सारथ्यं विश्वमानवतकु भव्य भवितव्यं प्रणमामि सा ईशा पाम गम पस गम पस गम पाम गम पसानि सा पाम ग सानि पम गम ग सा ग स म ग पम नि पसानि पम गम प्रणमामि सा ईशा सूर्य चंद्र अग्नि नेत्र शोभित रूप जित भक्त हृदय पामर जनता पत्रय क्षय कर सूत्र त्रय बोधक प्रणमामि सा ईशा नी पम ग स नि प सा नि स ग म प नि म प सा नि स प म प सा नि स ग प नि स म प नि प सा नि प म ग स प स प प सा नि प म ग स ग म प्रणमामि सा ईशा చంద్రబింబమున సూర్యగోళమున వెలిగే తేజో రూపం మంతలోన ద్రిగోచరమయ్యే దృశవతార వైభవం ప్రణమామి సా ఈశా సాని పమ ప సాని పమ ప గమ పని పాని సగ సని సగ స మగ సని సగ సని పాని సని పాని పమ గమ ప మ పని పాని స ని సగ మ pani sa ga ma pa ma ga pa ma ga sa ga ma pani sa ni pa ma ga sa ga ma pranamami sa isha sangeeta sarvajna nigama paramya bhasya tava joni purani leela mahimalu vinodamulu chitra vichitramulu devyamu bhavyamu navyamu rasaramyamu ni padame परम पदमो प्रणमामि सा ईशा मा ग म प म प म ग म प ग प म ग स ग स ग ग स ग ग स नि स प म ग म प स ग म प नि प म ग म प स नि प प म ग म प नि नि स प प नि म म प ग ग म प म ग स ग म प न नि म प नि स ग स म ग स ग म प म ग स नि प नि स ग स नि प म ग म प नि स ग स नि स नि प नि प म ग म प्रणमामि सा ఈశా కోరిన ఫలములనెల్ల నొసగే చింత ధ్రుమం చలిమి కండ్ర ముచ్చట దీచే కల్పభూజం తలచినంటనే శ్రేష్ఠి జరుగు సత్య సంకల్పం ప్రేమ రూప సాయి కరతలమే కల్పకం ప్రణమామి సా ఈశా సా 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 సగని సమగ పసని పమని పమగమ గమ పస సగమని సమగమ సగని సగమ పని పమగమ ప మా పని పమ సని పని పమ ని సని సగమ పని సని పమ పసాని సని పని సని సగ సమగ స పమగ స ని సగమ సమగ ని సగ గమ పమగ సగ ని సగ సని పని సని పమని పమగ సగమ పని సమగ సని పని స గమ ని స గమ సని పమగ సగమ ప్రణమామి సా ఈశా క్షణమున దివ్యానుభూతుల పారవస్యం మరుక్షణమున సత్య ప్రేమ కర్షణ మానవ సహజ నైజం పసితనం పునరి పరమాత్మక నిరిగిన అలనాటి భక్తుల భాగ్యమే భాగ్యం ప్రణమామి సాయిషా సకల భువన శుభకర గణ చరిత సృష్టి స్థితి కారక సుగుణాకర రత్నాకర వంశాబ్ది సుధాకర ప్రణమామి సాయిషా சிந்தை நிறைந்ததும் மலர்பதமே மலர்பதமே மலர்பாதமே மலர்பாதமே பந்தம் விலக்கும் விந்தை பதமே சாயுன் பாதமே பாதமே சாயுன் பாதமே உன் பாதமே உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை அது தருகின்ற நிழலுக்கு ஏது இணை உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை அது தருகின்ற நிழலுக்கு ஏது இணை உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை அது தருகின்ற நிழலுக்கு ஏது இணை உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை உன் திருவுரு தன்னை உள்ளத்திலே பதித்து உன் நண்பர் மனம் எல்லாம் உருகிடுதே உன் திருவுரு தன்னை உள்ளத்திலே பதித்து உன் நண்பர் மனம் எல்லாம் உருகிடுதே கருணையா நீ செய்த லீலைகளை நினைந்து கண்களில் நீராராய் பெருகிடுதே உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை கருணையா நீ செய்த லீலைகளை நினைந்து கண்களில் நீராராய் பெருகிடுதே உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை அது தருகின்ற நிழலுக்கு ஏதகினை உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை. அன்பே கடவு என்றார், அனைத்துயிர் சேவையே உண்மையில் வழிபாடு என்றுரைத்தார். அன்பே கடவு என்றார், அனைத்துயிர் சேவையே உண்மையில் வழிபாடு என்றுரைத்தார். அன்பே கடவு என்றார், அனைத்துயிர் சேவையே உண்மையில் வழிபாடு என்றுரைத்தார். நீ சொன்ன வழிமுறையும் காட்டிய நெறிமுறையும், நீ சொன்ன வழிமுறையும் காட்டிய நெறிமுறையும் உள்ளத்தில் ஜோதியாய் ஒருந்திடுதே. அது நித்தமும் கடைபிடித்து நிர்மலமானதொரு உத்தம வாழ்வுக்கு வழி கண்டதே. உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை, அது தருகின்ற நிழலுக்கு ஏதகினை. உந்தன் திருப்பதமே என்றும் துணை, என்றும் துணை, என்றும் துணை. ನಿನ್ನ ದೈವ ಮಗು ಸಾಯಿ ಮನಸೇ, ಬೆಣ್ಣ ಪೂಸರಣ್ಣ ಅನಿಯಡಲ ಮನ ಉನ್ನತಿ ಕೋರಡಿ ಕಣ್ಣ ತಂಡ್ರಿರಣ್ಣ. ಸಾಯಿ ರಾಮ ಹೇ ಘನಶ್ಯಾಮ, ಸಾಯಿ ರಾಮ ಹೇ ಘನಶ್ಯಾಮ. ನಿನ್ನ ದೈವ ಮಗು ಸಾಯಿ ಮನಸೇ, ಬೆಣ್ಣ ಪೂಸರಣ್ಣ ಅನಿಯಡಲ ಮನ ಉನ್ನತಿ ಕೋರಡಿ ಕಣ್ಣ ತಂಡ್ರಿರಣ್ಣ. ಸಾಯಿ ರಾಮ ಹೇ ಘನಶ್ಯಾಮ, ಸಾಯಿ ರಾಮ ಹೇ ಘನಶ್ಯಾಮ. ಪದ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ ತೋರಾತಿನಿಣ ತಿಗಮಾಚಿನ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ. ಪದ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ ತೋರಾತಿನಿಣ ತಿಗಮಾಚಿನ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ. ವೆದುರ చేసిన శ్యామ సుందర ఏ నామమైన ఏ రూపమైన సాయిమయమేరన్నా మిన్న దైవమగు సాయి మనసే వెన్న పూసరన్నా అని ఎడల మన ఉన్నతి కోరడి కన్ని తండ్రి రన్నా సాయి రామ హే ఘనశ్యామ సాయి రామ హే ఘనశ్యామ గోపెడు అటుకులు తిన్ని శ్రీకృష్ణుడు సంపదలందించేరన్నా గోపెడు అటుకులు తిని శ్రీకృష్ణుడు సంపదలందించేరన్నా ఏ మాసింపకనే ఎందరెందరికో ఏ మాసింపకనే ఎందరెందరికో సకలము అందించును మన సాయి కృష్ణుడన్నా ఏ నామమైన ఏ రూపమైన సాయిమయమేరన్నా మిన్న దైవమగు సాయి మనసే వెన్న పూసరన్నా అని ఎడల మన ఉన్నతి కోరడి కన్న తండ్రి రన్నా సాయి రామ హే ఘనశ్యామ సాయి రామ హే ఘనశ్యామ సాయి రామ హే ఘనశ్యామ.
Our next piece is a Pancharatna Kriti titled Sada Bhavayami in the mellifluous raga Maya Malavagole, set to Adi Talam. Swami, you are the Lord of everything, and yet you made sacrifice, the fragrance of your life. As the Purna avatar, your entire attention was reserved for us. How fortunate we are! No words can express the prema and karuna that you've showered upon us. Yet, please accept this humble offering of ours that we place at your lotus feet.
Sada bhavayami Sada bhavayami Shri Sathya Sai Paripurnavataram 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 Sada bhavayami सीत मोदं माया मानुष वेषधारं साधनादो सीत मोदं माया मानुष वेषधारं सदा भावयामि श्री सत्य साई परिपूर्णावतारं सदा भावयामि। प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं रे सरि गम पद पमद पम गम पद नि सरि सद पम गम निधनि पद पद पम गम प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं वेद पुरुष वेद पोषकं वेद साररूप वेद गणलोलं प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं सरि पमगरि सनि सरि गम पदनि सरि सनि द पमगरि गम प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं लिङ्गोद्भव भस्माभिषेकलीला विलासपति शिवं प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं वेदपद सनि द पद मगम पद नि द पद म पद प म प मग मद प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं नेनुंडग भयमेलननुचु अभयमु सगे अनुग्रह वृष्टि प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं ददनि प पद म द प म गरि सनि रे रे स दद प सनि द प म प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं भक्तापमृत्युहरणं गतजीव प्राणप्रदायकं प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं गम पद म प द सनि द प म प द नि द प म द प म ग प म गरि रे रे स प म ग नि द प द नि सा नि द नि प द म प म ग रि स रि ग म प द प्रेमतनु मनीषं करुणाहृदयं పువ్వు పుట్టగనే పరిమళించు రీతి బాల ప్రయం గుణ త్యాగశీలత నిరపే ప్రేమతను మనీషం కరుణాహృదయం నీ పదమ పద మద పమ గరి సరిని సరి గమ పదని సరి నీరి సాగరి పమ గరి సని సారి ని సదని సని ద పమ గరి గమ ప్రేమతను మనీషం కరుణాహృదయం నీ అవతార పరమాత్ముడు సుందైన తెలియుదురే నిర్వ్యాజ ప్రేమాతిశయముతో నిన్ను నీ వెరుక పరచని నాడు ప్రేమతను మనీషం కరుణాహృదయం పదని ద పద పమ గమ గమ ప సద పద మ ప గమ గరి గరి స నిరి గరి మామ గమ పమ సరి గమ ప గమ పదని సరి సని రి రి మగరి మగరి సని ద పదని సా సా ని ద పమ ప పమ గరి స సరి గమ ప్రేమతను మనీషం కరుణాహృదయం పురుషులలోన పురుషుడవు పసివారిలోన బాలుడవు మహిళల మాధ్య మహిళవు మనసెరిగి మనోరథములి దేచు ప్రాణ విభుడవు నీవు ఏకాంతంబున విశ్వ విభుడవి ఓ ga ma ga re sa ni sa re sa da pa sa ma da pa ma ga ma da ni pa da ma pa ga ma pa da ni sa da pa sa ni da pa ga ma pa da ni sa ri sa ni ga ri sa ni da ni sa ni ri pa ga ma pa da sa ni da pa re re sa da da pa ri sa ni sa ri ga ma pa ga ma ga re sa ni da pa ma ga ma prematanu manisham karuna hridayam yuvataku anusaraniyam satyam samayapalanam hitamita mridubhashanam samuchita vesadaranam pratipanilonindaina samskaram seva parayanatvam satyam nityavratam sai jivitame jagadigi sandesham prematanu manisham karuna hridayam dinajana sevaye sai ki sandushti sarva jeevarasulpaina karunya drishti jana bhagadeya ishvara padanaya jana bhagadeya ishvara padanaya mirganu sannala sagu ki sarva shrishti sada bhavayami Shri Sathya Sai Paripurnavataram sada bhavayami
We would like to thank Krishna Uncle for this opportunity to perform for Swami today. Sairam.
Saram, thank you so much to the Rajagopalan sisters, Nikhil and Murali uncle for this heavenly hour of music. From the melodious flute playing, lyre and keyboard, and stunning voices to the supportive tabla and mridangam, we were all hooked. I wish we could keep listening, but time has come to an end. We are very grateful to Swami for giving us the opportunity to be a part of this program. Thank you and Sairam.
Sairam everyone. I'm really thankful to the 95-hour sadhana team to give me this opportunity to be the MC for this episode of Sai Inspires Talk. I'm Sathya Guruswami and I am here to introduce our next guest speaker. Offering my most humble pranams at Swami's feet, I would like to close my eyes and visualize Swami's smiling face and his beautiful lotus feet and worship his lotus feet and pray to him to bless us all. It is my great honor and pleasure to introduce the next guest speaker for this session, Brother Dr. Shiva Sai Ramana Kumar Challa, who is a very accomplished and distinguished devotee of our Lord. Dr. Shiva Sai Ramana Kumar Challa spent 12 years at Swami's lotus feet in Prashanthanilayam as a student from 11th grade till PhD in chemistry. He is currently settled in Boston, focused on his biotech ventures. He has over 2 decades of experience in nanotechnology research and management, with the most recent academic assignment as the managing director at the prestigious Harvard University Energy Frontier Research Center, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Apart from his academic and career accomplishments, he had very close interactions with our Lord since his young days and shared precious moments and learned a lot of life lessons. We would like to hear from him about these experiences. Other than getting his gold medal, he is also adept in Vedam and Bhajan singing, and in fact Swami once asked him to be in charge of Bhajan singing at the Mandir for a few months. Without any delay, over to you, Brother Shiva Sai Ramana Kumar Challa. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Sairam, everyone. I hope my voice is clear and you can hear me. Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure a simple thanks is not really enough for this wonderful opportunity to be amidst Bhagawan's devotees. I consider this as a greatest fortune of me to spend this 1 hour time that Swami has given me to share my thoughts, but most importantly, it's an opportunity I considered to elevate myself, to change myself for the better. And for that, I'm grateful for the organizers. And as always, I bow down to Swami's lotus feet, praying for him to continue to shower his grace, love, and guidance every second of my life. It's not easy to talk about Bhagawan. It's not easy to understand him. It's not easy to follow the guidance that he keeps giving us constantly. But what is easy is the pathway that he laid out to us. Even if we stray, he is beckoning us to us. Here is the path. Here is the direction. Come back to me, my child. Come back to me, my son. Come back to me, my daughter. Come back to me, my parents. That is the greatest message that I have received from Bhagawan. So on that note, when we are celebrating this beautiful 95th birthday, the advent of Avatar for 95 years on this earth, it's also an opportunity for us to take a moment to immerse ourselves in that thought that we are so fortunate to be living at the same time as the Avatar, and also to see what is it that it means to us. It means different things for different people. It means different things for different Swami's devotees. It means different things for people probably not even heard of Swami, but they've experienced his presence. So when I thought about how wonderful 1 hour time that I have an opportunity to spend with you all, one word that really struck me. It's a very simple word, but it is so powerful in my own understanding. And that simple word is gift. And why is that word gift is so powerful? And the more and more I thought about it, I realized Bhagavan has bestowed on all of us innumerable number of gifts. There are too many to say, too many to talk about. However, in my own limited understanding, I realized that there are three very most important gifts that Swami gave us. And it's time on this 95th birthday for us to really think through what these three important gifts are. Now, before I really go into what, in my view, are those three gifts, it takes me back to the year 1980 when I was a 11th grader. An young man joining Swami school, for the first time leaving parents, and to be amidst friends who are also seekers, who came to the lotus feet not only to get a formal education that helps us in eking a livelihood, but most importantly, we were so excited to be at the lotus feet, to learn from our guru, the master, the God himself, every day. I mean, when I look back at those days, they were 4 hours in the morning, 3-4 hours in the evening, almost 7-8 hours a day we would spend in mandir, learning every aspect of what is truly important in our lives. Thinking about the word gift, the very first time that Swami gave us a gift, right? Among all other gifts that we have been receiving those days, from morning till evening. But there is one gift that Swami gave all of us for the 55th birthday in 1980. Taught me a lot about what gifts should mean for all of us, and especially what gifts from Bhagawan, from God, means for all of us. So it was sometime October of 1980, and a lot of preparations were going on to celebrate Bhagawan's birthday, 55th birthday, one of the grandest occasions. And being part of Swami school, and it was more so for us, it was a celebration. Every day was a celebration, but 55th birthday and being in Swami's presence was even more better. And one day, there was a lot of commotion. We were living in a small shed next to the current South Indian canteen, the 11th graders, the freshers who just joined. So there was a lot of commotion in the hall, in the shed that we were all staying. We got a word that Swami is sending tailors to stitch new clothes for all of us, to be given by Bhagawan himself for celebrating his 55th birthday. And imagine our surprise and shock and the joy, because this is the first time we were receiving a gift. We didn't realize, of course, that Swami had all along been giving us gifts, including the most important one, where he took us under his roof to teach us not only the worldly education, but also education that's really important for us to learn. So we were all excited. We forgot about everything else except, oh my God, we are going to get a beautiful dress that Swami is going to get it personalized. That is even more exciting, right? These days we talk about everything personalized. There is a personalized medicine, right? Personalized spiritual exercises. At that time, of course, there was no concept of personalized medicine. But when I look back, these were all tailor-made dresses for each and every one of the 300 plus students at that time. I mean, look at the amount of task and planning involved. We had no clue about all the planning. All that we knew was, over the course of next couple of weeks, We were asked to come there. Tailors came. They took all the measurements from each one of us. A week before Swami's birthday, we were all sitting for darshan. And then, as always, there is full of energy. When Swami is around, it's an unbelievable amount of energy. It takes you to a different world altogether. So again, there is guidance coming from Swami saying that all students should form rows so that create a pathway so that Bhagawan can walk. And then we saw some of the students were asked to go inside the interview room, and they brought boxes and boxes. And we didn't know what was there in those boxes, but we were all excited because we knew Swami would be coming to each one of us and he's giving us something. Little did we know that those were the dresses Swami personally got it stitched for each one of us, meeting all kinds of, you can imagine the variables, permutations and combinations of sizes. Lo and behold, when Swami started walking amidst us, each pair of dresses was meticulously labeled with individual's name and class. And there was not a single mistake was made. When Swami came and gave those dresses to us, we received the dress that was meant for us, that was stitched for us. And each one of us, Swami gave it so much of importance. It's not easy. I think this is possible only for God. If I were to be distributing clothes to 300 people bending down and giving it, I would be tired. I would be frustrated. But not Swami. He came, gave us Padanamskar, gave us these clothes, made everyone supremely happy. And that is the gift. The word gift really meant more than what any dictionary could define. And those were the number of gifts, innumerable, unaccountable. And these gifts would vary depending on individualized, personalized. All of us received so many gifts. So on this 95th birthday, I wanted to share it for myself and remember and be grateful for the three most important life-changing gifts that Bhagawan gave me and all of us. So what are these three gifts? The very first gift is Bhagavan's devotees themselves. And I didn't realize what a great gift it is to be amidst Bhagavan's devotees. In my view, it is through Bhagavan's devotees, Swami is fulfilling his promise to all of us that he is there with us, around us, every moment of our life. I've traveled all around the world to different places. It's so easy. You may not find vegetarian food in many places, but you would certainly find a Sai devotee. I would rather find it so easy and comfortable to call up a Sai devotee if I'm in a new place, if I needed a help, than calling maybe my own relatives, cousins, possibly. And Bhagavan's devotees are a scaffolding on which we are not only elevating ourselves, right? We are elevating one another. We are inspiring one another. I remember one day again, going back to Prashanthalinam days, we were all sitting for darshan. And some days, Swami has this way of covering all of us in the darkness, in Maya. So we were sitting there for darshan, and then, Swami came. Again, he went back inside the interview room, and we took our books, and some of us were doing mathematics, some of us were reading chemistry, some of us were reading some philosophical books, some of us were, whispering in our friends' ears, and we were talking, forgetting that we are in divine presence, right? So we were also concerned about, we already sat there for a couple of hours and we are hungry. We need to go back to hostel. Hey, what do we have today for dinner? Totally lost in mundane things. And suddenly we see Swami coming back from the interview room. And he looked supremely happy, so joyful. And he's pacing up and down. And he's joking with us, talking to us. And we were wondering, hey, something is about to happen. And we have seen this a number of times to at least have an idea that, hey, something exciting is happening. Swami is so happy, right? And then suddenly we hear bhajans, the sound of bhajans coming from far away. And then slowly the voluming of those bhajans started increasing. And we can see Swami is more and more joyful. And then we see a stream of devotees singing bhajans with so much of devotion. And they come, and beautiful bhajans. They go around the central part of the mandir those days. It was still time, there was sand all over. So they went around, Swami stood there, they took pradakshina of Swami, and then went back. So it was a stream of devotees. It went on for almost half an hour or so. And Swami was blessing everyone. And everyone was in tears looking at Swami singing bhajans and then slowly taking the pradakshina and then slowly moving away. So once that procession was completed, Swami came to us and, boys, did you see all those devotees? Well, Swami for sure knew that all of us were watching, right? We were also enjoying the bhajans for sure. Yeah, but nothing beyond that, right? So Swami asked again, did you all see that? And we all said, yes, Swami, yes, Swami. Did you all feel the devotion, the bhakti with which they came all the way walking? And we were all tongue-tied because we were in our own ignorance, even to grasp and understand. And then Swami went on to say, my devotees are like bees. They come, take the nectar from me. That's all they need. And they take the nectar and transform their lives. And we were thinking, oh, that's very nice. But then probably we became a bit arrogant too, to think, Swami, they only get the nectar and then they go away. Us students must be so fortunate and lucky that Swami is with us. I'm sure Swami knows our thoughts are, right? So Swami, immediately said, these devotees are like bees who come and take the nectar to transform their lives, even though they don't see Swami physically. But you students, you are like frogs in a well. You don't know you're around this divinity. You're like insects underneath a lamp. You're living right with divinity. You're living right with Bhagawan himself, but you don't know the value of him. It's like a slap on our face that day. And how true it is. While we did understand, I did understand the implications of it, but it never really sunk in me what Swami was saying till I myself moved away from Prashant Nilayam into this world to be amidst Bhagavan's devotees. What Swami really meant was. And also it took a lot of time for me to understand the significance of that incident, significance of what Swami wanted us to learn that day. Bhagavan's devotees or Bhagavan, Swami himself, there's no difference. To me, they are such an inspiration. When I go to Sai Center, when I see the devotion, when I see the sadhana that Swami's devotees, Bhagavan's devotees are participating in every day to transform ourselves, the example that all of us, all Swami's devotees set for one another. We are a team. We are all team players. We are helping one another to evolve ourselves so that finally we can take the gift that Swami came to give us. In his very first speech, he said, Divyatma Swarupulana, right? So that is the gift Swami wanted us to take. And again, Swami's devotees have inspired me also to learn few very valuable lessons in my life. They told me through their example, not through speeches like the way I'm giving speeches, right? It's easy to give a speech, but through their own examples, they told me, Bhagavan is there everywhere. Why fear when I am there? Through the example, they demonstrated to me that they have their support at every situation in my life. They told me through their example that Bhagavan is within us. We don't need to go to a different God or a different saint or a different place just because that saint or someone is talking to us. Bhagavan is there right with us. So I can go on how inspiring it is and how fortunate I am to be contemporaries of Bhagavan's devotees. And I'm so grateful to all of you for that. And I'm grateful to Swami for this wonderful gift that he bestowed on me. The second gift I wanted to talk to you all about, share with you all, is a unique way that Bhagavan has taught us to communicate with him. And this unique way is through bhajans. And to me, and for all of us, I'm very sure, bhajans meant communicating with Bhagavan. No matter what situation we are all in, there are bhajans. No matter what is our preferential God that we love, right? We may love Ganesh, we may love Devi, we may love Rama, we may love Subramanya. Doesn't matter. And we have bhajans to help us to communicate with our deity of our choice. And Swami made this possible. And how unique are these bhajans? I don't need to be a Carnatic musician, well-versed in ragam talam, in order to communicate with Bhagawan. Bhagawan said, sing to your heart's contents. I still remember an incident when there were Balvika students who visited Prashant Nilayam. And on that evening, Swami said, Balvika students are going to sing bhajans. And these were tiny thoughts. They were singing out of Shruti. They were singing out of Thalam, but they were singing with so much of devotion. Swami sat there for a whole 30 minutes and she was enjoying every bhajan. And this gift of bhajans that Swami gave us, to me, are life-saving. The reason why I say they are life-saving is when I am down, there are some beautiful bhajans that just lifts up my spirits. When I'm happy, I want to share that happiness. There are bhajans that would, spread that happiness and joy around me. When I'm in trouble and when I want Swami to come and save me, yes, have some very simple bhajans. I don't need to worry about going inside a puja mandir. I could sing in a bathroom. I still remember as a hostel student, it's really funny if I think about it, but when we would have we would have 30, 40 bathrooms, and one guy would start singing and suddenly you would see 30, 40 bhajans going on at the same time. And that's again a communication to God. I could be driving to work. I could be singing. I could be listening to these beautiful bhajans in the car. I could be sad. And then I have bhajans, Bhagawan's bhajans, to help me go through that sadness. And to me, that's the greatest gift of my life, that I'm able to communicate with Bhagawan. I still remember some of the bhajans that Swami used to love and would make the singer sing a number of times, any number of times, I would say. And I try to make my own personalized bhajans, right? The series of bhajans that I love, that I'm in tune to communicate with Bhagawan. So I just wanted to share with you, some of these bhajans that spread across a spectrum of different deities, different emotions that I want to, share with Bhagawan in my own way. For example, I still remember a beautiful Rama song, and that continues to be one of my best Rama songs. And I've seen Swami asking the singer sing this few times. And it goes like this. Sri Raghavam Dasharathatmaja Maprameyam Sitapatim Raghukulanvaya Ratnadipam Ajanubahum Aravinda दलायताक्षम् रामम् निशाचर विनाशकरम् नमामि 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 श्री रघुनंदन दशरथ नंदन भद्राधीश्वर Rama. So it goes on like that. And there is this beautiful Krishna bhajan. Again, it's one of my favorites. Giridhara Bala He Nanda. So anytime I want to think about Krishna, and this song automatically comes to me. Devaki Nandana Shama Gopala Giridhara Bala He Nandana Radha Madhava Shama Gopala Radha Madhava Shama Gopala Shama Gopala Shama Gopala Radha Madhava Shama Gopala Bansi Dhara Hai Shama Gopala Bansi Dhara Hai Sai Gopala Giridhara Bala He Nandana. So I'm sure all of you know, we can go on and on. We can come up with some beautiful Ganesh bhajans, beautiful Devi bhajan. Like for example, I love this song. Pranamami Sri Durge Sai95 Jaya Jagadambe Devi Bhavani. Now, on the other hand, we can also share beautiful emotions with Bhagawan. So I remember one song, as students, we would sing whenever we felt that we might have upset Swami. You know? And then we would sing this song. Anatha Bandho Sai Prabho Aparadh Kshama Karo Sai Prabho. And Bhagawan, even though he would outwardly show that he was upset with us, he would just melt. And there were occasions when the singer would sing this song, Swami would be in the bhajan hall, and then he feels so bad for having, put us through that. He would just get up from the bhajan hall and then go out. Because these songs are so moving. And with all his love, he would forgive us. And that's the power of these bhajans. I mean, that's just not with physical Swami. When we think that when we are upset, I could be singing this in the bathroom. I could be singing in puja room. I could be singing on my way to work. And by the time I would finish this song, I know, yes, Swami has forgiven me. And that's the beautiful, that's the greatest gift that Bhagawan has given us, to communicate with him, to share our feelings. And then we want him to save us from trouble. There are bhajans. One of the bhajans I love, and I always sing when I'm in trouble. Raksha Raksha Jagadishwara Patipuri Parameshwara Pahi Pahi Parameshwara Dehi Dehi Tava Pada Seva. I am sure it's all of our experience. When we sing this song, why won't our God melt, right? He melts us. He melts. And he really protects us, takes care of us. There's no doubt at all about it, right? What more better gift than ability to communicate with him through these beautiful bhajans? And all of us, we can take a moment to visualize ourselves, either in Prashant Nilayam, singing this beautiful song, or in Sai centers, enjoying and communicating with him, or in our own prayer room. It takes us to a different world. It transforms us. We are transforming ourselves each time we communicate with Bhagawan through these bhajans. So all that I can say is thank you, Swami, for this wonderful gift. And we want to remember this gift of yours to us on your 95th birthday. Please make sure that we don't forget this gift. Make sure that what a value this gift that you have given us. Make sure that we realize that value. I know I can talk more and more about, the various facets of these bhajans, but let me move on to the third, in my view, equally important gift that Bhagawan has given us. And to understand this gift, again, I want all of us to visualize ourselves sitting in bhajans, be it anywhere, whether it's in Prashant Nilayam or in Sai centers or puja room. Let's all visualize ourselves. So when we come into this bhajan, right, I go to Boston Sai Center right here. And when I come to the Sai Center, I am filled with all kinds of anxieties, stresses of life, right? And then I'm entering the Sai Center. and there is pin drop silence. And it's so beautiful to see fellow travelers, Bhagawan's devotees. Remember, that's the first gift that I talked about. And immediately your spirits lift up. My spirits lift up when I see my fellow travelers with me. And then I sit for bhajan. Bhajan starts with Omkaram, right? And as the bhajans progress, I am letting go of all my trials, tribulations, challenges that I've encountered throughout the week. All my worries, they just slowly disappear. And by the time the end part of the bhajan comes, I moved away from focusing on life and sorrows and trials and tribulations to suddenly Swami comes into focus by the time bhajan is over. I'm sure all of us agree with this, right? And then by the time we experience the second beautiful gift of Bhagawan, and Swami's he's thinking, oh, I still have to give a third gift to my devotees so that their transformation continue to happen. And this is where I want to share with you what Bhagawan's third gift is. So we finished bhajans, and then in the end, after the meditation, and we sing Vibhuti Mantra. And it's such a powerful gift from Bhagawan. And we need to think through this, really to understand. It took me a lot of time to understand what a powerful gift this is to us from Bhagawan. So again, let's all visualize this. And all of us are singing in unison. There is calmness everywhere. Remember, we started with anxiety when we entered the Sai Center. And everything is gone. We are focusing on Swami. And then we are becoming more and more deeper and calmer. And then we are singing this. Paramam pavitram Baba vibhutim Paramam vichitram Leela vibhutim Paramartha ishtartha moksha pradatam Baba vibhutim idamashrayami. What an unimaginable calmness this mantra bestows on all of us. Isn't it? Paramam pavitram Baba vibhutim. And the prasadam is being distributed. Swami's vibhuti is being distributed. And we are chanting this. Paramam pavitram Baba vibhutim Paramam vichitram Leela vibhutim. What a powerful statement this is. Paramam vichitram Leela vibhutim. To me, this is what exemplifies the opportunity that we have as Bhagavan's devotees. Paramam vichitram Leela vibhutim. Bhagavan's vibhuti creates miracles, creates magic. It has created magic in our lives. It has created miracles in our lives. When we think through our own life, we can all relate to how effortlessly we have gone through so many trials and tribulations. Bhagawan never said that, he's here to give us riches, fame, trouble-free life. No, that's not his purpose. His purpose is for us to elevate ourselves, to go beyond these trials and tribulations, beyond the cravings for richness and fame. And he is creating a miracle for us to experience the life in the right way that we all need to experience. And sometimes I think, if Bhagwan's Vibhuti can create such miracles and magic, how much of magic that Bhagawan can create by just being within us. And again, I can say it from my own personal life journey, and I'm pretty sure all of us have this experience, that we have experienced magical moments in our lives. We have reached the heights that would not have been possible without his magic. And we are so fortunate that Bhagawan gave us this wonderful gift of Vibhuti Mantram to reinforce this idea so that we reach the level of success that we all meant to be, meant to have. And this is a mantra, Vibhuti mantra, that led me always to tell myself, what can you do with what you have? It's not about complaining what I lack. It's about taking advantage of what we have. And Bhagawan is what we have. This Vibhuti is what we have. The sky is the limit for us, whether it's in the materialistic world or in spiritual world. Paramam pavitram baba vibhutim, paramam vichitram lila vibhutim. And the magic continues. Paramardha ishtardha moksha pradatam. Oh Bhagavan, what a powerful words that you wanted us to dwell on. Paramardha. Bhagavan is there to help us to attain the highest in spiritual world. And what is the highest in spiritual world? It's all what we ask him. It's all what our mind can comprehend. He will give it to you. He'll give it to us. There's no doubt. And here is the beauty of it, the next part of it. He's not saying he's only going to give us the best in the spiritual world. Ishtarda, he's saying, I'll give you, fulfill all your desires. And not just the desires, all desires. He says the best of the desires. And this is where he is making us understand that there is no holds barred. He will give us what we ask him, provided that's good for us. He is there to give us what we need, not what we think we need, right? And that's the power of Bhagawan's granting us desires, wants, wishes. And then ultimately, Bhagavan is also saying, after going through asking me fulfill all your desires and wishes, you're going to come to me and ask me moksha. And Bhagavan is there even to give that to us. And in my own understanding of this, Paramartha Ishtartha Moksha Pradatam, it's a journey that Bhagavan is going to be part of us, helping us to choose desires, helping us, granting us the desires that we need in our journey, not what we want. And I want us to focus a bit more on this desires, wants, for a simple reason that all of us are inundated by these wants and desires. And Swami says, as long as we have this body, we have taken birth as a human being, we are bound to be inundated by desires. Now, Bhagavan himself has laid out a pathway. As I said in the beginning, the pathway is there. Bhagavan is guiding us all the time. Sometimes we are aware of it, sometimes we are not. Sometimes we go astray. He's pulling us back, no doubt about it, in the right direction, in the right path. So I want to focus a bit more on this, the third gift, the Vibhuti Mantram, and how really it helps us to understand in the right perspective the desires that Swami wants us to inculcate. Swami wants us to ask him. So let's understand the nature of these desires. I am sure all of us have read so many books. All of us have read Swami's teachings on sealing on desires. And we have seen, personally experienced the impact of all our desires on our lives. So in my own way, I want us to think through this to see what could be a potential avenue for us to ask Bhagavan to grant us. I remember when my daughter was 5-6 years old, taking her to a gaming arcades, right? We know we take kids there to celebrate birthday parties. And there are several games, right? For the kids to play around, spend some time, celebrate the birthday, cut the cake. So there's one game. I was really fascinated with that game. It's called Whack-A-Mole. I'm sure all of us can relate to this. So basically what this game is, there's a table, right? And then you have few bobbleheads keep popping up through those holes. And then there would be a wooden hammer. You would have to take that hammer and start hitting them. So the moment you hit a bobblehead, it goes down, you get a point. And the kids, they love this game because they hit this bobblehead, one goes, but then it immediately comes back, right? So it's very fascinating. They never get tired of it. So they keep hitting this bobblehead, they all go down and then spring back immediately. So practically there is no end to this game, because the more harder you try hitting these bobbleheads, they keep springing up faster, with equal force. And I think this is a great example of how human desires work. The more we try to control, they keep coming up with double force. At another example, to understand the nature of these desires, I lived in Louisiana for a long time, and I've experienced hurricanes. Katrina. It was one of the worst hurricanes I've ever experienced in my life. So when hurricanes happen, there's no way you can control, right? You have powerful waves coming and coming and coming forever. While you can predict the hurricane, you can't stop these hurricanes. And to me, that's a great example. Yeah, I sit in front of Bhagawan and say, Swami, I don't want this desire, but it keeps coming, right? That's the nature of these desires. So the first important aspect in appreciating Bhagawan's gift, the third gift, is to understand what are these ishtas, what are these desires, what are these wants. Knowing the nature of it, what is it the best way? We can ask him what we really need. Shankaracharya said even more beautifully, he said, Dinaya Sayam Prataha Sishira Vasanto Punarayata Kala Kridati Gachatyayu Tadapi Namuncha Ashavayu. Beautifully described in Bhagawan, he said, day and night keeps coming. Dinayaminyam sayam prataha. And those who are living in New England knows, we experience all 4 seasons, year after year, right? Nothing changes. And Shankaracharya says, Kala Kridati, time is a play. And your breath is going to ebb away one day. Gachatyayu tadapinamunchat ashavayu. But your desires, your wants are never going to stop. Like the way the waves of the ocean never stop, your desires are not going to stop. So what I have realized in my own experience is, rather than fight them, I give up and then reach out to the person who is behind that game whack-a-mole, the person who is behind sending these hurricanes, the person who has created this life. He has control over this. If I go to the designer of that whack-a-mole game, I can tell him, hey, reduce the speed at which these are propping up, these bobbleheads. I can tell him, please stop these coming up at all. Let them all be inside these holes. Or I can go to the creator and say, stop these hurricanes. Right? And I realized that that's the best way to deal. and take advantage of this gift. While on one side, this gift really helps us to achieve whatever we want. On the other hand, this gift also helps us to reach out to the Creator, to fine-tune our wants, fine-tune our desires. And in my own understanding, there is nothing like a small desire or a big desire. Take all our desires to Bhagawan's lotus feet. Offer it to Him. He is the designer. He is the creator. And there is a simple approach that really worked for me. And I call this as garland of desires. And I create garland of these desires and I offer it to Swami's lotus feet. And he always picks what is right for me. And it also helps us to reach the highest level with the God-given potential. Swami never said, don't be ambitious. Even as students, while he stressed on the importance of spirituality, he also encouraged us to excel in sports, excel in studies, excel in our career. He took the highest pride when he came to know that the powerful positions Swami's students were occupying. So he wanted us to really succeed in everything that we set our mind to. But he also wanted us to have that discrimination to desire what he came to give us, what he thinks that we need to desire. So in the absence of that ability, I realized I'm going to create garland of my desires and offer it to his lotus feet. And I've segregated this garland into two different types. A garland of desires where I'm realizing that these desires are going to either hurt me or hurt the environment or people around me. And there is a second garland of desires. I know those are the ones that will help me to reach my highest potential, whether it's in the materialistic world or spiritual world. So I'm offering both these garlands to him so that he chooses what is best for me. And in that sense, I am not ashamed of what desires that come to me. I'm not even thinking, oh, this is such a small desire. Should I even take it to Swami? Should I even talk to him about it? And when I think about these small, tiny desires, should we take it to the God? I'm remembering a beautiful time in Prashantilam when we were students. All of us used to have this very simple, mundane, if you look at it in a way, desire to watch a movie with Swami. Because we had heard a number of times prior to that, Swami would occasionally watch movies with students and we never experienced it. So over a course of my time, we have seen 3-4 different movies with Swami. And this is the desire we expressed to him, even physically. We would say, Swami, we want to see a movie with you. So we have seen movies like Bhakta Prahalada, Sati Sakkubai, and it was a beautiful experience. Each movie watching session with Swami would come, we will all be sitting in the auditorium, pin drop silence. And it's, one of those old technologies. You have a projector and then it plays on a screen and you have a background noise of the projector coming in. Nothing mattered. Our focus was on Swami and how Swami was reacting to different scenes. And the biggest lesson that a takeaway from me was I still remember the Bhakta Prahalada movie. And in that movie, there is an instant where, Prahalada's dad, Hiranyakashipu, sends him to school so that he learns to forget Vishnu, and the school will teach him the importance to focus on Hiranyakashipu rather. But there is an instant where some of these Sishyas in the ashram, they would, one day when the two teachers were sleeping inside the cottage, they come silently and then they apply paint to their faces. And when this incident was being shown in that movie, Swami was laughing uncontrollably. He was like a little child. You would forget that he is the master of this universe, right? And what a lesson it is to be in the moment, to be joyful, to live in the moment. And that's one of the greatest lessons for me, a take-home message. And the other being, hey, it's a simple desire, but let's go to Swami, let's go to God, offer it to him. I know I can go on, and it's so beautiful. I tend to get lost when I think about these beautiful gifts. But I just wanted to, summarize the thoughts that I've shared again to say, let's remember on this 95th birthday, Bhagawan's birthday, the three beautiful gifts, in addition to innumerable number of gifts that he showered on us and continue to shower on us. We are surrounded and supported by Bhagawan's devotees, and they are Bhagawan themselves. Through them, Bhagawan is with us. The second one is Bhajans. Let's sing, communicate to him to our heart's content, no matter what our moods are. And finally, let's not put limit to what we can accomplish, but leave everything to him as a form of a garland. Let him choose what's best for us. And I want to end by thinking about the movie again, the Bhakta Prahalada movie, in which finally, when Prahalada was asked to be killed by his own dad because he wouldn't give up chanting the name of Vishnu. And Prahalada is standing, it's so vivid. It's right in front of my eyes. He closes his eyes and sings this beautiful song. This is in Telugu. And it goes like this. Jivamuni kada broche bharamu neve naya. So what it means is, oh Lord, this life is yours. So why do I need to worry? It is your responsibility to take care of this life. And all that Prahalada desired was to be merged into Vishnu. But what did Vishnu do? After he killed Hiranyakashipu, what did Vishnu do? Vishnu didn't give that moksha to Prahalada. Rather, he made him the king and asked him to rule this world. So let's all remember on this 95th birthday, Swami is here to give us what is best for us. But let's not hesitate to reach out to him, to share what we want and what we need. And with that, I really want to thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity, and Bhagawan and Bhagawan's devotees who are here. I'm so grateful to all of you. Thank you so much. Sai Ram.
Thank you very much, Brother Shiv Sai Ramana Kumar Chala, for this awe-inspiring speech. And the session was so nice. It was like a meditative session. Apart from the three gifts which you mentioned, there's a lot of things in it which I saw, which was worth noting down about our desires and how we need, you are connecting that with the arcade game. That was really amusing, but it was really a fact of life. But you also gave a successful mantra for how to please God and how to offer everything as a garland to Swami. That is really very nice to know. And also I like the idea of making our own bhajan. That's a good suggestion to communicate with Swami on our feelings and on how bhajan is very important for our emotional balance. I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much. So Jai Sai Ram.
गणपतिं भवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्र्यवतु गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम् गणानां त्वा गणानां त्वा गणपतिं त्वा गणानां त्वा गणपतिं त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे गणपतिं त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे गणपतिगुं हवामहे गणपतिं हवामहे कविगुं हवामहे गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं गणपतिमिति गणपतिं हवामहे कविगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनां कविगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् उपमश्रवस्तममित्युपमश्रवः तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणः ज्येष्ठराजमिति ज्येष्ठराजम् ब्रह्मणस्पते ब्रह्मणस्पते ब्रह्मणस्पत आपते ब्रह्मणस्पत पत आनो न आपते पत आनः आनो न आनः शृण्वन् न आनः शृण्वन्
न शृण्वन् शृण्वन्नो न शृण्वन्नोतिभिरुतिभिः शृण्वन्नो न शृण्वन्नोतिभिः शृण्वन्नोतिभिरुतिभिः शृण्वन् शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीद सीदोतिभिः शृण्वन् शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीद ऊतिभिः सीद सीदोतिभिरुतिभिः सीद साधनगुं साधनगुं सीदोतिभिरुतिभिः सीद साधनम् ऊतिभिरित्युतिभिः सीद साधनगुं साधनगुं सीद सीद साधनम् साधनमिति साधनम् प्रणो न प्रणो देवी देवी न प्रणो देवी नो देवी देवी नो नो देवी सरस्वती सरस्वती देवी नो नो देवी सरस्वती देवी सरस्वती सरस्वती देवी देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिः वाजेभिः सरस्वती देवी देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिः सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजेभिः सरस्वती सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती वाजिनीवती वाजेभिः सरस्वती सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती वाजिनीवती वाजेभिर्वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती वाजिनीवतीति वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्रियवित्री धीनां धीनामवित्रियवत्ववत्ववित्री धीनां धीनामवित्रियवतु अवित्रियवत्ववत्ववित्रियवित्रियवतु अवत्वित्यवतु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैः सुष्ठुवागुंसस्तनूभिः व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्योररिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्ददातु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ नमस्ते गणपतये त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं तत्त्वमसि त्वमेव केवलं कर्तासि त्वमेव केवलं धर्तासि त्वमेव केवलं हर्तासि त्वमेव सर्वं खल्विदं ब्रह्मासि त्वं साक्षादात्मासि नित्यम् ऋतं वच्मि सत्यं वच्मि अवत्वमाम् अववक्तारम् अवश्रोतारम् अवदातारम् अवधातारम् अवानोचानमवशिष्यम् अवपश्चात्तात् अवपुरस्तात् अवोत्तरात्तात् अवदक्षिणात्तात्
अवचोर्ध्वात्तात् अवाधरात्तात् सर्वतो मां पाहि पाहि समन्तात्
त्वं वाङ्मयस्त्वं चिन्मयः
त्वमानन्दमयस्त्वं ब्रह्ममयः त्वं स्वच्चिदानन्दाद्वितीयोऽसि त्वं प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वं ज्ञानमयो विज्ञानमयोऽसि सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तो जायते सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तस्तिष्ठति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि लयमेष्यति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि प्रत्येति त्वं भूमिरापो नलो निलो नभः त्वं चत्वारि वाग्वदानि
त्वं
गुणत्रयातीतः
त्वं
देहत्रयातीतः त्वं कालत्रयातीतः त्वं मूलाधारस्थितोऽसि नित्यम् त्वं शक्तित्रयात्मकः त्वां योगिनो ध्यायन्ति नित्यम् त्वं ब्रह्मा त्वं विष्णुस्त्वं रुद्रस्त्वमिन्द्रस्त्वमग्निस्त्वं वायुस्त्वं सूर्यस्त्वं चन्द्रमास्त्वं ब्रह्म भूर्भुवः सुवरो
गणादीं
पूर्वमुच्चार्य वर्णादीं तदनन्तरम् अनुस्वारः परतरः अर्धेन्दुलसितं तारेण रुद्धम् एतत्तव मनुस्वरूपम् गकारः पूर्वरूपम् अकारो मध्यमरूपम् अनुस्वारश्चान्त्यरूपम् बिन्दुरुत्तररूपम् नादः सन्धानम् सगुंहिता सन्धिः सैषा गणेश विद्या गणक ऋषिः गायत्री छन्दः गणपतिर्देवता ॐ गं गणपतये नमः एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्तिः प्रचोदयात् एकदन्तं चतुर्हस्तं पाशमङ्कुशधारिणम् रदं जवरदं हस्तैर्बिभ्राणं मूषकध्वजम् रक्तं लम्बोदरं शूर्पकर्णकं रक्तवाससम्
रक्तगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं
रक्तपुष्पैः सुपूजितम् भक्तानुकम्पिनं देवं जगत्कारणमच्युतम् आविर्भूतं च सृष्टौ प्रकृते पुरुषात् परम् एवं ध्यायति यो नित्यं स योगी योगिनां वरः
नमो व्रातपतये नमो गणपतये नमः प्रमदपतये नमस्ते अस्तु लम्बोदराय एकदन्ताय विघ्ननाशिने शिवसुताय श्रीवरदमूर्तये नमो नमः एतदर्थशीर्षं योधीते स ब्रह्म भूयाय कल्पते स सर्वविघ्नैर्न बाध्यते स सर्वत्र सुखमेधते स पञ्चमहापापात् प्रमुच्यते सायमधीयानो दिवसकृतं पापं नाशयति प्रातरधीयानो रात्रिकृतं पापं नाशयति सायं प्रातः प्रयुञ्जानो पापो भवति सर्वत्राधीयानोपविघ्नो भवति धर्मार्थकाममोक्षं च विन्दति इदमदर्वशिष्यमशिष्याय न देयम् यो यदि मोहात् दास्यति स पापीयान् भवति सहस्रावर्तनाज्यं यं काममधीते तं तमनेन साधयेत् अनेन गणपतिमभिषिञ्चति स वाग्मी भवति चतुर्ध्यामनश्नं जपति स विद्यावान् भवति इत्यधर्वणवाक्यम् ब्रह्माज्ञावरणं विद्यान्न बिभेति कदाचनेति यो दूर्वाङ्कुरर्यजति स वैश्रवणो ममो भवति यो नाजैर्यजति स यशोवान् भवति स मेधावान् भवति यो मोदकसहस्रेण यजति स वाञ्छितफलमवाप्नोति यः साज्यसमिद्भिर्यजति स सर्वं लभते अष्टौ ब्राह्मणान् सम्यग् ग्राहयित्वा सूर्यवर्चस्वी भवति सूर्यग्रहे महानद्यां प्रतिमासन्निधौ वा जप्त्वा सिद्धमन्त्रो भवति महाविघ्नात् प्रमुच्यते महादोषात् प्रमुच्यते महाप्रत्यवायात् प्रमुच्यते स सर्वविद्भवति य एवं वेद इत्युपनिषत्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति।
ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय। ॐ नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यव उतोत इषवे नमः। नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुतते नमः। यात इषु शिवतमा शिवं बभूवते तनुः। शिवाचरव्यायातवतया नो रुद्रमृडया। याते रुद्रशिवा तनूरघोरा पापकाशिनी। तया नस्तनुवाशन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिजागसीः। यामिषुं गिरिशन्दकस्ते बिभर्ष्यस्तवे। शिवाङ्गिरित्रदां कुरु माहि गुंसि पुरुषं जगत्। शिवेन वजसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छावदामसि। यदा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत्। अध्यवोच्चदधिवक्ता प्रथमो दैव्योऽभिषग्। अहीगुंश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वाश्च यातु धान्यः। असो यस्ताम्रो अरुण उत बभ्रुः सुमङ्गलः। ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अपितो दिक्षुश्रिताः सहस्रशो वैशागुं खेड ईमगे। असो यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः। उतैनं गोपा अदृशन्नदृशन्नुदहार्यः। उतैनं विश्वा भूतानि स दृष्टो मृडयादिनः। नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीडुषे। अधो ये अस्य सत्त्वानोकन्तेभ्यो करन्नमः। प्रमुञ्जदन्वनस्त्वमुभयोराग्नियोर्जा। याश्च देहस्त इषवः परादा भगवो वप। अवदत्यदनुस्त्वगं सहस्राक्षशतेषु ते। निशीर्य शल्यानां मुखा शिवो नः सुमना भव वैज्यन्तनुर्कवर्धिनो विशल्यो बाणवागुम् उता अनेसन्यस्येषव आभुरस्य निषङ्गतिके याते हे दुर्मीरुष्टुमहस्ते बभूव ते तनुगो तयास्मान् विश्वतस्त्वमयक्ष्मया परिभुजा नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधाय नातताय धृष्णवे उपाभ्यामुत ते नमो बाहुभ्यां तव धन्वने परिते धन्वनो हेतिरस्मान् वृणक्तु विश्वतः अथो य इषुतिस्तवारे अस्मन्निदेहितम् नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्रयम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः नमो हिरण्यभागवे सेनान्ये दिशाञ्च पतये नमो नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमः सस्पिञ्जराय त्विषीमते पतीनां पतये नमो नमो बभ्लुषाय विव्यातिनेन्नानां पतये नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपवीतिने पुष्टानां पतये नमो नमो भवस्य हेत्यै जगतां पतये नमो नमो रुद्राय तथा विनेच्छेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूताय कन्त्याय वनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहितायस्तपतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षानां पतये नमो नमो भुवन्तये वारिवस्कृतायौषधीनां पतये नमो नमः उच्चैर्घोषाय क्रन्दयते पत्तीनां पतये नमो नमः कृष्णवीदाय दावदे सत्त्वनां पतये नमः नमः सगमानाय निव्याधिन आव्यातिनीनां पतये नमो नमः ककुपाय निषङ्गिणे स्तेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिन इषुधिमदे तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चते परिवञ्चते स्थायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचेरवे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमः त्रिकाविभ्यो जिगागुंसभ्यो मुष्णतां पतये नमो नमो सिमद्भ्यो नक्तञ्जरभ्यः प्रगन्तानां पतये नमो नमः उष्णीषिणे गिरिचराय कुलञ्जानां पतये नमो नमः इषुमद्भ्यो धन्वाभिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आदन्वानेभ्यः प्रतिदधानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आयच्छभ्यो विसृजद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमोच्चभ्यो विद्यद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आसीनेभ्यश्च यानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वपद्भ्यो जाग्रद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्तिष्ठभ्यो दावद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सपाभ्यः सपापदिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो अश्वेभ्योऽश्वपदिभ्यश्च वो नमः नम आव्यातिनीभ्यो विविध्यन्तेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः उगणाभ्यस्तुरं हदेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो घृत्सेभ्यो घृत्सपदिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो व्रातेभ्यो व्रातपदिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो विरूपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो महद्भ्यगक्षुल्लकेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथिभ्यो रथेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथेभ्यो रथपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सेनाभ्यः सेनानिभ्यश्च वो नमः शत्रुभ्यः सङ्ग्रहीतृभ्यश्च वो नमः स्तक्षभ्यो रथकारेभ्यश्च वो नमः कुलालेभ्यः कर्मारेभ्यश्च वो नमः पुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो निषादेभ्यश्च वो नमः इषुकृद्भ्यो धन्वकृद्भ्यश्च वो नमो मृगयुभ्यः शनिभ्यश्च वो नमः शुभ्यः शुभदिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः सर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च शितिकण्ठाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च शिबिविष्टाय च नमो मेरुष्टुमाय चेषुमते च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयसे च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृध्वने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नमः आशवे चाधिराय च नमः शीघ्रियाय च शीभ्याय च नमः ऊर्म्याय चावस्वन्याय च नमः स्रोतस्याय च दीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वचाय चापरचाय च नमो मध्यमाय चापकल्पाय च नमो जगन्याय च बुध्नियाय च नमः सोभ्याय च प्रतिस्तर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च कल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय चावसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः स्रवाय च प्रतिस्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय चाशुरथाय च नमः शूराय चावबिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरूतिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय चाहनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रमिषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिणे चेषु धिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णेशवे चायुतिने च नमः स्वायुताय च सुधन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च पत्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूध्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैसन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेख्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईत्रियाय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुवाय च ॐ हर 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 ॐ नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय च ऋणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च पशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वताय च दूरे वताय च नमो हन्त्रे च हनीयसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमः स्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमः स्तीर्त्याय च कूल्याय च नमः भार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आतार्याय च लाध्याय च नमः शस्प्याय च फेन्याय च नमः सिगत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नम हिरण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगुंसिलाय च क्षगनाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ठ्याय च गृह्याय च नमः स्तल्प्याय च गेह्याय च नमः काट्याय च गह्वरेष्टाय च नमो हृदयाय च निवेश्याय च नमः पागुंसव्याय च रजस्याय च नमः शुष्क्याय च हरित्याय च नमो लोप्याय च लप्याय च नम पूर्व्याय च सूर्म्याय च नम पर्ण्याय च पर्णसध्याय च नमो पगुरमाणाय चाभिघ्नते च नम आखिदते च प्रखिदते च नमो किरिकेभ्यो देवानागुं हृदयेभ्यो नमो विच्छीनकेभ्यो नमो विचिन्नत्केभ्यो नम आनिर्हतेभ्यो नम आमीवत्केभ्यः द्रापे अन्धसस्पदे दरिद्रन्नीललोहिता येषां पुरुषाणामेषां पशूनां मा भेर्मा रोमो येषां किञ्जनाममत् या ते रुद्रशिवा तनूः शिवा विश्वाह भेषजी शिवा रुद्रस्य भेषजी तया नो मृतजीवसे इमागुं रुद्राय तवसेकवर्धिने जयद्वीराय प्रभरामहे मतिम् यथा नश्यमसद्धिपते चतुष्पदे विश्वं पुष्टं ग्रामे अस्मिन्ननादुरम् मृडानो रुद्रोतनो मयस्कृतिच्छयद्वीराय नमसा विधेमते यच्चञ्जयोश्च मनुराय चे पिता तदश्याम तव रुद्रप्रणीतो मानो मकान्तमुदमानो अर्भकं मान उच्छन्दमुदमान उच्छितम् मानो वदी पितरं मोतमातरं प्रियामान स्तनुवो रुद्ररीरिषः मानस्तोकेतनये मान आयुष्यमानो गोषुमानो अश्वेषु रीरिषः वीरान्मानो रुद्रभामितो वदेत् हविष्मन्तो नमसा विधेमते आरात्ते गोघ्न उत पूरुषग्नेच्छयद्वीराय सुम्नमस्मेते अस्तु रक्षा च नो अधिजदेव ब्रूह्यता नजः शर्म यच्च दिवर्गाः स्तुगिश्रुतं गत्तसदं युवानं मृगन्न भीमुमगहद्नुमुग्रम् मृडाचरित्रे रुद्रस्तवानो अन्यन्ते अस्मन्निव बन्धुसेनाः परिणो रुद्रस्य केतुर्वृणक्तु परित्वेषस्य धुर्मदिरगायोः अवस्थिरा मगवद्भ्यस्त्वनुष्वमेष्वस्तोगायतनयाय मृडय मेरुष्टुमशिवतमशिवो नः सुमना भव परमे वृक्ष आयुधन्निताय कृत्यं वसान आचरपिनागं बिभ्रदागगे विकिरितविलोकित नमस्ते अस्तु भगवः यास्ते सहस्रगुं खेदयोन्यभस्मन्निव बन्धुताः सहस्राणि सहस्रलाभावुकोस्तव केतयः तासामीशानो भगवः कराचीनामुकाकृते सहस्राणि सहस्रशो ये रुद्रा अधिभूम्यां तेषागुं सहस्रयोजने वदन्वानि तन्मसि अस्मिन्मगत्यर्णवेऽन्तरिक्षे भवा अति नीलग्रीवाश्चिरिकण्ठाः शर्वा अधगक्षमाचराः नीलग्रीवाश्चिरिकण्ठादिवगुं रुद्रा उपस्थिताः ये वृक्षेषु सस्पिञ्जरा नीलग्रीवा विलोहिताः ये भूतानापतिपतयो विशिखासखवर्धिनः ये अन्येषु विविध्यन्ति पात्रेषु पिबधोजनान् ये पदां पदिरक्षय ऐलभृताय व्युतः ये तीर्थानि प्रचरन्ति सुगावन्तो निषङ्गिणः य एतावन्तश्च भूयाकुंसश्च दिशो रुद्राविदस्थिरे तेषागुं सहस्रयोजने वदन्वानि तन्मसि नमो रुद्रेभ्यो ये पृथिव्यां ये अन्तरिक्षे ये दिवि येषामन्नं वातो वर्षमिषभस्तेभ्यो दश प्राचीर्दश दक्षिणा दश प्रदीप् चीर्दशोदीचीर्दशोर्ध्वास्तेभ्यो नमस्ते नो मृडयन्तु तेयं विष्णो यच्च नो द्वेष्टितं भोजं वेददामि त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् यो रुद्रो अग्नो यो अप्सुय ओषधीषु यो रुद्रो विश्वा भुवना विवेश तस्मै रुद्राय नमो अस्तु एते सहस्रमयुधं पाचा मृत्यो मर्त्याय कन्तवे तान् यज्ञस्य मायया सर्वानवयजामहे मृत्यवे स्वाहा मृत्यवे स्वाहा ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय विष्णवे मृत्युर्मे पाहि प्राणानां ग्रन्थिरतिरुद्रो माविशान्तकः तेनान्नेनाप्यायस्व नमो रुद्राय विष्णवे मृत्युर्मे पाहि तमुष्टिः यः सुषुःसुधन्वायो विश्वस्य जगति भेषजस्य यच्वामहेसौ मनसाय रुद्रं नमो विर्देवमसुरन्दुवस्य अयं मे कस्तो भगवानयं मे भगवत्तरः अयं मे विश्वभेषजो यगुं शिवाविमर्शनः ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
अग्ना विष्णु सजोषसे मा वर्धन्तु माङ्गिरः जम्नैर्वाजेभिरागतम् वाचश्च मे प्रसवश्च मे प्रयतिश्च मे प्रसितिश्च मे दीतिश्च मे क्रतुश्च मे स्वरश्च मे श्लोकश्च मे श्रावश्च मे श्रुतिश्च मे ज्योतिश्च मे सुवश्च मे प्राणश्च मे पानश्च मे व्यानश्च मे सुश्च मे चित्तञ्च आधीतञ्च मे वाक्श्च मे मनश्च मे चक्षुश्च मे श्रोत्रञ्च मे दक्षश्च मे बलञ्च ओजश्च मे सहश्च आयुश्च मे जराश्च आत्मा च मे तनुश्च मे शर्म च मे वर्म च मेऽङ्गानि च मे स्थानि च मे परोगुंषि च मे शरीराणि च मे ज्येष्ठ्यञ्च आधिपत्यञ्च मे मन्युश्च मे भामश्च मे मश्च मेऽम्भश्च मे जेमा च मे महिमा च मे वरिमा च मे प्रतिमा च मे वर्ष्मा च मे द्राघुया च मे वृद्धञ्च मे वृद्धिश्च मे सत्यञ्च मे श्रद्धा च मे जगच्च मे धनञ्च मे वशश्च मे त्रिशिश्च मे क्रीडा च मे मोदश्च मे जातञ्च मे जनिष्यमानञ्च मे सूक्तञ्च मे सुकृतञ्च मे वित्तञ्च मे वेद्यञ्च मे भूतञ्च मे भविष्यच्च मे सुगञ्च मे सुपतञ्च मरुद्धञ्च मरुद्धिश्च मे क्लुप्तञ्च मे क्लुप्तिश्च मे मतिश्च मे सुमतिश्च मे शञ्च मे मयश्च मे प्रियञ्च मे नुकामश्च मे कामश्च मे सौमनसश्च मे भद्रञ्च मे श्रेयश्च मे वश्यश्च मे यशश्च मे भगश्च मे द्रविणञ्च मे यन्ता च मे धर्ता च मे क्षेमश्च मे धृतिश्च मे विश्वञ्च मे महश्च मे संविच्च मे ज्ञात्रञ्च मे सोश्च मे प्रसूश्च मे सीरञ्च च मे लयश्च मरुतं च मे मृतं च मे यक्ष्मं च मे नामयश्च मे जीवातुश्च मे दीर्घायुत्वं च मे न मित्रं च मे भयं च मे सुगं च मे शयनं च मे सुषा च मे सुधिरं च मे ऊर्क्ष मे सूनृता च मे पयश्च मे रसश्च मे घृतं च मे मधु च मे सग्धिश्च मे सपीतिश्च मे कृषिश्च मे वृष्टिश्च मे जैत्रं च औद्भिद्यं च मे रयिश्च मे रायश्च मे पुष्टं च मे पुष्टिश्च मे विभु च मे प्रभु च मे बहु च मे भूयश्च मे पूर्णं च मे पूर्णतरं च मे क्षितिश्च मे कूयवाश्च मे नं च मे क्षुश्च मे व्रीहयश्च मे याश्च मे माशाश्च मे तिलाश्च मे मुद्गाश्च मे खल्वाश्च मे गोधूमाश्च मे मसुराश्च मे प्रियंगवश्च मे नवश्च मे श्यामाकाश्च मे नीवाराश्च मे अश्मा च मे मृत्तिका च मे गिरयश्च मे पर्वताश्च मे सिकताश्च मे वनस्पतयश्च मे हिरण्यं च मे यश्च मे सीसं च मे तपुश्च मे श्यामं च मे लोहं च मे ग्निश्च म आपश्च मे वीरुधश्च म ओषधयश्च मे कृष्णपच्यं च मे कृष्णपच्यं च मे ग्राम्याश्च मे पशव आरण्याश्च यज्ञेन कल्पन्तां वित्तं च मे वित्तिश्च मे भूतं च मे भूतिश्च मे वसु च मे वसतिश्च मे कर्म च मे शक्तिश्च मे तश्च म एमश्च म इतिश्च मे गतिश्च मे अग्निश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे सोमश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे सविता च म इन्द्रश्च मे सरस्वती च म इन्द्रश्च मे पूषा च म इन्द्रश्च मे बृहस्पतिश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे मित्रश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे वरुणश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे त्वष्टा च म इन्द्रश्च मे धाता च म इन्द्रश्च मे विष्णुश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे श्विनौ च म इन्द्रश्च मे मरुतश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे विश्वे च मे देवा इन्द्रश्च मे पृथिवी च म इन्द्रश्च मे अंतरिक्षं च म इन्द्रश्च मे द्यौश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे दिशश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे मूर्धा च म इन्द्रश्च मे प्रजापतिश्च म इन्द्रश्च मे अगुंसुश्च मे रश्मिश्च मे गाभ्यश्च मेऽधिपतिश्च मुपागुंसुश्च मेऽन्तर्यामश्च म ऐन्द्रवायवश्च मे मैत्रावरुणश्च म आश्विनश्च मे प्रतिप्रस्थानश्च मे शुक्रश्च मे मन्त्री च म आग्रयणश्च मे वैश्वदेवश्च मे ध्रुवश्च मे वैश्वानरश्च मरुतुग्रहाश्च मे त्रिग्राह्याश्च म ऐन्द्राग्नश्च मे वैश्वदेवश्च मे मरुत्वतीयाश्च मे माहेन्द्रश्च म आदित्यश्च मे सावित्रश्च मे सारस्वतश्च मे पौष्णश्च मे पात्नीवतश्च मे हार्योजनश्च मे ईद्मश्च मे बर्हिश्च मे वेदिश्च मे दिष्णियाश्च मे शुचश्च मे चमसाश्च मे ग्रामाणश्च मे स्वरवश्च म उपरवाश्च मे दिशपणे च मे द्रोणकलशश्च मे वायव्यानि च मे पूतभृश्च म आघवनीयश्च म आग्नीन्द्र
च मे हविर्धानं च मे गृहाश्च मे सदश्च मे पुरोडाशाश्च मे पचताश्च मे वभृतश्च मे स्वगाकारश्च मे अग्निश्च मे धर्मश्च मेऽर्कश्च मे सूर्यश्च मे प्राणश्च मे श्वमेधश्च मे पृथिवी च मे दितिश्च मे द्यौश्च मे षट्परीरङ्गुलयो दिशश्च मे यज्ञेन कल्पन्तां वृक्ष मे साम च मे स्तोमश्च मे यजुश्च मे दीक्षा च मे तपश्च मरुतुश्च मे व्रतं च मे होरात्रयोर्वृष्ट्या बृहद्रदन्तरे च मे यज्ञेन कल्पेताम् गर्भाश्च मे वत्साश्च मे त्रविश्च मे त्रयी च मे द्वितीयवाच्च मे द्वितीयौही च मे पञ्चाविश्च मे पञ्चावी च मे त्रिवत्सश्च मे त्रिवत्सा च मे तुर्यवाच्च मे तुर्यौही च मे पष्टवाच्च मे पष्टौही च मवूक्षा च मे वशा च मर्षभश्च मे वेहश्च मे नड्वाञ्च मे धेनुश्च म आयुर्यज्ञेन कल्पताम् प्राणो यज्ञेन कल्पतामपानो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् व्यानो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् चक्षुर्यज्ञेन कल्पतादुश्रोत्रम् यज्ञेन कल्पताम् मनो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् वाग् यज्ञेन कल्पताम् आत्मा यज्ञेन कल्पताम् यज्ञो यज्ञेन कल्पताम् एका च मे त्रिस्रश्च मे पञ्च च मे सप्त च मे नव च म एकादश च मे त्रयोदश च मे पञ्चदश च मे सप्तदश च मे नवदश च म एकविंशतिश्च मे त्रयोविंशतिश्च मे पञ्चविंशतिश्च मे सप्तविंशतिश्च मे नवविंशतिश्च म एकत्रिंशच्च मे त्रयस्त्रिंशच्च मे चतुस्रश्च मे ष्टौ च मे द्वादश च मे षोडश च मे विंशतिश्च मे चतुर्विंशतिश्च मे अष्टाविंशतिश्च मे द्वात्रिंशच्च मे षट्त्रिंशच्च मे चत्वारिंशच्च मे चतुश्चत्वारिंशच्च मे अष्टाचत्वारिंशच्च मे वाजश्च प्रसवश्च पिजश्च क्रतुश्च सुवश्च मूर्धा च विस्मयस्यान्त्यायनस्यान्तश्च भुवनश्च भुवनश्चाधिपतिश्च देवभूर्मनुर्यज्ञनिर्बृहस्पतिरुक्ता मदानि सगुंसि सद्विश्वे देवासूक्तवाच पृथिवीमातर्मामायुंसेर्मधुमनिष्ये मधुजनिष्ये मधुवक्ष्यामि मधुवदिष्यामि मधुमतीं देवेभ्यो वाचमुद्यासगुं शुश्रूषेण्या मनुष्येभ्यस्तं वा देवा अवन्तु शोभाय पितरोऽनुमदन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः तच्चयोरावृणीमहे गातुं यज्ञाय गातुं यज्ञपतये दैवी स्वस्तिरस्तु नः स्वस्तिर्मानुषेभ्यः ऊर्ध्वं जिगातु भेषजम् शं नो अस्तु द्विपदे शं चतुष्पदे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः सहस्रशीर्षा पुरुषः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपात् स भूमिम् विश्वतो वृत्वा अत्यतिष्ठद्दशाङ्गुलम् पुरुष ये वेदगुम् सर्वम् यद्भूतम् यच्च भव्यम् उतामृतत्वस्येषानः यदन्नेनातिरोहति एतावानस्य महिमा अतो ज्यायातुश्च पूरुषः पादोऽस्य विश्वाभूतानि त्रिपादस्यामृतम् दिवि त्रिपादोद्भवुदैः पुरुषः पादोऽस्येह भवात् पुनः ततो विश्वम् विक्रामत् शासनानशने अभि तस्माद् विराड जायत विराजो अधिपूरुषः स जातो अत्यरिच्यत पश्चाद्भूमिमतो पुरः यत्पुरुषेण हविषा देवा यज्ञमतन्वता वसन्तो अस्यासीदाज्यम् ग्रीष्म युग्मः शरद्धविः सप्तास्यासन् परिधयः त्रिसप्तः समिधः कृताः देवा यज्ञम् तन्वानाः अबध्नन् पुरुषम् पशुम् तम् यज्ञम् बर्हिषि प्रोक्षन् पुरुषम् जातमग्रतः तेन देवा अयजन्त साध्याऋषयश्च ये तस्मात् यज्ञात् सर्वभूतः संभृतम् पृषदाज्यम् पशुगुस्तागुश्चक्रे वायव्याय आरण्यान् ग्राम्याश्च ये तस्मात् यज्ञात् सर्वभूतः ऋचः सामानि जज्ञिरे छन्दागुंसि जज्ञिरे तस्मात् यजुस्तस्मादजायत तस्मादश्वा अजायन्त ये केचो भयागतः गावोह जज्ञिरे तस्मात् जाता अजावयः यत्पुरुषम् व्यदधुः कतिधा व्यकल्पयन् मुखम् किमस्य कौ बाहु काऊर्युपादावुच्येते ब्राह्मणोऽस्य मुखमासीत् बाहुराजन्यः कृतः ऊरू तदस्य यद्वैश्यः तद्भ्यागुम् शूद्रो अजायत चन्द्रमा मनसो जातः चक्षो सूर्यो अजायत मुखादिन्द्रश्चाग्निश्च प्राणाद्वायुरजायत नाभ्या आसीदन्तरिक्षम् शीर्ष्णोऽध्यौ समवर्तत पद्भ्याम् भूमिर्दिशः श्रोत्रात् तथा लोकागुम् अकल्पयन् वेदाहमेतम् पुरुषम् महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णम् तमसस्तु पारे सर्वाणि रूपाणि विचित्य धीरः नामानि कृत्वा अभिवदन्यदास्ते धाता पुरस्ताद्यमुदा जहार शक्रः प्रविद्वान् प्रदिशस्ततस्रः तमेवम् विद्वानमृत इह भवति नान्यौ पन्था अयनाय विद्यते यज्ञेन यज्ञमयजन्त देवाः तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्यासन् ते हनाकं महिमानः सचन्ते यत्र पूर्वे साध्या सन्ति देवाः अद्य सम्भूत पृथिव्यैरसाच्च विश्वकर्मणः समवर्ततादि तस्य त्वष्टा विदधद्रूपमेति तत्पुरुषस्य विश्वमाजानमग्रे वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् तमेवं विद्वानमृत इह भवति नान्यः पन्था विद्यते यनाय प्रजापतिश्चरति गर्भे अन्तः अजायमानो बहुधा विजायते तस्य धीरा परिजानन्ति योनिम् मरीचीनां पदमिच्छन्ति वेधसः यो देवेभ्य आतपते यो देवानां पुरोहितः पूर्वो यो देवेभ्यो जातः नमो रुचाय ब्राह्मये रुचं ब्राह्मं जनयन्तः देवा अग्रे तदब्रुवन् यस्त्वैवं ब्राह्मणो विद्यात् तस्य देवा असन्वशे ह्रीश्च ते लक्ष्मीश्च पत्न्यौ अहोरात्रे पार्श्वे नक्षत्राणि रूपम् अश्विनौ व्यात्तम् इष्टं मनिषाणा अमुं मनिषाणा सर्वं मनिषाणा सहस्रशीर्षं देवं विश्वाक्षं विश्वशम्भुवम् विश्वं नारायणं देवमक्षरं परमं पदम् विश्वतः परमानि नित्यं विश्वं नारायणं हरिं विश्वमेवेदं पुरुषस्तद्विश्वमुपजीवति पतिं विश्वस्यात्मेश्वरगुं शाश्वतगुं शिवमच्युतम् नारायणं महाज्ञेयं विश्वात्मानं परायणम् नारायण परो ज्योतिरात्मा नारायणः परः नारायण परं ब्रह्म तत्त्वं नारायणः परः नारायण परो ध्याता ध्यानं नारायणः परः यच्च किञ्चित् जगत् सर्वं दृश्यते श्रूयतेऽपि वा अन्तर्बहिश्च तत्सर्वं व्याप्य नारायणस्थितः अनन्तमव्ययं कविगुं समुद्रेऽन्तं विश्वशम्भुवम् पद्मकोशप्रतीकाशगुं हृदयं चाप्यधोमुखम् अधो निष्ट्यादितस्यां तेनाभ्यामुपरि तिष्ठति ज्वालमालाकुलं भाति विश्वस्यायतनं महत् सन्ततगुं शिलाभिस्तुलं भक्त्याकोशसन्निभम् तस्यान्ते सुशिरगुं सूक्ष्मं तस्मिन् सर्वं प्रतिष्ठितम् तस्य मध्ये महानग्निर्विश्वार्चिर्विश्वतोमुखः सोऽग्रभुग्विभजन्तिष्ठन्नाहारमजरः कविः तिर्यगोद्भमदशायी रश्मयस्तस्य सन्तता सन्तापयति स्वं देहमापादतलमस्तकः तस्य मध्ये वह्निशिखा अनीयोर्ध्वा व्यवस्थितः नीलतो यदमध्यस्ताद्विद्धुल्लेखेव भास्वरा नीवारशोकवत्तन्वी पीताभास्वच्चनोपमा तस्याः शिखाया मध्ये परमात्मा व्यवस्थितः स ब्रह्म स शिवः स हरिस्सेन्द्र सोऽक्षरम् परमस्वराट् ऋतगं सत्यं परं ब्रह्म पुरुषं कृष्णपिङ्गलम् ऊर्ध्वरेतं विरूपाक्षं विश्वरूपाय वै नमो नमः नारायणाय वासुदेवाय धीमहि तन्नो विष्णु प्रचोदयात् जातवेदसे सुमवामसो ममलाति यतो निदहाति वेदः स नः परिषदति दुर्गाणि विश्वानावेव सिन्धुं दुरितात्यग्निः तामग्निवर्णां तपसा ज्वलन्तीं वैरोचनीं कर्मफलेषु जुष्टाम् दुर्गां देवीगुं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये सुतरसि तरसे नमः अग्ने त्वं पारयानव्यो अस्मान् स्वस्तिभिरति दुर्गाणि विश्वा पोश्च पृथ्वी बहुलान उर्वी भवातोकायतनयाय शम्योः विश्वानिनो दुर्गः जातवेदः सिन्धुन्ननाव दुरितातिपर्षि अग्ने अत्रिवन्मनसा गृणानो माकं भोज्यविता तनूनाम् ऋतनाजितगुं समानमुग्रमग्निगुं हुवेम परमास्तदस्तात् स नः परिषदति दुर्गाणि विश्वाक्षामद्देवो अतिदुरितात्यग्निः प्रत्नोषिकमेभ्यो अध्वरेषु समाचरोतानव्यस्य सस्ये स्वाञ्चाग्ने तनुवं पिप्रयस्वास्मभ्यं च सौभगमायजस्व गोभिर्जुष्टमयुजो निषिक्तं तवेन्द्र विष्णोरनुसञ्चरेम नाकस्य पृष्ठमपि संवसानो वैष्णवीं लोकैकमालयन्ताम् कात्यायनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारि धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गिः प्रचोदयात् यदक्षरपदभ्रष्टं मात्राहीनं तु यद्भवेत् तत्सर्वं क्षम्यतां देव नारायण नमोऽस्तुते विसर्गबिन्दुमात्राणि पदपादाक्षराणि च न्यूनानि चातिरिक्तानि क्षमस्व साईश्वरा अपराधसहस्राणि क्रियन्ते हर्निशं मया दासोऽयमिति मां मत्वा क्षमस्व साईश्वरा अन्यथा शरणं नास्ति त्वमेव शरणं मम तस्मात् कारुण्यभावेन रक्ष रक्ष साईश्वरा हरि ओम तत्सत् श्री साईश्वरार्पणमस्तु ओम शांति शांति शांति
Sairam. Our next performance is by Shivani and Siddharth Gadepalli. Shivani is an 8th grader in Apex Friendship Middle School in Apex, North Carolina. She was introduced to music by her uncle Sri Krishna Prayaga with Bhajans. Later, she started learning Carnatic music from Srimati Shubha Sundar, and after that, she learned from Sri Siri Varadan. She is currently a student of Srimati Maitreyi Shastri Arvind in North Carolina. Siddharth is a junior at North Carolina State, studying business administration with a concentration in finance. He has been learning Mridangam for several years under Sri Sudindra Rao and is now taking advanced training under Sri H.S. Sudindra in Bangalore. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to now welcome Shivani and Siddharth. Sairam.
Sa सर्व प्रचोदयात् तन्न सर्व प्रचोदयात् गजवदना बेडुवे गौरी तनया 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 गजवदना बेडुवे त्रिजगद्वन्दितने सुरनरपुरेवने त्रिजगद्वन्दितने सुरनरपुरेवने त्रिजगद्वन्दितने सुरनरपुरेवने त्रिजगद्वन्दितने सुरनरपुरेवने गजवदना बेडुवे गौरी तनया गजवदना बेडुवे पाशाङ्कुशधरा परम पवित्र पाशाङ्कुशधरा परम पवित्र पाशाङ्कुशधरा परम पवित्र पाशाङ्कुशधरा परम पवित्र मूषिकावाहन मुनिजन प्रेमा मूषिकावाहन मुनिजन प्रेमा मूषिकावाहन मुनिजन प्रेमा मूषिकावाहन मुनिजन प्रेमा गजवदना बेडुवे गौरी तनया गजवदना बेडुवे मोददी निन्नय पादवतोरो साधु ವಂದಿತನೆ ಆದರದಿಂದಲಿ ಮೋದದಿ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಪಾದವ ತೋರೋ ಸಾಧು ವಂದಿತನೆ ಆದರದಿಂದಲಿ ಸರಸಿ ಜನಾಭ ಶ್ರೀ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ 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 ನಿರುತನಯುವಂತೆ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ನಿರುತನಯುವಂತೆ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ನಿರುತನಯುವಂತೆ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ನಿರುತನಯುವಂತೆ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಗಜವದನ ಬೇಡುವೆ ಗೌರಿ ತನಯ ಗಜವದನ ಬೇಡುವೆ Om Shri Sai Ram, Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. I offer my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagawan. I'm very grateful and honored for this opportunity to be a part of this 95-hour sadhana. Today, I will be singing a garland of songs in which each composer is describing who Swami is to them. I started off with the Ganesha Kriti, which was Gajavandana Beduve in Ragam Kedaram set to Aditalam, and it was composed by Purandara Dasa. Next, I will sing Pranamami Saisha, which is the first of the Sai Panchratna Kritis. It is in Ragam Gambhira Nate and set to Aditalam. In this song, the composer Dr. Vasantalakshmi expresses adoration to Swami and recites Swami's early childhood and his leelas. Pranamami Saisha, Pranamami Saisha, Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Ghana Charita, Pranamami Saisha, Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Ghana Charita, Pranamami Saisha, Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Ghana Charita, Shrishti Sthiti Karak Sugunakar Ratnakar Vamshabdi Sudakar, Pranamami Saisha, Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Ghana Charita, Srishti Sthiti Karak Sugunakar Ratnakar Vamshabdi Sudakar, Pranamami Saisha. Pranatarti Hara, Pranatarti Hara, Shiva Shakti Rupa, Pranatarti Hara, Shiva Shakti Rupa, Pranatarti Hara, Shiva Shakti Rupa, Bharadwaja Gotrodbhava, Pranatarti Hara, Shiva Shakti Rupa, Bharadwaja Gotrodbhava, Nipadamu soki bhuvidanyamane karunakilanu evaru saati, Nipadamu soki bhuvidanyamane karunakilanu evaru saati, Nipadamu soki bhuvidanyamane karunakilanu evaru saati, Pranamami Saisha, Sakala Bhuvana Shubhakara Ghana Charita, Srishti Sthiti Karak Sugunakar Ratnakar Vamshabdi Sudakar, Pranamami Saisha. Saga saga ma ga ma pani pani sa ni sa ga sa ni pani sa ni sa ga ni sa ma pani ma pa pa sa ni pa ma ni pa ma ga sa ga ma pranamami sa isha Devyavataram kalilo prema itihasamu tava charanam mama sharanam Bhakti Mukti Pradayakam, Pranamami Saisha, Saga Samaga Sapa Maga Sani Papa Magama Nipa Nipa Mapa Ni Sani Sa Gasaga Sani Saga Mapa Ni Saga Gaga Sani Nipa Gaga Sani Pani Mapa Magama Pranamami Saisha, साधुमौनि जन प्रार्थनफलितम् ईश्वराम्बसुतनी जननं धर्मोधरनुकुशारथ्यं विश्वमानवदखु भव्य भवितव्यं प्रणमामि स एषा प म प म ग म प स ग म प नि स ग म प म ग म प सा नि प सा नि सा प म ग सा नि प म ग म ग स म ग प म नि प सा नि प म ग म प्रणमामि स एषा सूर्यचन्द्राग्नित्रिनेत्रशोभितरूपजितभक्तहृदया पामरजनतापत्रयक्षयकरा सूत्रत्रयबोधक प्रणमामि स एषा ni pa ma ga sa ni pa sa ni sa ga ma pa ni ma pa sa ni sa pa ma pa sa ni sa ga pa ni sa ma pa ni pa sa ni pa ma ga sa pa sa ni pa ma ga sa ga ma pranamami sa isha చంద్రబింబం సూర్యగోళమున వెలిగే తేజోరూపం అంతలోన దృగోచరమయ్యే దశావతార వైభవం ప్రణమామి స ఈశా సాని పమ ప సాని పమ ప గ మ ప ని ప ని స గ సాని స గ స మ గ సాని స గ సాని ప ని సాని ప ని ప మ గ మ ప ని స ని స గ మ ప ని స స గ మ ప మ గ ప మ గ స గ మ ప ని స ని ప మ గ స గ మ ప్రణమామి స ఈశా సంగీత సర్వనైగమ పారమ్య భాషార్థవచు నిపుణ నీలీలా మహిమలు వినోదములు చిత్ర విచిత్రములు దివ్యము భవ్యము నవ్యము రసరమ్యము నీ పదమే పరమ పదము ప్రణమామి స ఈశా ma ga ma pa ma ga ma pa ga pa ma ga sa ga sa ni pa ni sa pa ma ga ma pa sa ga ma pa ni pa ma ga ma pa sa ni pa ni pa ma ga ma pa ni sa pa ni ma pa ga ma pa ma ga sa ni ma pa ni sa ga sa ma ga ma pa ma ga sa ni pa ni pa ma ga ma pa ni sa ni pa ni pa ma ga ma pranamami sa ఈశా కోరిన ఫలములనెల్లాను సగే చింతాద్రుమం చెలిమి కాండ్రము చటదీర్చే కల్పభోజం తలచినంతనే సృష్టి జరుగు సత్య సంకల్పం ప్రేమ రూప సాయి కరతలమే కల్పకం ప్రణమామి స ఈశా స స సా స గ ని ని సా మ గ ప సా ని ప మ ని ప మ గ మ ప స స గ మ ని సా మ గ మ స గ ని స గ మ ప ని ప మ గ మ ప ని ప మ సా ని ప మ ని సా ని స గ మ ప ని సా ని ప మ ప సా ని ప ని సా ని స గ సా మ గ సా ప మ గ స ని స గ మ స మ గ ని స గ గ మ ప మ గ స గ ని స గ సా ని ప ని సా ని ప మ ని ప మ గ స గ మ ప ని స మ గ సా ని ప ని స గ మ ని స గ మ సా ని ప మ గ స గ మ ప్రణమామి స ఈశా ఆది అంత్యములేని అద్భుత లీలా వినోదం సాయి ప్రేమ కడలి కరటాలలాసం భక్తాలికి ఒక క్షణమున దివ్యానుభూతుల పరవశ్యం మరుక్షణమున సత్య ప్రేమ కర్షణ మానవ సహజ నిజం పసితనం బునని పరమాత్మగా నెరిగిన లనాటి భక్తుల భాగ్య सकल भुवन शोभकर घन चरिता सृष्टि स्थिति कारक सुगुणाकर रत्नाकर वंशाभिसुधाकर प्रणमामि ईशा। Next, I will sing Charana Sevaram, which is the third of the Sai Pancharatna Kritis. It is in Ragam Arabhi set to Aditalam. In this song, we celebrate the human aspect of Swami, who spent every moment of his life for his devotees and students. Charana Sevanam Parama Pavanam Charana Sevanam Parama Pavanam Charana Sevanam Parama Pavanam Madhuram Madhuram Sai Rupanamam 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 Charana Sevanam Parama Pavanam. Arishadvargaharanam Arishadvargavaranam Arishadvargaharanam Arishadvargavaranam Aparajana Parivartana Daksham Aparajana Parivartana Daksham Aparajana Parivartana Daksham Charana Sevanam Parama Pavanam Madhuram Madhuram Sai Rupanamam Charana Sevanam Parama Pavanam. Karunya Lavanya Kamaniya Gatram Karunya Lavanya Kamaniya Gatram Dati Madari Dasa Padamari Ma Karunya Lavanya Kamaniya Gatram Akhanda Vibhuti Vaibhava Sundaram Karunya Lavanya Kamaniya Gatram Risari Pamagari Tapadari Sanida Risari Magari Sanida Pamagari Makarunya Lavanya Kamaniya Gatram Vinaya Bhasura Mridu Subhashana Sahanashila Tyagamaya Rupa Karunya Lavanya Kamaniya Gatram da pa da ma pa da ri ma pa da da pa ma ga ri ri sa ri da sa ri ma ga ri ma pa da ri da sa ma ga ri sa ni da ri sa ni da pa ma ga ri da pa ma ga ri sa ri ma karunya lavanya kamaniya gatram पंचभूताधार सर्वजीवनाधार सर्वव्यापक सर्वशक्तिमय सर्वज्ञाकारुण्यलावण्य कमनीय गात्रं सा रीदा पमप मगरि सानि दसा मगरि दप दपद सानि दपद रे सानि दप मपद रि सा मगरि रि सा रे मगरि सरि दद मगरि सानि दप मप मगरि सरि मकरुण्य लावण्य कमनीय गात्रं वात्सल्यादिगुणोज्ज्वल साहि सदय आनन्ददायक मृदुल हृदय भक्त सखा चित्ताकाश ज्ञान भास्कर कारुण्य लावण्य कमनीय गात्रं मादरि सादरि सानि द सदा प मरि द प म प द प म गरि प म गरि सरि द प द म गरि म प द सानि द म गरि रि सा रि द सरि म गरि रि सानि द प म गरि रि द रि द द रि सानि द प म गरि म कारुण्य लावण्य कमनीय गात्रं मातपिता गुरुदैवमु मरिसकुडवु नीवैनावु पुरा जन्म परंपरागत मोक्षदायक पुण्यफलं भक्तालिకి परमनिदानम् अमूल्यमूलधनं कारुण्य लावण्य कमनीय गात्रं सानि द पद रि सरि सानि द प म गरि म पद म प म गरि सानि द रि रि सा सा रि रि द द प प म गरि सानि द रि म गरि सरि प म प प म गरि सरि द प द म प द सानि द सा रि सानि द रि सरि रि द सा रि प म गरि सरि म गरि सानि द रि सा प द सानि द प म गरि प द रि रि सा रि रि द द प म गरि म प द सरि प म गरि सानि द प म गरि सरि रि म म द द रि रि म गरि सानि द प म कारुण्य लावण्य कमनीय गात्रम् अनिमिषुलकी सुजनं भगन्ते वासुलदर्शनवेళ परि परि नटनल చూపుచు కుశలములదుగుచు లేఖలచి కొనుచు అభయమొసగుచు నా హక్కు మీరనుచు మీ వాడనేననుచు సత్కీర్తి నొందగా సంతసింతు నటంచు సర్వము నానేయై బ్రతుకు బాటను పూదోతగ చేసిన హృదయ బృందావన వనమాలి కారుణ్య లావణ్య కమనీయ గాత్రం మాతను నీది మాతలపు నీది మారిది వెలుగు రూపు నీది మాతను నీది మాతలపు నీది మారిది వెలుగు రూపు నీది ప్రేమ సౌగంధిక భరితము మా జీవన కల్హారమే నీదు చరణ యుగలికి నివాలి చరణ సేవనం పరమ పావనం మధురం మధురం సాయి రూపనామం చరణ సేవనం పరమ పావనం Next, I will sing Janula Madhya Tirugade Jagapati. This song talks about who Swami is in the sense of who he was as someone among us and how he pervades everything. Janula Madhya Tirugade Jagapati Jadulu Teliyagalare ni Sangati Janula Madhya Tirugade Jagapati Jadulu Teliyagalare ni Sangati Harivo Mari Harudavo Harivo Mari Harudavo Yovarena Nemi Harivo Mari Harudavo Yovarena Nemi Andarini Bangaru Ani Piliche Swami Andarini Bangaru Ani Piliche Swami Janula Madhya Tirugade Jagapati Jadulu Teliyagalare ni Sangati Janula Madhya Tirugade Jagapati Jadulu Teliyagalare ni Sangati Puttapartilo Unna Put Yantani Yetti Yendakaina ni Godugunida Made Puttapartilo Unna Podami Yantani Yetti Yendakaina ni Godugunida Made Rati Guntu Tadipi Dappi Tirchina Jay Rathalanni Marchesina Ratnakara Sai Rati Guntu Tadipi Dappi Tirchina Jay Rathalanni Marchesina Ratnakara Sai Janula Madhya Tirugade Jagapati Jadulu Teliyagalare ni Sangati Vedamlo galamette nadani vinive Shvedamlo molakette modani vinive Vedamlo galamette nadani vinive Shvedamlo molakette modani vinive Ashayani acharana kujada chesina deva ఆశయాని ఆచరణకు జత చేసిన దేవా ఆదర్శం అడుగడుగున శృతి చేసిన ప్రభువా ఆశయాని ఆచరణకు జత చేసిన దేవా ఆదర్శం అడుగడుగున శృతి చేసిన ప్రభువా జనుల మధ్య తిరుగాడే జగపతి చెడులు తెలియగలరే నీ సంగతి హరివో మరి హరుడవో ఎవరైనా నేమి హరివో మరి హరుడవో ఎవరైనా నేమి అందరినీ బంగారు అని పిలిచే స్వామి అందరినీ బంగారు అని పిలిచే స్వామి జనుల మధ్య తిరుగాడే జగపతి Next, I will sing Tum Hi More. This song is explaining how Swami is everything. It says, O Lord, you are my Rama and you are my Krishna. You are in everything. Tum hi more giridhar nagar तुम ही मोरे घनश्याम शिरडी के राजा परति निवासा तुम ही अयोध्या राम इतना प्यार पाया है तुमसे इस जीवन को राह मिली तुम ही मोरे गिरिधर नागर तुम ही मोरे घनश्याम, तुम ही मोरे घनश्याम। तुझसे ही जीवन तुम बिन लगे ना, मन मोरा बावरा कन्हैया, मन मोरा बावरा। तुझसे ही जीवन तुम बिन लगे ना, मन मोरा बावरा कन्हैया, मन मोरा बावरा। अश्रु बहने नून से उसाई, दर्शन दे अब तू, दर्शन दे अब तू। इस जीवन में मिल जो गए हो, बांधे रखो मोरे राम। तुम ही मोरे गिरिधर नागर, तुम ही मोरे घनश्याम, तुम ही मोरे घनश्याम। तुम ही हो जग के पालनहारे, इस युग के अवतार ओ रामा, इस युग के अवतार। तुम ही हो जग के पालनहारे, इस युग के भगवान ओ बाबा, इस युग के भगवान। मुझे से मिली मैं मिलके तुम ही से, ऐसा है तेरा प्यार, ऐसा है तेरा प्यार। देकर ही पाई हार के भी जीती, इतनी खुशी पाई मैंने। लगने लगे जब दुश्मन भी भाई, राह पे चलने लगी, तुझसे ही मिलती गई। तुम ही मोरे गिरिधर नागर, तुम ही मोरे घनश्याम। शिरडी के राजा परती निवासा, तुम ही अयोध्या राम। इतना प्यार पाया है तुमसे, इस जीवन को राह मिली। तुम ही मोरे गिरिधर नागर, तुम ही मोरे घनश्याम, तुम ही मोरे घनश्याम। Finally, I would like to conclude with a Jhula song, in which I am telling Lali to the Swami who has selflessly taught us how to be one with him. Kuyalalo Shri Sathya Sai आनन्ददायी आनन्ददायी उय्याललूगुम श्री सत्य साई आत्मडोलिकलोन आनन्ददायी आनन्ददायी मानस सरोवरमु पाल्कडलिकागा मानस सरोवरमु पाल्कडलिकागा शेषरूपकन्याडि कल्पमूल निलची शेषरूपकनाडि कल्पमूल निलची श्वासने मधुर गानमुजेयु वेळलो श्वासने मधुर गानमुजेयु वेळलो नातनु వెల్లహాయిగా విహరింపు మయ్యా తను వెల్లహాయిగా విహరింపు మయ్యా ఉయ్యాలలోగుమ శ్రీ సత్య సాయి ఆత్మడోలికలోన आनन्ददायी आनन्ददायी ब्रह्माण्डमन्तयु व्यापिञ्चियुन्ना నీవేమునాలోన నిలచియున్నావు ఈ విశ్వమంతయు ఈ విశ్వమంతయు నీలోపలదుగాద వాసుదేవా వాసుదేవా సాయిదేవా నేను నీలోన ఉన్నాను ఉయ్యాలలూగుమ శ్రీ సత్య సాయి ఆత్మడోలికలోన ఆనందదాయి ఆనందదాయి లాలి 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 I would once again like to express my gratitude for getting this opportunity, and I would like to thank all of my teachers and Swami who helped me sing today. Sarvam Shri Sai95.
What a mesmerizing program that was by Shivani, as she sang in her second Pancharatna Kriti, Maduram Maduram Sai Rupam, which means Sai's name and form are most nectarous and sweet. Shivani's voice is so sweet and nectarous. Each and every song was rendered so melodiously with perfect swarasthanam and so much bhava.
Thank you, Shivani, for such a divine offering. Jai Sai Ram.
गणानां त्वा गणपतिगं हवामहे कविं कवीनाम् उपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन् मोदिभिस्सीदसादनम् ॐ श्री महागणपतये नमः। नमो नमो गणेशाय नमस्ते शिवसूनवे निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव नमामि त्वां गणाधिपा विघ्नेश्वर महाबाहा सर्वलोकनमस्कृता मया रब्धमिदं कर्म निर्विघ्नं कुरु सर्वदा। ॐ श्री महागणपतये नमः। सर्वविघ्नहरं देवं सर्वविघ्नविवर्जितं सर्वसिद्धिप्रदातारं वन्देऽहं गणनायकं वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटिसमप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। गजाननं भूतगणातिसेवितं कपित्तजम्बूफलसारभक्षितम् उमासुतं शोकविनाशकारणं नमामि विघ्नेश्वरपादपङ्कजम्। शुक्लाम्बरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये।
त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव वन्दनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात्। ॐ 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 त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव वन्दनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् 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 ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् 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 मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् ॐ ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव वन्दनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् 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 ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
माणिक्यवीणाम् उपलालयन्ती मदालसाम् मञ्जुलवाग्विलासाम् माहेन्द्र नीलद्युति कोमलाङ्गीं मातङ्ग कन्यां मनसा स्मरामि. चतुर्भुजे चन्द्रकलावतंसे कुचोनते कुङ्कुमरागशोणे पुण्ड्रेक्षुपाशाङ्कुश पुष्पबाणहस्ते नमस्ते जगदेकमातः नमस्ते जगदेकमातः माता मरगतश्यामा मातङ्गी मदशालिनी कुर्यात् कटाक्षं कल्याणी कदम्बवनवासिनी कुर्यात् कटाक्षं कल्याणी कदम्बवनवासिनी. जय मातङ्गतनये जय नीलोत्पलद्युते जय सङ्गीतरसिके लीला शुकप्रिये जय सङ्गीतरसिके जय लीला शुकप्रिये. जय जननी सुधा समुद्रान्तरुद्यन्मणिद्वीपसंरूढबिल्वाटवीमध्य कल्पद्रुमा कल्पकादम्बकान्तारवासप्रिये कृत्तिवासप्रिये सर्वलोकप्रिये सादरारब्धसङ्ग
सहस्रगाबद झूले सनातत्रिके सानुमत पुत्रिके शेखरी भूत श्रीराम शुरेखा मयूखवली बद सुस्निग्ध नीलालक श्रेणी शृंगारिते लोक संभाविते कामलीलादनु सन्निभा प्रुलता पुष्प संदोह संदेह कृल्लोचने वाक्सुदासेचने चारु गोरोचना पंकले लीलरामाभिराम सुरामे रमे प्रोलसद्वालिका मौक्तिका श्रेणिका चन्द्रिका मण्डलोद्भासि लावण्यगण्डस्थ लन्यस्थ कस्तूरिका पत्ररेखा पूत सौरभ्य सम्प्रान्त प्रिङ्गाङ्गना गीत सान्द्री भवन मन्द तन्त्री स्वरे सुस्वरे भास्वरे वल्लकी वादन प्रक्रिया लोलताली दलाबद ताटङ्क भूषाणि सिद्ध सम्मानिते दिव्यहारामदोद्वेल हेलालस चक्षुरादोलन श्रीसमाक्षिप्त कर्णिक नीलोत्पले श्यामले पूरिताशेषलोकाभिवाञ्छाफले निर्मले श्रीफले स्वेदबिन्दूलसत्फाललावण्य निष्यन्द सन्दोह सन्देह प्रिन्नासिक मौक्तिके सर्वमन्त्रात्मिके सर्वसिद्ध्यात्मिके कालिके मुग्धमन्त्रस्मितोदरवक्त्रस्फुरद्भुग ताम्बूलकर्पूरखण्डोत्करे ज्ञानमुद्राकरे सर्वसम्पत्करे पद्मभास्वत्करे श्रीकरे कुन्दपुष्पद्युतिस्निग्धदन्तावली निर्मलालोलकल्लोल सम्मेलन स्मेर शोणादरे चारुवीणादरे पक्वम्बादरे सुललित नवयौवनारम्भ चन्द्रोदयोर्वेल लावण्यदुग्धानवाविर्भवतम्बु पिम्पोकभृत्कण्डरे सत्कलामन्दिरे मन्तरे दिव्यरत्नप्रभाबन्धुराचन्नहारादिभूषा समुद्योतमानानवत्याङ्ग शोभे शुभे रत्नकेयूररश्मिच्छटा पल्लव प्रोलसतोलताराजिते योगिभिः पूजिते विश्वदिङ्मण्डलो व्याप्तमाणिक्यतेजस्फुरत्कङ्कणालङ्कृते विभ्रमालङ्कृते साधुभिः सत्कृते वासरारम्भविलासमुचुम्बमानार विन्दप्रतिद्वन्द्विपाणि द्वये सन्ततोऽत्यदये अद्वये दिव्यरत्नोन्मिकादितिस्तोमसिद्ध्याय माताङ्गुली पल्लवोद्यन्नकेन्दु प्रभामण्डले सन्नुताखण्डले चित्प्रभामण्डले प्रोलसत्कुण्डले तारकाराजिनीकाशहारावलिस्मेर चारुस्तना भोगभारानमन्ति समुद्यच उल्लास सन्दर्शिताकर सौन्दर्य रत्नाकर मञ्जु सम्भाषणे चारुषिञ्जत्कटी सूत्र निर्भर्जितानङ्गलीलाधनुषिञ्चिनीडम्बरे दिव्यरत्नाम्बरे पद्ममेकलामुक्तिकशोनि शोभाजिता स्वर्णभूभृतले चन्द्रिका शीतले विकसितनव किं शुकाताम्रदिव्यां शुकाचन्द्रचारुरुशोभा पूतसिन्दूर शोणायमानेन्द्रमातङ्गहस्तार्क ते वैभवानर्गले श्यामले कोमलस्निग्धनीलोत्पलोत्पादितानङ्गतूणीरशङ्काकरोदारजङ्गते चारुलीलागते पालसीमन्तिनी कुन्तलस्निग्ध नीलप्रभापुञ्ज सञ्जात दूर्वाकुराशङ्कसारङ्गसंयोगलिङ्खन्नखेन्दूज्ज्वले प्रोज्ज्वले निर्मले प्रभदेवेश लक्ष्मीश भूतेश तोयेश वाणीश कीनाश दैत्येश यक्षेश कोटिरमाणिक्य सम्पृष्ट बालात् पुत्तमलक्षार सारुण्य तारुण्य लक्ष्मी गृहीताङ्ग्रि पद्मे सुपद्मे उमे सुरुचिरनवरत्नपीठस्थिते सुस्थिते रत्नपद्मासने रत्नसिंहासने शङ्खपद्मपश्यते विशते तत्र विघ्नेश दुर्गवटु क्षेत्रपालेर्युते मत्तमातङ्गकन्या समूहान्विते वैरवैरष्टभिर्वेष्टिते मञ्जुळा मेनकाद्यङ्गनामानि ते देवि वामादिभिः शक्तिभिः स्निग्धे तात्रिलक्ष्म्यादिशक्त्यष्ट कैसैन्युते मातृका मण्डले मण्डिते यक्षगन्धर्वसिद्धाङ्गना मण्डले रचिते भैरवी संवृते पञ्चबाणात्मिके पञ्चबाणेन रत्या च सम्भाविते प्रीतिवाच वसन्तेन चानन्दिते भक्तिभाचां परं श्रेयसे कल्पसे योगी मानसे द्योतसे छन्दसामोच साभ्राजसे गीतविद्या विनोदादि तृष्णेन कृष्णेन सम्पूज्यसे भक्तिमाचेतसा वेदसा स्तूयसे विश्वहृदेन वादेन विद्याधरिर्गीयसे नया विनया किन्नरेर्गीयसे यक्षगन्धर्वसिद्धाङ्गना मण्डले रच्यसे सर्व सौभाग्यवाञ्छावधिभिर्वधु पिस्तुलानां समाराध्यसे सर्वविद्याविशेषात्मकं चाटुगाथा चारणाकण्ठमूलोलसद्वन आजित्रयं कोमलश्यामलोदर पक्षद्वयं तुण्डशोभाति तुण्डिभवत् किं शुकं तं शुकं लालयन्ति परिक्रीडसे पाणिपद्मद्वय स्फाटिकीं ज्ञानसारात्मकं पुस्तकं चापरेणाकुशं पाशमां बिभ्रति येन सञ्चिन्त्यसे चेतसा तस्य वाक्याद्यपद्यात्मिका भारती निसरेत् येन वायावका भाकृतिर्भाव्यसे तस्य वश्या भवन्ति स्त्रियः पुरुषा येन वाशार्थकं पद्युति भाव्यसे सोऽपि लक्ष्मी सहस्रे परिक्रीडते किं न सिद्धेद्वपुष्यामलं कोमलं चन्द्रचूडान्वितं तावकं ध्यायतस्तस्य सरोवारिधिस्तस्य केलीवनं नन्दनं तस्य भद्रासनं भूतलं तस्य गीर्देवता किङ्करी तस्य छायाकरीषे स्वयम् सर्वतीर्थात्मिके सर्वमन्त्रात्मिके सर्वयन्त्रात्मिके सर्वत्रात्मिके सर्वचक्रात्मिके सर्वशक्त्यात्मिके सर्वपीठात्मिके सर्ववेदात्मिके सर्वविद्यात्मिके सर्वयोगात्मिके सर्ववर्णात्मिके सर्वगीतात्मिके सर्वनादात्मिके सर्वशब्दात्मिके सर्वविश्वात्मिके सर्वविश्वात्मिके सर्ववर्गात्मिके सर्ववर्गात्मिके सर्वसर्वात्मिके सर्वसर्वात्मिके सर्वगे सर्वरूपे जगन्मातृके पाहि मां पाहि मां पाहि मां देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमः पाहि मां पाहि मां पाहि मां देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमः पाहि मां पाहि मां देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमो देवी तुभ्यं नमः देवी तुभ्यं नमः देवी तुभ्यं नमः
देवी शरणं सिंहवाहिनी
देहि शरणं सिंहवाहिनी
देहि शरणम् असुरविनाशिनी
शरणम् असुरविनाशिनी
देहि शरणं सिंहवाहिनी
देहि शरणं सिंहवाहिनी
देहि शरणम् असुरविनाशिनी
देहि शरणम् असुरविनाशिनी
देहि शरणं भवभयहारिणी
देहि शरणं भवभयहारिणी
देहि शरणं भवभयहारिणी
देहि शरणं भवभयहारिणी
देहि शरणं हरिनारायणी
देहि शरणं हरिनारायणी
देहि शरणं हरिनारायणी
देहि शरणं हरिनारायणी
देहि शरणं ब्रह्म सनातनी
देहि शरणं ब्रह्म सनातनी
देहि शरणं ब्रह्म सनातनी
देहि शरणं ब्रह्म सनातनी
देहि शरणं साई नारायणी
देहि शरणं साई नारायणी
देहि शरणं साई नारायणी
देहि शरणं साई नारायणी
देहि शरणं सिंहवाहिनी
देहि शरणं सिंहवाहिनी
देहि शरणं असुरविनाशिनी
देहि शरणं असुरविनाशिनी
देहि शरणं भवभयहारिणी
देहि शरणं भवभयहारिणी
देहि शरणं हरिनारायणी
देहि शरणं हरिनारायणी
देहि शरणं ब्रह्म सनातनी
देहि शरणं ब्रह्म सनातनी
देहि शरणं साई नारायणी
देहि शरणं साई नारायणी
देहि शरणं साई नारायणी
देहि शरणं साई नारायणी देहि शरणं सिंहवाहिनी
देहि शरणं असुरविनाशिनी
अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा
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 अक्षयलिंग आत्मलिंग
अक्षयलिंग आत्मलिंग
अक्षयलिंग आत्मलिंग
अक्षयलिंग आत्मलिंग
तेजोमय विग्रहलिंग
तेजोमय विग्रहलिंग
तेजोमय विग्रहलिंग
तेजोमय विग्रहलिंग
इह पर सुखदायका ईशा इह पर सुखदायका
इह पर सुखदायका ईशा इह पर सुखदायका
इह पर सुखदायका साई इह पर सुखदायका
इह पर सुखदायका साई इह पर सुखदायका
अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल ಶಿವ ಅರುಣ ಶಿವ
ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ಶಿವ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ಶಿವ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ಶಿವ ಅರುಣ ಶಿವ
ಅಕ್ಷಯಲಿಂಗ ಆತ್ಮಲಿಂಗ
ಅಕ್ಷಯಲಿಂಗ ಆತ್ಮಲಿಂಗ
ತೇಜೋಮಯ ವಿಗ್ರಹಲಿಂಗ
ತೇಜೋಮಯ ವಿಗ್ರಹಲಿಂಗ
ಇಹ ಪರ ಸುಖದಾಯಕ ಈಶ ಇಹ ಪರ ಸುಖದಾಯಕ
ಇಹ ಪರ ಸುಖದಾಯಕ ಈಶಾ ಇಹ ಪರ ಸುಖದಾಯಕ
ಇಹ ಪರ ಸುಖದಾಯಕ ಸಾಯಿ ಇಹ ಪರ ಸುಖದಾಯಕ
ಇಹ ಪರ ಸುಖದಾಯಕ ಸಾಯಿ ಇಹ ಪರ ಸುಖದಾಯಕ
ಓಂ ನಮಃ ಶಿವಾಯ ಶಿವಾಯ ನಮಃ
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 ಶಿವಾಯ ನಮಃ ಭವಾಯ ನಮಃ
ಶಿವಾಯ ನಮಃ ಓಂ ಭವಾಯ ನಮಃ
ಭವಾಯ ನಮಃ ಹರಾಯ ನಮಃ
ಭವಾಯ ಹರ ಓಂ ಹರಾಯ ನಮಃ
ಓಂ ನಮಃ ಶಿವಾಯ ಶಿವಾಯ 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 ನಮಃ
ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ಶಿವ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ಶಿವ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ಶಿವ ಅರುಣ ಶಿವ
ವಿಠಲ ಹರಿ ವಿಠಲ
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 ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗ ವಿಠಲೇ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ
ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗ ವಿಠಲೇ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ
ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗ ವಿಠಲೇ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ
ಪಾಂಡುರಂಗ ವಿಠಲೇ ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ
ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಭಜೋ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಭಜೋ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಭಜೋ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಹರಿನಾರಾಯಣ ಭಜೋ ನಾರಾಯಣ
ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ
ಸಾಯಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ
Hari Narayana
Purandara Vittale Hari Narayana
Hari Narayana Bhajo Narayana
Hari Narayana Bhajo Narayana
Sai Narayana Sathya Narayana
Sai Narayana Sathya Narayana
Sai Narayana Sathya Narayana
Sai Narayana Sathya Narayana
Vittala Hare Vittala
योगवित्तमाः श्रीभगवानुवाच मय्यावेश्य मनो ये मां नित्ययुक्ता उपासते श्रद्धया परयोपेताः ते मे युक्ततमा मताः ये त्वक्षरम् अनिर्देश्यम् अव्यक्तं पर्युपासते सर्वत्र गमचिन्त्यं च कूटस्थम् अचलं ध्रुवम् संनियम्येन्द्रियग्रामं सर्वत्र समबुद्धयः ते प्राप्नुवन्ति मामेव सर्वभूतहिते रताः क्लेशोऽधिकतरस्तेषाम् अव्यक्तासक्तचेतसाम् अव्यक्ता हि गतिर्दुःखम् देहवद्भिरवाप्यते ये तु सर्वाणि कर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्पराः अनन्येनैव योगेन मां ध्यायन्त उपासते तेषाम् अहं समुद्धर्त मृत्युसंसारसागरात् भवामि न चिरात् पार्थ मय्यावेशितचेतसाम् मय्येव मन आधत्स्व मयि बुद्धिं निवेशय निवसिष्यसि मय्येव अथ ऊर्ध्वं न संशयः अथ चित्तं समाधातुं न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यासयोगेन ततो माम् इच्छाप्तुं धनञ्जय अभ्यासेऽप्यसमर्थोऽसि मत्कर्म परमो भव मदर्थमपि कर्माणि कुर्वन् सिद्धिमवाप्स्यसि अथैतदप्यशक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मद्योगमाश्रितः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं ततः कुरु यथात्मवान् श्रेयो हि ज्ञानमभ्यासात् ज्ञानात् ध्यानं विशिष्यते ध्यानात् कर्मफलत्यागः त्यागात् शान्तिरनन्तरम् अद्वेष्टा सर्वभूतानां मैत्रः करुण एव च निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः समदुःखः सुखक्षमी सन्तुष्टः सततं योगी यथात्मा दृढनिश्चयः मय्यार्पितमनो बुद्धिर्यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यस्मान्नो द्विजते लोको लोकान्नो द्विजते च यः हर्षामर्षभयोद्वेगैर्मुक्तो यः स च मे प्रियः अनपेक्षः शुचिर्दक्षः उदासीनो गतव्यथः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न कृष्यति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न काङ्क्षति शुभाशुभपरित्यागी भक्तिमान् यः स मे प्रियः समः शत्रौ च मित्रे च तथा मानापमानयोः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु समः सङ्गविवर्जितः तुल्यनिन्दास्तुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतस्थिरमतिः भक्तिमान् मे प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्म्याम् अमृतमिदं यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धदानामत्परमा भक्तास्तेतीव मे प्रियः इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे भक्तियोगो नाम द्वादशोऽध्यायः। हरिः ओम् तत्सत्।
मधुर मधुर मीनाक्षी मधुरापुरी निलये अम्बा अम्बा जगदम्बा 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 मधुर मधुर वाग्विलासिनी मधुर मधुर वाग्विलासिनी मधुर मधुर वाग्विलासिनी मधुर मधुर वाग्विलासिनी मधुर मधुर मीनाक्षी मधुरापुरी निलये अम्बा जगदम्बा सुन्दरेश्वर भागेश्वरी अम्ब सुवरादि जगदीश्वरी छाये सुन्दरेश्वर भागेश्वरी अम्ब सुवरादि जगदीश्वरी छाये पतितात्मा परितारिणि माये पतितात्मा परितारिणि माये परम गुह्य परब्रह्म सहाये मधुर मधुर मीनाक्षी मधुरापुरी निलये अम्बा जगदम्बा मधुर मधुर मीनाक्षी मधुरापुरी निलये अम्बा अम्बा जगदम्बा
वन्देऽहं शारदा स्वरूपिणी स्वच्छ हृदय निवासिनी शुद्ध सत्व स्वरूपिणी स्वच्छ हृदय निवासिनी स्वप्रकाश रूपिणी स्वप्रकाश रूपिणी स्वप्रकाश रूपिणी स्वप्रकाश रूपिणी वन्देऽहं शारदां विशारदां ज्ञानदां वरदां वन्देऽहं परात् परा नित्यभूषिता सुरवर सुजना सेविता सुभदा सुलभा सुस्वरवाद्यनिरता सुभदा सुलभा सुस्वरवाद्यनिरता वन्देऽहं शारदां विशारदां ज्ञानदां वरदां वन्देऽहं शारदां विशारदां బ్రహ్మమొకటే పరబ్రహ్మమొకటే బ్రహ్మమొకటే పరబ్రహ్మమొకటే బ్రహ్మమొకటే పరబ్రహ్మమొకటే తందనానాహి తందనానాపురే తందనానా బల తందనానా బల తందనా బల తందనా బ్రహ్మమొకటే పర బ్రహ్మమొక్కటే పర బ్రహ్మమొకటే పర బ్రహ్మమొకటే తందనానాహి తందనానాపురే తందనానా బల తందనానా బల బల కందువగుహీనాదికి శ్రీహరే అంతరాత్మా కందువగుహీనాదిక నిద్రాదియు ఒకటే నిండార రాజు నిద్ర అట్లనే బంటు నిద్రాదియు ఒకటే వెండైన బ్రాహ్మణుడు మెట్టు భూమి ఒకటే చండాలుడుంటేటి సరి భూమి ఒకటే వెండైన బ్రాహ్మణుడు మెట్టు భూమి ఒకటే చండాలుడుంటేటి సరి భూమి ఒకటే సరి భూమి ఒకటే ఈ సరి భూమి ఒకటే బ్రహ్మమొకటే పర బ్రహ్మమొక్కటే పర బ్రహ్మమొకటే పర బ్రహ్మమొకటే తందనానాహి తందనానా పురే తందనానా బల తందనానా బల బల కడిగి ఏనుగు మీద సునకము మీద పొలయు నెండొకటే కడిగి ఏనుగు మీద సునకము మీద పొలయు నెండొకటే కడు పుణ్యలను పాప కర్ములను సరిగావ జడయు శ్రీ వెంకటేశ్వరు నామము ఒకటే కడు పుణ్యలను పాప కర్ములను సరిగావ జడయు శ్రీ వెంకటేశ్వరు నామము ఒకటే జడయు శ్రీ వెంకటేశ్వరు నామము ఈశ్వరు నామము వెంకటేశ్వరు నామము సాయీశ్వరు నామము ఒకటే తందనానాహి తందనానా పురే తందనానా బల తందనానా బల 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 తందనానా బల తందనానా బల తందనానా రాగరాగిణి దేవి మంగళం మంగళం రాగరాగిణి దేవి మంగళం మంగళం సర్వమేల రూపిణి వందనం వందనం సర్వమేల రూపిణి వందనం వందనం శృతిలయ రూపే మంగళం మంగళం శృతిలయ రూపే మంగళం మంగళం గణపతి సచిదానందదత మంగళం గణపతి సచిదానందదత మంగళం రాగరాగిణి దేవి మంగళం మంగళం రాగరాగిణి దేవి మంగళం మంగళం సర్వమేల రూపిణి వందనం వందనం సర్వమేల రూపిణి వందనం వందనం శృతిలయ రూపే మంగళం మంగళం శృతిలయ రూపే మంగళం మంగళం గణపతి సచిదానందదత మంగళం గణపతి సచిదానందదత మంగళం రాగరాగిణి దేవి మంగళం మంగళం రాగరాగిణి దేవి మంగళం మంగళం రాగరాగిణి దేవి మంగళం మంగళం
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
सत्यं शिवं सुन्दरं 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 साईनाथ भगवान
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संगं शरणं गच्छामि
सत्य साईश शरणं गच्छामि
सत्य साईश शरणं गच्छामि
सत्य साईश शरणं गच्छामि
सत्य साईश शरणं गच्छामि
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
सत्यं शिवं सुन्दरं साईनाथ भगवान
सत्यं शिवं सुन्दरं साईनाथ भगवान
हे साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संगं शरणं गच्छामि
सत्य साईश शरणं गच्छामि
सत्य साईश शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संगं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
सत्य साईश शरणं गच्छामि
सत्य साईश शरणं गच्छामि
सत्य साईश शरणं गच्छामि
साईनाथ भगवान साईनाथ भगवान शांति शांति शांति
My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our dear Bhagawan. Sairam everyone, my name is Pragaspati Shivadas. I will be the MC for the next event. It's my great honor and pleasure to introduce the guest speaker for this next session. Brother Ravi Mariwala hails from Mumbai. He was blessed to be part of Bal Vikas and Pre-Seva Dal and spoke in Baba's presence in 1979 in Mumbai and again in Parthi in the same year. From then on, he had a strong desire to study at Baba's college. Bhagawan gave him this opportunity in 1982, and he studied there for 9 years. At Swami's college, he was part of the speakers group, the brass band. He also participated actively in various service activities. Through these 9 years, he had many opportunities to interact with Bhagawan. His parents and sister too were also blessed by Bhagawan. He also accompanied Swami to Kodaikanal and Chennai. He was also the blessed recipient of 3 gold medals for distinction in MSc, MBA, and All-Rounders Gold Medal from Bhagawan's own hands. The highlight of his time with Swami came when, after obtaining his MBA degree, Bhagawan asked him to work as one of the first employees of the Sri Sathya Sai Super Specialty Hospital at Prashanthi Nilayam. Brother Ravi served at the hospital for 14 years at the cardiac surgery departments, playing multiple roles, including serving as a full-time clinical perfusionist. Brother Ravi considers it a blessing to share with the community the memories, the learnings, and the insights he has gained. Now, without further ado, over to you, Brother Ravi. Please, Adam.
Sairam. Thank you for that beautiful introduction that, serves to remind me of the great opportunity that Bhagawan gave me to see him from close at hand and to be able to share some of those first-hand experiences with all of you. So, with loving salutations at the feet of our beloved Master, who is always with us, guiding us and guarding us, I think we should all rejoice due to the fact that we are gathered here to worship Him, to adore Him, and to recollect those joyous memories that He provided individuals, but are really for the elevation and inspiration of all of us. So I will just start by saying that, Bhagwan, as we worship Bhagwan on his 95th birthday, and you all have put together this very beautiful program called Sai95 Sadhana, it comes to mind that we have to be one with Sai. And what is that oneness? Where is that oneness going to begin? From Swami's side, there was always oneness. The oneness is something we have to learn and acclimatize to, because we always wanted to be, as you can see in the picture on the left, we wanted to stay separate from Swami so that we could enjoy Swami. We would hold up a letter to Bhagwan, not so much to communicate a prayer to Bhagwan, but to hope that when he condescended, when he saw the prayer in our heart and the yearning for us to be close to him, and he came close to us, it was not really the content of the letter necessarily, but it was the possibility of him coming close to us that ignited our imagination, that ignited our yearning for him. And in that spirit, as we remember him, this great master, this exalted being, who is, as I like to say, a manifestation of primary consciousness, something that we and this world has not seen in many thousands of years. So he is really worship worthy, and that's why I like to start by saying that Dhyana Moolam Guru Murti, Puja Moolam Gurur Padam, Mantra Moolam Gurur Vakyam, Moksha Moolam Guru Kripa. We can only think that at some point we will attain moksha, not due to our activity, not due to our seva, not due to praising him, not due to doing bhajan and japa and tapa, but by becoming deserved, if there is such a thing in the first place, of his grace. So our whole effort has to be as to how can we gain that Guru Kripa, that we saw the possibility of that Guru Kripa at the time when we met Bhagwan. And there was a time in my own life where I had no idea about what is inspiration. And I'm showing you some of the pictures about how my own life started with Bhagwan. I was a not so interested Balvika student from typical Mumbai. I couldn't know better at that time that through these interactions with Swami, that I would land with so much enrichment of my heart, with so much of a new horizon opening up in my heart. And that is when Swami, out of his grace in those years, and these pictures are black and white, those black and white pictures tell you a different story. You can see that I was this SSC student who had this opportunity. Swami took the garland. I had this opportunity to touch his feet. And then all through my talk, I was so blessed that Bhagwan kept on looking at me. And brothers, sisters, this is not with pride or with arrogance that I tell you that he kept on looking at me. I tell you, it's a confession rather, that he needed to look at me. He needed to change me. I was possibly, fully involved in very worldly thoughts. And though I was young, my life at that time was not so much to be proud of. And when I look back at this picture, while it definitely gives me the horripilations and I feel so happy, but it does not make me proud, because Bhagwan's glance, Bhagwan's vision being directed towards me, I'm very sure that he was uplifting me. He was, through his glance, he was not just blessing me. That blessing came in the form of cleansing my mind from the vasanas that I had not only brought from previous lives, but I was continuing to indulge in those types of things in my childhood. And then, this was the turning point in my life. And this session is not just about me, brothers and sisters. This is about you equally. So think back to the time, each one of you, as to when you had your first interaction with Bhagwan. Those first interactions with Swami are really important. And don't think in terms of whether they were big interactions or small interactions. It does not matter. In fact, as a student, I read so much about Christ, Ramana, and Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. And they say about about Christ, Jesus Christ, that during those first meetings that he had with his disciples, he saw through them. He saw what they would do in their lives for him. And he saw how they would eventually give up their lives, crucified in a similar way, but they would sacrifice their lives for Jesus. And then he would baptize them. And to some extent, I think of Bhagwan's glance at me, as that baptism, as that cleansing, as that initiation into the Sai fold. And during this time, I had this desire, almost without knowing what I was asking, but I was when I got a chance to sit at Swami's side after I spoke, he welcomed me. He rubbed my spine with his left hand. He made me sit in the place where the girl speaker would speak after me, and he told me to sit on the left side, and he rubbed my spine many times, and those who were seated at the side of the stage could see that. And then I ventured to ask him, Swami, can I please join your college? And brothers, sisters, that was not something that I had practiced or that had been told to me by others. That was the uppermost thought in my mind. And today, after knowing Bhagwan, today, after knowing his life, his message, and not just his influence, but the extent of his upliftment that he has provided to me and to many others like me. When I look back at that moment, I thank my stars. I thank Bhagwan. I don't know what I might have done in past janmas. And Swami used to say, you all got the chance to study in my college, not because of anything good you did, but because of the good karma that your parents performed. So I thank them, because I'm sure that that is why I landed up in Prashanti Nilayam to study my 11th grade, not knowing that the life in Sai's presence was far more than I could have ever imagined. I had just met a couple of students who had studied in Brindavan, but I really did not know what a beautiful life, what a soft life, what a transformative life I would be beginning by asking Swami that, Swami, can I join your college? I had no clue about his magnanimity, about the fact that I would be stepping into a different world, which is so impossible to imagine. Even if you read the Vedas and the Shastras, because the opportunity to live with the avatar is truly once in a million years, truly once in a million years. That is something that you cannot buy for any amount of effort or money. And that is why I say that we have to seek the Guru Kripa, because through the Sai Kripa that we can, that we should pray for, that is the way to add unto our lives that unimaginable enrichment. But before I get too poetic and too carried away, I just want to also regale you that if you look at these pictures of Bhagwan, and I've shown these pictures to some of you, I've spoken about them in many talks, but you can see me here on the left, the serious guy. There are so many stories about these pictures that Swami gave us when we had the opportunity to play the band instruments in front of Bhagwan. And you can see how closely packed we are with Swami. And that Swami, though he was a world figure already by this time, Swami never thought of keeping himself away. Swami, the whole purpose, as I look back today, I'm much wiser than I was as that boy who you see in the picture. Yes, I was prayerful. I knew the value of Swami's presence. But as I look back today, I can see something much higher in terms of his purpose. Swami wanted us to be able to relate to him. And that is what you and I have to do today. We have to relate to Baba. We have to relate to Sathya Sai. We have not to again put him on a pedestal and make an idol out of him and then forget him and lock him in our cupboards. No, Sai is not to live in our altars. We have to make our hearts the altar of Sai's presence. We have not to lock him up in our puja rooms and live our lives outside of our puja rooms. No, we have to ignite the flame of love for Sai so much that he comes to inhabit the space of our hearts, and that we go through life with Swami beside us, with Swami within us. I'll tell you one quick incident. This you can see the sand below us, but we also had sand like this in the hostel. And when we practiced in the hostel, so this is the climax, right? This is after the birthday program. You can see that Swami is so happy with us because the devotees marveled at how well we had played. We had practiced for 16 hours a day, and some of us had musical training, some of us didn't. But nevertheless, we put in a lot of effort. I played the clarinet for 5 years, and then I played the saxophone, the alto sax, for 2 years. And you can see there is the baritone horn, there are the trumpets, there are the kettle drums, there is the flutes. And, but when we used to practice, it was not that melodious and harmonic as it must have been, hopefully, on this birthday day. And I just want to tell you a quick story of how Sai is close to our heart. So we were practicing in the hostel. It was a quadrangle. It is a rectangular building. It stands today even. And there was sand in the middle of the building, in the middle of the quadrangle. And we were practicing there for many hours. And suddenly after bhajan, one day in early November, Swami came there. He climbed up the steps and came. Now we were in disarray. We were not, so organized and so formal with Bhagawan. So we were spread out. We were taking our rasna break. Swami had arranged for us to have a little bit of rasna and some biscuits in the break, because blowing these wind instruments for 13-14 hours a day and marching was not a small, task. So we were taking our rasna break when Swami ambled into the quadrangle, and we ran to get organized. We hadn't thought about our instruments as yet, but we were so used to Bhagwan walking into the hostel that it was not like a big formal event. And see, we were so clever also. We realized that Swami that day had not brought any VIPs. If he were to bring 2 or 3 VIPs, like a minister, a governor, a visiting politician. Sometimes he would bring Sunil Gavaskar or other cricketers. That day he came alone and only Sri Radha Krishna, his driver, was there. So we were a little bit relaxed. That way we were very shrewd also. And then Swami came close to where we had, aggregated, and see the brilliance and the spark of divinity that he showed us. Uh, he bent, he looked around, and he saw one drum stick, one kettle drum stick lying on the sand. And you know how sand is when people have walked on it. So he very coolly, casually bent down and picked up that kettle drum stick. We all saw it, and he put it behind his back like this, and he stood like he normally stands with his hand behind his back, and he was swaying like this. Now it so happens that one of our brothers, Sai Giridhar, who is today a professor at the college, he had received a phone call from his parents. In those days, we were 400 boys in the hostel and only one phone, that old phone, dial phone. So imagine 400 parents trying to reach their kids now and then, and kids trying to reach their parents now and then. So that Sai Giridhar's parents had called that morning, and throwing his drumsticks and the kettle drum there on the sand, Sai Giridhar was up on the third floor talking with his parents. Of course, he heard that everything became silent, so he looked down from the window and he saw that we were standing like that. He couldn't see Swami, but he ran down and he came there and he grabbed his kettle drum, put on the belt and the strap. But lo and behold, he could not find his second drumstick. He found one kept next to his drum. And Swami was pretending, and we were about 15 students or 18 students, Swami, standing in a circle around Swami. Swami was at the head of the circle. And Swami said, Ippudu vachar kada, he has come now. Come on, start and start playing. So, modal pettandi, that's how he would say in Telugu, start. So we were all looking at each other because, we were so trained. This is a drum beat that gets you started, right? We were trained like a military band. So we were waiting for the pararam pum 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 pum, that drum beat to start playing, and then we would get going with our marches. And that drum beat just wouldn't come. Now, all 18 of us knew that Swami was holding that drumstick in his hand, and that was hidden behind his back. Whereas poor Sai Giridhar, who had run down and come and picked up his drum, had no clue where the second drumstick was. It was quite a comic situation. And after watching our discomfort for a few minutes, Swami, in his compassion, said, okay, I've played with these boys enough. And he raised his hand and said, you are searching for this stick? And very innocently, as if, he didn't know, he gave Sai Giridhar that stick, and then he could play the drum roll and we could get started. So brothers, sisters, of course, this is a very, very fun incident. It shows how this, and go to think of it. How old was Bhagawan at this time? Bhagawan was more than 60 years old. Imagine the heart of Sai, how eternally young he was to play a small prank like this. Then go to think of how Sri Krishna would have played those pranks with those Gopikas who were much older than him, but he was a little child, dancing the Ras Leela with them. He had just robbed their butter in the daytime and angered them, and now he was playing the Ras Leela in the night. And go to think about it. So now as we think back at those memories, of course, they should create that divine vibration in our heart. But what that tells me is that Swami wanted to relate to us, and he wanted us to relate to him. He did not want to be a distant star somewhere. He did not want to be a brass idol kept in our puja room. He wanted us to constantly be able to relate to him. And that is the memory that I have when I look at some of these pictures. And I will go further and show you a few more pictures. You can see in this picture on the left how Bhagwan is imitating somebody getting dressed and about to go up. And Professor Nanjundaya, who you see on the left, Swami's translator, he was a very serious person, but you can see he's also broad and broken into a smile. And you can see how well Swami is acting that out. That's just a glimpse for you. Fortunately, at that time, we didn't have cell phones. These are the 80s. We didn't have cell phones. Maybe one or two of us had a camera. And those were not the days in which we tried to capture Bhagwan's precious moments externally. But there were millions of such moments we captured on our heart's frame. And that is where he is today. You can see on the right top a picture of Swami, with us in the drama. And below, the funny thing about the picture below is, if you can try to guess, you can see we had all played a soccer match. We had played a football match, not American football, soccer. And we were dripping wet with sweat. You can imagine what a hot place Puttaparthi is. And as they say in the Gita, Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam, Sri Krishna says, offer to me a drop of water. You don't have to, and what is that water? That will be your teardrop. You don't have to go to the Ganga and get some Ganga Jal. You offer me a sincere drop of devotion in the form of your tear. But here you can see Swami is accepting even our perspiration drops. And we literally, when we broke out from this formation where we were clustered around Swami, we saw that so much of our perspiration was on Swami's robe. But in the course of this ability to participate in activities around us, what was Swami doing? He was making us pine for him. He was making us pine for him as the Gopikas must have pined for Sri Krishna. And that is the sacredness of the pining that we should have for the Lord. So today, even Sai is not available physically to any student or to anybody who was even Bhagwan's attendant. But Swami gave us a taste of what is successful pining, what is the level of intensity we should have, the one pointedness, the purity we should have if we have to attain Swami. And just like we were then able to attain Swami's physical presence, we are able to manifest that bhakti and yearning, then we will be able to attain his presence again today, even though he is not physically present amongst us. I just want to move on to a couple of other pictures which are very sacred for me. So on the left, you can see a picture where I am kneeling before Bhagwan. I had a chance to speak in the Kalyan Mandapam. This is a picture in Brindavan, Whitefield. You can see the bird cages behind Swami. It's a very beautiful, lush lawn. And Trai Brindavan is shaped in a circle with a small moat around it. And there was a way for Swami to climb up into the interview room. And I had spoken in front of Swami, and Swami had this habit of not giving you any notice before asking you to speak. So Swami had just, with a flick of his eyebrow, he said, now next you speak. And I was busy clapping my hands and doing bhajan with full josh, full enthusiasm. But I was looking at Swami. You have to look at Bhagwan all the time when you're seated in his presence. And then I saw his left eyebrow go up like that, and I knew, oh my God, my bhajan and all is over. Now in next 1 minute when the bhajan ends, I have to get up. And how am I going to say anything sensible? There were more than 1,000 people seated before Bhagwan. And that time, with his grace, I remember this specifically what I spoke on that evening. I said, just like Bhagwan, we should be like chips of the chip of the original block, chip of the old block, as it is called in English. That means you are like the wood, you are a piece of the wood like the original wood, chip of the old block. And I said, just like Swami makes five D's and four F's and ABC, I'm also making up one such thing. And I said we should have clarity, we should have conviction. Then after we have clarity and conviction, we should have courage to implement our devotion and to live our faith. And so on and so forth. I went. And Swami was so happy. Brothers, sisters, as we chant in our Ashtotar, Bhagawan is Sulabha Prasannaya Namaha. Sulabha Prasannaya Namaha. He is easily pleased. Anytime we are sincere, we speak from our heart, or we have heartfelt thoughts and feelings, he likes it. You will not believe it. Again, I don't say this with any pride. But Swami clapped in the middle as I said those 5 C's and I explained what those 5 C's were. And then, as a special act of grace, because he was happy with me that day, he asked me to walk behind him. And as I walked behind him in the Trai Brindavan lawns, can you guess what he did? Suddenly, he turned around and he asked me, "Who are you?" In English, he asked me, "Who are you?" And I was completely taken aback. I had no clue. I had no, anticipation of such a question, such a deep question. And I think that is when we speak spontaneously. I had no way to prepare for that question. And I just responded to Bhagawan, "Swami, I am your son." And to me, when I look back today, it tells me about the relationship that I had established with Bhagawan from my side. I thought of myself that he was my parent, and I thought of myself as his son. Each one of you, each one of us now have to think, if Swami were to turn around suddenly and ask us, "Who are you?" what answer will we give? This question was not just asked of me at that moment. If we are living with Sai in our hearts, if Swami is accompanying us, then now and then he will throw these koans at us. You know what is a koan? Koan is a Zen term for a sudden mystical utterance which will blank your mind. And when your mind disappears, that's when the truth will flash. Your consciousness will allow your soul to flash in its present. So let us prepare for that question. Swami asked without warning, without caution. He just turned around and asked, "Who are you?" And to me, that's the most symbolic utterance of Bhagawan that we need to prepare for. On the right, you can see that I, received the gold medal from Bhagawan, and I was so fortunate. I received 3 gold medals from him, and it's just his grace that I was able to stand in front of him, and Bhagawan himself would put the gold medal around your neck. So moving on, I want to also tell you about a little bit of a funny thing, right? So everything was not as good as it seems. You can see me in this picture. Now I have a confession to make. This was years later from those pictures. This is when Swami visited the hospital. And I want to tell you that, I had 2 other brothers, Srinivas and Anil Patle. We had all joined the hospital as the first few employees. And, Swami used to ask them to drive this golf cart. Now, the problem with this golf cart was that it was a very old type of device. It was not as well maneuverable as the golf carts that you see today, around you. And again, think back, this is 1991, or 1992, when the hospital had just started. And it had that, very odd looking handle, as you can see here, right? It didn't have a steering. And you can see me, I'm in my greens, and Swami, just to bless me, pure blessing it was. I was not good at driving that cart. And Swami, what he is doing, we are all looking on the right because I was not that good at turning this cart. And that's a confession I'm making. So even Swami was anticipating that I'm probably going to have a close shave, as you call it, when I turn that cart. Though the double doors of the hospital were quite wide, but this cart was not easy to turn, and I was not confident. And yet, Swami gave me the opportunity. And uh, these pictures are wonderful, but as I have grown in my life, I become a family person, I have children, I can now start to appreciate Bhagwan a little bit better, a little bit better. When I see that picture and how Swami gave me the opportunity to drive that cart, not only did he bear the fact that I was not a good driver of that cart, but he was so keen to bless me with the opportunity to be in his presence, to have the same level of chances, the same level of opportunity, and never to let me feel left out. He was so keen to give me that blessing that he was even willing to accommodate my flaw as a driver, or the lack of certainty in the driving that I was doing. And when I go to think of how this applies in my life, much beyond that particular picture, and I want you all also to do that. So the first thing I asked you to do was, from my black and white picture, try to visualize your first meeting with Swami. This talk is not just about me. As we recollect Bhagwan on his 95th birthday, join me. Join me in bringing up your memories in your heart, in the cave of your heart. Bring Sai there by making this hour a memorable hour of recollection and rejoicing. The second thing that I told you was how Swami hid that little stick. Imagine Swami playing with all of you a trick like that, a little Leela like that. And thirdly, think how, despite your shortcomings, as I told you about my shortcoming, I had the shortcoming, I was not a good driver. Swami could have easily called my colleagues and asked them to drive. But it was not about just driving Swami. Swami's whole life was about giving his body, using his body every minute to give opportunities to seekers. If anyone sought him, his life was about making himself available to those seekers. Think for a moment how many times Swami has made himself available to you, even though you had shortcomings, as I told you about my shortcomings. I'll go back to that. One second. So as we rejoiced by hearing about those few incidents, and I'm blessed that I have a few incidents, but I wanted to tell you that when Shri in the 11th chapter, when Sri Krishna appeared before Arjuna, taking that cosmic overwhelming form, at that time a very beautiful thing happened. So when Arjuna prayed to Sri Krishna and said, Lord, now I have understood you, can you please show me that great cosmic form of yours? And at that time, Sri Krishna tells Arjuna, Natum mam shakyase drishtum aneva swa chakshusaha divyam dadami te chakshuhu. So he tells Arjuna, hey Arjuna, though you are having this desire to see my primeval cosmic form, natu mam shakyase drashtum, you are not going to be able to see my cosmic form with these ordinary eyes. And therefore he tells him, divyam dadami te chakshu. He gave Arjuna that divine drushti to be able to view that cosmic form. And when Arjuna saw that cosmic form, he was shocked. He was as much marveling at that cosmic form as he was terrified. And then in a few minutes, he sees that the worlds, the galaxies, not just the oceans, but entire worlds and galaxies are part of, holding a small part of that cosmic form of Sri Krishna. And then after some time, the human body that Arjuna had was unable to take it, and he starts trembling, and he begs Sri Krishna, but very carefully, because he sees that glorious form, but he's also fearful. And he tells Sri Krishna, Oh Lord, I yearn to see your four-armed form, because this great blessing that you have given me is also something that I'm not able to hold. I'm not able to manage. I'm not able to contain this blessing that you have given me, and I'm becoming fearful of my own existence. And at that time, brothers, sisters, very beautiful, because for us to be able to understand this great Lord Sai, we have to understand the relationship of another great Bhakta with another great avatar. That is the only way you and I will be able to draw a parallel in how to relate to this avatar. All this time we have been relating to the avatar in whatever way occurred to us. But today, now that we are without the physical form of the avatar, we have to become wiser if we have to relate to him in the correct way. And what is that correct way? At that point, when Arjuna tells Sri Krishna, please give me a darshan of your familiar four-armed form, then Sri Krishna comes back to that blue form and tells Arjuna. Arjuna is delighted, first of all, and then he tells Arjuna, Sudur darshanam idam rupam drishtavan asi yan mama. And he tells him, this is a very strange verse, and I'm not making this up. You can all go and, in fact, I'm requesting all of you, go and read chapter 12, verse 52 and 53. They are marvelous. Sudur Darshanam. This is the first time I came across this word, because in the context of Sri Krishna, we always say Sudarshanam. But Sri Krishna says in chapter 11, verse 52, Sudur Darshanam. This form that you are seeing is Durdarshanam, very difficult to obtain, even for the devas and the celestial beings. They cannot recognize me as the divine in this form. And that's what I want to tell you, that some of us keep on yearning to see the unmanifest, to have spiritual experiences. But here is what Sri Krishna told Arjuna, that rather than that cosmic form which I blessed you with, which you were not even able to see with your ordinary eyes, and I gave you divine vision, but much higher than that is this normal, what we call normal, two-armed form of mine, which you are familiar with. And that is when Arjuna realizes that he had been, for 85 years, he had lived with Sri Krishna. Swami used to describe it so beautifully. when they were together, they were out hunting, or they were playing, or they were training for warfare. They were so close. Sometimes Sri Krishna would put his head in Arjuna's on Arjuna's lap and lie down, and sometimes Arjuna would put his head on Sri Krishna's lap and lie down. That much proximity they had, and that is when Sri Krishna says these words, Sudur darshanam idam rupam drushtavan asiyan mama. And that is when Arjuna realizes and wakes up that, oh Arjuna, rather than that cosmic form, this small form which you have hugged, which you have felt so familiar with, the fact that you have got me in this two-armed form is your redemption. And think for a moment, brothers, sisters, we are always hankering after spiritual progress, but all our destiny, all our spiritual progress is encapsulated in that form that you see behind me. That two-armed loving form of Sai. What reminds us of Sai? Let us try to recollect those things. You and I don't need to know or ask in a future generation whether Swami had a mole on his right cheek or left cheek. We all know it. If somebody tells you that what was the extent to which Bhagawan had this halo of hair, we know it. How would Bhagawan raise his fingers and write in the air, and the Tirodhana mudra, the Anugraha mudra, the Abhaya mudra? Nobody has to tell us about that. Those are not just available on YouTube videos and elsewhere, those are etched in our hearts. So that is the blessing the Sai Avatar gave us. We are beholden to him, that much more than the cosmic form which he shows the rishis and Arjuna. He has given us a good insight, proximity to that dear form of his, the two-armed form. And now let us see what were Swami's teachings. Swami, in the discourses, he taught us, he chanted some of the verses, he taught us great things. But as I was thinking today, what should I convey to you? Forgive me if this seems oversimplified to you, but brothers, sisters, these 9 or 10 bullets that you see here are the core of a Sai student's memory. And to me, this is, if we can go away from this meeting understanding these 9 bullets, that is the mystical teaching of this avatar. So let me start by explaining to you some of what this is. So Swami used to constantly tell us that, when he used to meet us in the bhajan, in the darshan, he would constantly tell us, boys, you are having bumps and jumps, bumps and jumps, bumps and jumps. And what did he mean by those bumps and jumps? Bumps and jumps means we were having faith, and then our faith was reducing. We were having full confidence in Swami, and then our confidence in Bhagawan was coming up. And Swami, the indweller of our hearts. And as I say this, I'm trying to understand, trying to remember that even now he is the indweller of my heart. I am not just telling you this as a memory from the 80s and the 90s, brothers. And I'm inviting you also to think back how many times in your relationship with Swami you have had bumps and jumps. What is bumps? Bumps is when the car hits a pothole and the car vibrates and you feel bad, right? You could have avoided that pothole. Those are the bumps in our relationship with Swami that we should avoid. When we have been hasty, we asked Swami for something and we thought he is delaying in giving it to us, and we became demanding and commanding, and we should have stopped. We should not have done that. So those are the bumps. And jumps is when we achieve something. Swami used to call us for an interview or pose for a picture with us, and then we would be in bliss. Swami was constantly guiding us. And To me, brothers, sisters, I don't know how you feel about it, but bumps and jumps, if we can avoid that, then the second bullet which Swami used to tell us, boys, study to be steady. And you know how he pretended this is the Maya which comes with the master. And you know, had we not known better, we would have missed the bus completely. We would have become critical of Bhagwan, but we knew not to be caught in the Maya of the way he was expressing himself in English, because he was the Lord of Lords. He is the greatest avatar, but he would just, so he would say it in seemingly broken English and say study to steady, which meant study to be steady. And I purposely put it in that way, study to steady, because all we need is those clear commands from our Lord. So our education is all about gathering our degrees and those letters after our name, MSc, MBA, PhD, RN. No, 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 that is not why we are studying. And what have we to study? We have to study how to relate to Bhagwan, and then we have to become steady in our relationship with him. Coming to the next one, which is understand and adjust. I'll tell you, it is so funny, but Swami, and thankfully we started to understand him a little bit. Swami would constantly give a job to a person who seemed a very poor match for that job. So before I joined, of course, but I had read about this in Loving God. Kasturi ji was a Kannada scholar, and Swami gave him the job of being Sanathan Sarthi Telugu editor. And he struggled, and Swami used to joke with him and often say that he didn't know, Telugu, and Swami used to even imitate him. And people used to wonder, why is Swami giving the wrong person this job? Why can't, and then Swami is imitating him. What great good fortune he had that Swami imitated him. And then I saw in my time that one of our students, he actually failed in accountancy, and he was waiting in the mandir to write his supplementary examination. And you know what Bhagwan did? Swami picked him up and said, you go and join as accountancy lecturer. And this boy was horrified because he had failed in that subject. He probably hated that subject. And Swami was telling him, go and teach accountancy. And initially even the students were kind of scared. But after a couple of years, this student who had failed in accountancy became a fantastic teacher of accountancy. And as we saw some of these things, we did not know. And this is the beauty of spirituality, that brothers, sisters, whatever you are hearing me say is going to unfold with you also. This is the paddhati or the custom with the beloved Sai avatar. So why did Swami give these experiences to the students and some of us? So that all of us can prepare for it. And we also, the Sai students who saw that, can be prepared for it. So not when I saw this happening to the accountancy lecturer, I didn't know that it's going to happen to me. I had a great proclivity to be very theoretical. I was very academic. I was doing my master's in science, and I was very keen on doing my PhD in genetics. Very keen. I started looking on possible, research topics, talking to some of the professors about what theme I could use in my PhD. And that is when Swami turned the table on me, and he called me for an interview. My father had had a heart attack, and Swami blessed us, called us into the interview room, rubbed vibhuti on his chest. And it is in that interview that Swami told me, what do you want to do after your MSc? And I said, Swami, I want to do PhD. And he said, Dhunapota, why do you want to do PhD? Why do you do MBA? And so that is the way that I didn't see it coming. But and then After I did my MBA, Swami did a double flip on me. So MBA, and again, this is a confession. Up until the time I did my MBA, I wanted to dedicate my life to Swami. I wanted to live in the ashram. I never thought of going out. But see, when I did my MBA, at the end of my MBA, towards the end, desires started arising in my mind to take up a commercial job. And at that time, see how Swami did a double flip and he asked me to join the hospital. And long story short, I'm not going to use the time to tell you about how that happened. But all I want to tell you is going back to that slide, that brothers, sisters, it is very important for us to understand and adjust. Understand that Sai Avatar has not just come to fulfill our lists and to give us better jobs, better salaries, better college admissions for our kids, and better wives for our children, and better husbands for our children. No, no, no. Let us start to become mature devotees while he is constantly going to be guiding and guarding us. We don't have to remind him about his job. He is perfect at his job of protecting and giving us as much as he need. But we have to understand that he came for our spiritual upliftment. And one day he explained to us the meaning of yoga kshemam vahamyaham. And everybody thinks that yoga kshemam means God will look after your life and give you adequate, funds, lodging, boarding, and that kind of thing. And Swami explained that God is going to ensure that He protects your spiritual progress. So, whatever spiritual progress you and I have made in our lives so far, it is Bhagwan's duty to foster that, nourish that. And even if you and I don't want to grow spiritually, Swami is going to work so that we do not denigrate and decimate our spiritual progress. So we have to understand and adjust that Bhagwan came for our spiritual upliftment. The next one, which is something you have all heard, water bubble and mad monkey. And you probably know what I'm referring to. But brothers, sisters, if you and I can keep these bullets in our mind, they will really serve as bullets to achieve what is called die mind. So Swami, imagine he was telling this to primary school kids and adolescents. Body is like a water bubble and mind is like a mad monkey. Imagine how this mantra can make you aware about the transitoriness of our lives. Look at how many people COVID has hit. Could they have prepared for it? Can you prepare for an upcoming departure? None of us can prepare for it. But Swami was training us while we were studying biochemistry and chemistry and physics and math and playing sports and winning gold medals and playing the band. He did not want us to be poorly educated in the key spiritual tenets, that is, life is transitory and your monkey mind is going to trouble you. And the next one is Anityam Asukham Lokam. I don't know how many of you have seen that video, but Swami was teaching a little boy, all of 7 or 8 years, in the interview room in Kodaikanal, giving him, doing the Akshara, doing the, making him wear the sacred thread. And at that time, Swami was telling this 8-year-old, Anityam Asukham Lokam. And this is very important. All these 3 bullets are aligned. What have you and I to remember and adjust with? That Swami has come to complete that teaching of Anityam Asukham Lokam and to remind us of the transitoriness of our lives and of the crazy tendency of our minds, which is anchored in our vasanas. I'll tell you again another confession, how Bhagwan, one day we were sitting at Bhagwan's lotus feet in that same quadrangle where he picked up that stick and hid it from Sai Giridhar. And I and another boy were pressing Swami's feet. And Swami was watching a drama in which Shirdi Sai life was being enacted. And this scene was being shown on the stage. And there is a Sahukar, a rich man, who thinks that he can buy liberation, moksha from Shirdi Baba. Arrogantly, he goes to Shirdi Baba and sits in Dwarka Mai, and Shirdi Sai starts enacting a very big drama. He starts shouting at people around him and saying, I want 5 rupees, I want 5 rupees. And this rich man, who is quietly sitting there in his mind demanding moksha and liberation from Shirdi Sai, refuses to give 5 rupees to Shirdi Baba, though he had 25 rupees in his pocket. And do you know what happened? So do not think for a minute, brothers, sisters, that being in Swami's presence was all fun. Swami would materialize rings and you cure my father of Vibhuti with Vibhuti of his disease. No, 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 no. Swami also was constantly training us and making us build up. So you know what Bhagawan did? I was pressing Swami's feet. I was not watching the drama, but I could hear what was going on. Swami, suddenly in the middle of the drama, it was all dark, only the stage was lighted. All the boys were behind us. There was only 2 of us at Swami's feet. And Swami looked down at me and said, Neeku kuda dabbu gurunchi undi, which means in English, you also have a desire for money. Just like on the stage, they were acting out that this rich man is not willing to part with 5 rupees, though he had 25 rupees, and though he wanted to ask for liberation, but he was unwilling. So that desire for money. See, brothers, sisters, I am telling you frankly as a confession what Swami told me, a very private thing, a very personal remark he made. But I want you to take this, and I'm doing this in the spirit that we are devotees. What avail if we cannot openly talk about our status? And that is how Swami has not come to pamper us. On the one hand, he taught us about sealing on desires. Are we practicing it? And Swami is not the one to keep us near and dear if we don't follow him. So that moment when he told me, Neeku kuda dabbu gurunchi indi, you also have a desire for money. Though he had given a special position, out of 300, 400 boys, he was allowing 2 of us to press his feet. Yet he was continuing to enact the role of a true Satguru, of a true teacher. And up till today, this happened in the year 1991. Imagine 29 years later, I am reminded of his guidance, of his injunction. And I want you also all to convert this into a self introspection. What is it that Swami will tell you as your vasana or your tendency? Think about it. And I have many other vasanas also. But because Swami put me on the path of accepting the fact that I had this tendency, I am much wiser and better. Going back to those mantras, I want to tell you about a very beautiful thing. What Swami said, mono acting and maunam acting. This is marvelous. Some of you may have heard it. So, we would spend a very pure life at Bhagawan's feet. It was extremely pure. Our life would start by getting up to the bells of the hostel. We would quickly brush, run down for Omkar and Suprabhatam at 5:30. Then we would get ready, go to the sports field, do yogasanas or play sports, jog, rush back to the hostel. There was no time. Swami did not give us any breathing time because he did not want our mind to stray at all. He kept us engaged all the time. Then we would quickly have a shower. There were only about 4 bathrooms and 4 toilets in each wing, and there were about 8 or 10 rooms, each holding between 10 to 14 boys. So about 100 boys in each wing, maybe 75 boys, and only 4 bathrooms and 4 or 5 taps where you could brush or shave. And we were these 75 odd boys who had to get ready for college. So we would rush to grab a bathroom, quickly get ready, shave, go stand in the line for college. In college, the first thing that would happen is we would chant and we would have a 15-minute moral class. I'm not going to tell you more, but that was a very sacred life we led, and it was great that we complied with the beautiful schedule Bhagawan had set up for us. Imagine if we had held back, imagine if we had been wavered, we would not have been here today to tell you of how that discipline and how that those moments of singing and bhakti that Swami interspersed our schedule with enriched our lives, purified us. And after these several months of staying with Bhagwan and going every evening for his darshan, his bhajan, he would stand in front of us, he would talk to us, he would throw sweets at us, he would give us namaskar, he would take our letters, he would, sign pictures for us. It was very common to sign pictures for us. I got pictures signed for so many of my relatives. But then after that, we would go to our homes for vacation. And when we went back to our vacation time at home, I'm telling you about myself, some of the other students may concur, I would not be able to hold that high level of purity, that high level of vibration that we had. Maybe we would go for bhajan once a week in Mumbai, but I was not able to. We would watch a little bit of TV, we would meet our old friends sometimes, and I, for one, was not able to maintain that high degree of purity that I maintained in the mandir and in the Sai hostel. And when we came back from our vacation times after 1 month, 1.5 months, many a time Swami would stop talking with the students. And brothers, sisters, this is so important for us because as we pine for Swami to interact with us today, to appear in our dreams, to give us that feeling of inner joy that we had when we saw him, we have to remember that was what I was showing you in that slide. Mono acting and maunam acting. So what used to happen is weeks would pass and Swami would take letters from the devotees, take devotees inside for interview, send them out after the interview, but he would stay inside the interview room. He would not come out and talk with us. He would come for the bhajan, but he would stay for a short time, and see the way he taught uncompromisingly. Many a time he would come for the last bhajan. So he would climb up, sit for the last bhajan, push the footstool, and we were done. And this would really hurt our hearts. We were breaking inside, for we were missing that interaction with Swami like anything. And then we would plan, we would strategize, we would have meetings in the hostel, we would do extra bhajan in the hostel, we would do extra prayers, we would write letters to Swami. Swami would receive hundreds of letters from us. But he would not relent, his heart would not melt. And then we would gherao him, that is 30, 40, 50 of us would literally surround Bhagwan and mob him. And I say this very respectfully, very prayerfully. It is not, we were very careful with Bhagwan because we adored him. But our hearts were pining to get back to that degree of interaction with him, and in that way we surrounded him. And at that time, Swami would play with us, and we would all say, Swami, please, Swami, please. And he would say, what? Where is this sound coming from? So then he would shout in a loud chorus, Swami, please, please. And he said, oh, now I am able to hear. Swami, please, what? And he said, please, Swami. And he would flip it like that. He said, yes, you should please, Swami. And he would say, Swami, forgive us. Swami, forgive us. So, I'm not angry. I'm not angry. And then he would melt. Finally, he would smile and he would say, boys, when you do mono acting, then I do maunam acting. Mono acting is a single actor, a single artist being on the stage and playing multiple roles all of his own. And what Bhagawan was telling us, and believe me, I'm explaining this to you, I'm feeling so odd to explain this to you, because in those 23 years that I spent in front of Bhagawan, never once did Swami have to explain this to us. It was a heart-to-heart understanding. The students were able to align with Swami so much and understand what he was saying. Mono acting and maunam acting. Maunam is when you do a spiritual practice of staying silent, staying mum as a spiritual practice. And Swami said, when you think that you are acting alone and you're not in consonance with me, you're not in alignment with me, I'm not the other player in your life, then I say, okay, he wants to do his own thing. He wants to be alone. And that was when we were straying away from that level of purity that we had achieved in Swami's presence. When we led slightly different lives, then we were thinking that Swami was not watching and we were acting alone. Then Swami would withdraw and do maunam, meaning maunam means he would stay silent, and he was staying physically silent. And when I look back at my life, there are times, and I'm inviting you all to do that too. Look back into your lives. When in your lives have you done mono acting? I know even recently, very recently, I feel that when I got this opportunity to speak, when you speak, when you prepare, when you recollect those moments, when your mind dwells on Swami, then the mind gets clean. And when you achieve that little cleanliness inside, then you realize that again you fell into that trap of doing mono acting. And that is why probably Swami is not giving you that inner joy appearing in your dreams, etc. So, brothers, sisters, these tenets, these examples, these to me are, I did a Gita Vahini session for the Raleigh Sai Center. We spent 14 sessions studying the Gita, Swami's Gita Vahini injunctions and teachings. But today, when I sat to put this in front of you, and that's why on the left you see that I called it mystic teaching. If you and I can go away from this session and try to remember these fantastic injunctions, these fantastic, heartfelt, spontaneous, mostly two words that he taught us with, these are the mantra that will lead to your and my emancipation, to your and my spiritual progress. Mono acting versus maunam acting. And the other thing that he constantly told us, I'll move now to the next theme, is he used to tell us, boys, try to be good, control your eyes, control your senses. And then sometimes we would tell him, Swami, I'm sorry, I could not keep my promise, and then he would say, try, cheste, dry aipotundi. Meaning, if you just keep on trying, the little bit uh, of energy that is left will be dry. So don't keep on saying, I'm trying. Do it. That was his level of inspiration with all of us. So he did not want us to manifest any type of animal qualities, as he called it. And he said, try, Cheste. If you keep on complaining and grumbling that Swami, I'm trying, but it's not happening, I'm not able to maintain that level of purity, then you will become dry. So he said, if you want to feel that rasa, that juice of devotion, then you have to try. Otherwise, your hearts will forever be empty. So with that, I will just move to some other things. This is a picture of mine in Kodaikanal. And the question that we have to all ask ourselves, and I am asking myself this. Yes, Ravi had that great blessing in the year 1991 to be at Bhagawan's side. What a grace of Sai, that this great Lord, this great avatar, this 10th in the line of the Dasha avatars, the Kali Yuga avatar, gave so many students this opportunity. And as I hold on to his left elbow, as you see in the picture, I ask all of you also to picture yourself in Sai's presence. Picture yourself holding on to Sai like that. But brothers, sisters, we have to all evolve. And while I was definitely near to Swami, is it fact or fiction? No, it is fact. But today, am I only going to rejoice in that once upon a time picture? Or can I claim that Sai, I am near and dear to Swami? Am I near and dear to Swami? And this, to become near and dear to Swami, you don't have to join the Puttaparthi college or the Anantapur college or the Brindavan college or the primary school. No, you don't have to. To be near and dear to Sai is to purify ourselves. And I will show you what Swami himself said about purity. I'm sorry, I'm jumping through. But look at this slide. Swami said, I'm so sorry. Please give me a second. Yes, this is the place which I found today in this Shivratri discourse. Swami is directly asking us, these are not my words of rhetoric. Swami's words you see in the left text box. Is it not your duty to cultivate at least a fraction of Swami's purity? And as we talk about this theme, which is one with Sai, there is no question of being one with Sai if you and I cannot try. First of all, let us appreciate the purity in Swami. Second of all, let us try to cultivate a fraction of that purity. And then read over here how he describes, I talk to thousands and yet remain peaceful and blissful always. I am engaged in multifarious activities. None can describe the job I do. Brothers, sisters, as I sat in the mandir, later on I read books that this person came from Indonesia, that person came from Nepal, this person came from America and got their cancer cured. And Swami cured people in the US, and their mother was in the interview room, and Swami said, I'm giving this vibhuti and your daughters can. All this thing is what Swami is describing. None can describe the job I do. I do the work of all departments. Swami played so many roles. He set up and ran hospitals, colleges, water projects. He ran the Seva Samitis all over the world. He called in presidents of Sai Samitis. In Canada, they wanted to build a Sai center. He looked at the drawing and blessed them and told them where to put Swami's room. He performed miracles all over the globe. I do the work of all departments. All departments belong to me, but I am never restless. I am always full of bliss. And then towards the end, he says, people talk of worries and misery, but I do not know what they are. They do not come near me because of my purity. Only those with bad thoughts and bad character are affected by misery and worry. So as we talk about sincerely this theme about becoming one with Sai. Yes, it should be our driving force for our spiritual sadhana. But how are we going to get there? And the one thing that we have to do to get there is to realize that what Swami has said about sadhana, that there is this initial movement of stray, drifting, arbitrary thoughts. Recognize that it is those very stray and seemingly harmless thoughts that will take hold of our minds and then form desires which are more specific, focused, and they will drive the next steps in our life. They will become ambition, they will form the roots of new vasanas. Vasanas are tendencies. Do we want that to happen? And then finally, those desires become solidified in our mind and they become a driving force for our life. They present themselves in unanticipated manners. At times, when your guard is down, those express themselves, and then you fall prey to those what you thought were stray thoughts, but they had become solidified in the mind and they cannot then be ignored, and then they start to define you and become a part of your personality. And I was blessed. I looked at some of the literature of Bhagawan and created this and tried to develop this whole thing that we did at a retreat workshop, which explains what Swami has said about the mind. And many times he told us students that you cannot do mind control, you can only do sense control. Senses are the doorway to the mind. The mind working through the senses asks the senses to look at different sights, to hear different talks, and then building on that stimulus from the sights and the words that it has heard, then the mind develops thoughts, desires, and those become concretized as part of your nature, part of my nature. So, brothers, sisters, if we have to think, as Swami asked in that slide, is it not our duty to appreciate Bhagwan's purity? But can we just keep on appreciating his purity? No. We have to try to develop a fraction of that purity. And how are we going to do that? By being aware that, Swami used to say, if you are living in a mansion, don't you close the doors and windows of your house? Do you, all of you many of you are in New Jersey, are you allowing the doors and windows to be open? Not only will you freeze, I'm sure at this point due to the weather, but you'll have insects coming in as well. So Swami used to say, be careful. A, B, C. Always be careful. Be in satsang. Do not open the doors and windows of your mansion, which is your 10, you have 10 holes, right? You have your eyes, ears, nose, etc. Don't take in bad stimuli, because that is what is going to drive the mind. So if we have to move in the direction of that type of purity that Bhagwan emanated, and all of you know about the 9 forms of devotion, but I just want to tell you, see how Bhagwan taught, and that is the difference. He did not confuse us by telling us big things. I just highlighted one thing as an example, and then I will start concluding. The 9 forms of bhakti, which is what we need to do. On the one hand, we put a ceiling on our desires, try to control our senses, limit the new desires that are getting solidified in our mind, right? On the other side, we grow our devotion. Swami said the first 3, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, are the first step. Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam are the second step. But Swami said all those 6 are physical. But Dasyam, Sakhyam, Atmanavedanam are all to do, they describe the thought process of the devotee. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, Padasinam, Archanam, and Vandanam describe the actions that you take. But Dasyam, Sakyam, Atmanevedam. So Dasyam is very important. You are moving from a physical approach to devotion to Manasik Puja, which Swami many times told our students. See, at that time we thought we will forever be close to Swami. We did not know that all of us today have the need to do what is called Manasik Puja. That is worship the Sai within. But what do you mean when you say the Sai within? Where is the Sai within? We need that purity by sense control for us to even realize and acknowledge that there is Sai within. And coming back to this dasyam, you know what Swami said? This is imprinted in my mind. He said, when Hanuman said to, it said that Dasoham Kaushalendra, I am the servant of Ram, he declared, you know. Swami said, you know what is Dasoham? It has got three parts. And when that symbolizes full Dvait. So Swami said, Hanuman was worshipping Ram, thinking that he is separate from Ram. Dasoham, I am separate from Ram. It is me and Ram, and there is a distance in between. And Swami said, when that Da falls away, then it becomes Soham. Can you believe it? I am just thrilled to even share this with you. Dasoham. He says, from Dasoham, you drop the Da. So then you move towards Vishishtadvait, which is Soham. Now there are only two, I and he. The distance between us is gone. The three, that is me, the object of worship and worship. Now there are two, Soham, I and he. Nenu, I am him is what I am saying. When I remove the Da, what is left is Soham. And look at our Sai, how beautifully he says, now you do Soham sadhana, you do inquiry, you ask yourself, who am I, who am I, who am I? And then that So also will fall off. So Da fell off and you were left with Soham. Then So fell off and you were left with Aham. That is the true I. So Dasyam Sakyam Atmanivedanam, that total surrender, that is the way to go. Drop the Da, drop the So, and then you will identify yourself with the true Lord. Now I want to tell you about a marvelous thing that Swami told us. Look at this lovely example that I'm going to explain to you. Swami said that think of the three gunas as Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. The three gunas are equivalent to the three human values. Sattva is equal to our Vak, that is Sathya. Swami said, you know, today so Sathya, Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara, right? So which means Dharma has to be acted. But what are people doing today? They are talking Dharma, which means you profess to be Dharmic. No. Dharma has to be put in practice. You cannot talk Dharma. And Satyam Vada, you have to speak the truth. You cannot act the truth, right? So people are acting truth and speaking righteousness. And that is what Swami said is wrong with the Kali Yuga. Anyway, Satya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema. These three, and this is Swami's own discourse. I can give you the date and time and the link to the discourse. This is a fantastic thing which I came across. So Swami said, Shanti, which is the third human value out of Swami's four human values. Shanti is the jewel that adorns the mind, right? You want a peaceful mind. You want truth in the speech. Swami wants us to be dharmic in our action. So Swami said, Vak, that is the tongue, Manas Shanti, and Kaya Dharma. And he said, if you want to achieve the fourth human value, the fourth human value is beyond the three gunas. That fourth human value, how are we going to be that one with Sai, that top of the stool? That is the seat of our altar where you want Swami to sit. The three-legged stool is Satya Dharma Shanti, but that three-legged stool is still anchored in the three gunas. But Swami told us prema is beyond the three gunas, and that is why it is so valuable. And what do you need? But you cannot have this Satya Dharma Shanti because they are rooted in the three gunas. They are all the time dragging you down because they are in the three gunas. You need to attach the seat of prema with the screws of faith. Can you even imagine how Swami made spirituality simple for all of us? And you can all take away from this so easily. Three gunas, Satya Dharma Shanti. Prema is the fourth human value, but it is beyond the gunas. There is no guna, no attribute for love. But that is why it is also very difficult to hold and to bind this prema with the three gunas. That can be done only with the screws of faith. So brothers, sisters, as I start to conclude my talk, I want to tell you that this love is the only thing that is beyond the three gunas. But you and I have to be very careful. We should not only think that we have to develop love, we have to also work on our minds and prevent the thoughts from crystallizing as solidifying in our mind. And to close, I'm going to play a 1.5 minute video of Bhagawan that is very, very dear to me, and I'm sure you will also like it. And then with that, we will try to close. Give me 1 second to share that. And 1 second, I'll just stop to make sure that I'm sharing computer sound. Give me 1 second, please.
Hi, brother. Somehow the video is not coming through.
Oh, it's not coming through?
Would you like to retry it again, perhaps?
I'm so sorry.
No problem.
1 second.
That's okay. Thank you.
1 second. I'm so sorry. I don't know why that happened.
No problem.
Let me try now, but I don't know if there is some other setting that has gone wrong.
No, that's right. Now we can see the video.
You can see the video? Okay.
నిన్నెవరైనా ప్రేమతో సంభాషిస్తే అది నాకు ఎంత ఆనందమో చెప్పలేను.
Bhagavan says it is beyond expression as he talks to people lovingly.
ఆ ప్రేమ లేకుండా కేవలము పరిహాసంతో కానీ లేక పవిత్రమైనటువంటిదని కానీ భావించి నన్ను వర్ణిస్తుంటే అది నాకు చాలా అసహ్యం వేస్తుంది.
On the other hand, if you talk as a matter of fun, limiting to description, Bhagavan is vexed or disgusted with such talk.
కనుకనే ప్రేమతో నన్ను పలుకరించండి.
Talk to Bhagawan with all your love.
ఆ ప్రేమతో పలికినటువంటి పలుకులకు అన్నిటికీ అక్కడనే జవాబు వస్తుంది.
You get the response then and there itself when your words are full of love.
ప్రేమతో సాయి అని పిలుచు.
Say with all love, Sai.
ఓయి అని పలుకుతాను.
You get the response, Oi, Oi.
కనుకనే ప్రేమ లేనటువంటిది మాత్రము నన్ను ఏమాత్రం కదిలించలేదు.
Nothing can touch or move Bhagawan in
ఆ
this
ప్రేమను
love.
మాత్రము కవరుగా చేసుకొని నన్ను పలకరిస్తే నేను ఎప్పుడైనా పలుకుతుంటాను.
Bhagawan will certainly respond if we talk to him with love.
ప్రేమకు మించినటువంటిది ప్రాణం మరొకటి లేదు.
There is no life other than love.
కనుక భగవంతుని మనము చూడాలనుకున్నా, పలకరించాలనుకున్నా ప్రేమ చేతనే మీరు పలకరించండి, ప్రేమ చేతనే చూడండి.
If you want to see God and talk to
I'm sure all of you must have felt that that is really the crown jewel of our meeting today. And but as you try to tie some of what I said back to that if we do mono acting, if we think Swami is not watching, if we are doing our devotion to Sai in a perfunctory manner, then we cannot get that response from Swami. And I think that was really, really touching. The way Swami said, when you call on me with love, Sai, I will respond, Oi. That is, I am here. And, Sai is not Bahya Priya. He is not interested in how many people we fed or how many people we clothed or, how much donation we made. He is the one who seeks the bhava. If we can do even a small act of charity, a small act of goodness, and forget even about all that, even if we can just call on him with love, that will bring him into our hearts. So I don't want to take more of your time. I want to thank you for the opportunity. It's been a great way for me to connect with Swami, and I will turn it back to the organizers. But I want to leave you all with the thought that for us to become one with Sai, we need his grace. And to win his grace, the starting point is purity. But the next thing we have to do is have that sincerity. Through the 95 years that he spent, he has, unlike any other avatar, left us with enough equipment, enough material, enough direct interaction, stories, books. If anything is missing, it is our own inward analysis, introspection, and seeking to align with him. With that, I will stop now and hand it back. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you, Brother Marivala, for taking the time today and spending with us and addressing this 95-hour sadhana audience. Thank you for sharing your wonderful stories when you were young with Swami, what would have been to spend time in the 80s and 90s with Swami, how Swami played his Leela with the brass band, and how he talked about the Lord Sai come in human form is the best form than even the cosmic form that Arjuna experienced. And thank you for sharing life tips that Swami has shared with you on about Mad Monkey and the water bubble, and how we should make our hearts the altar for Sai. I hope we all take this message to heart and work on our vasanas like you mentioned. Once again, thank you very much for your time. Sai Ram.
सत्य धर्म की राह दिखाने साई लिए प्रचोदयात्